bad, it's unprecise. I think it probably came from the shooter community of just, don't use the enhanced pointer precision. So I turned it off and I haven't used it since. But I did find it interesting that it's very common for Korean players to keep it on. So part of me is thinking, maybe I should try to go back. But now it feels so wrong to have it on now.
There's a lot of interesting settings that you'll see from Korean pros across a lot of different games. Sometimes in League, but I know in seeing Korean players in StarCraft 2 and in WoW and stuff that I would compete against, a lot of them would play on tiny windowed mode. And it would be
for the same reason, you don't have to move as much.
Exactly, yeah. And that would be the logic that I was always given is, you're everything's closer together, so you don't have to move your mouse as much. But I think there's also some stuff you're giving up as far as clarity, right? But yeah, no, some players I had seen even their windowed mode would be like this in the middle of their screen. It's like they're playing on, I don't even know, smaller than a tablet. So it's always interesting seeing people with weird settings. I don't want to go too far down that road though, because there's lots of funny stories about that. Team Liquid played DSG. They also 3-0'd, similar to the series we just talked about with Lyon and Fly. But we're going to take a quick break, and we'll be right back to talk about that series.
Dude, this lobby is kind of comfy. It feels different.
If this is different, I like different. I'm staying right here.
Are you guys serious? We're about to get into game.
Emily, let us enjoy it.
You guys need to lock in. Maybe this'll help.
Oh no, not already.
Welcome back to the dive driven by Kia. It is time to talk about Liquid versus DSG. Lyon obviously looking like they are back. Liquid also 3-0ing their series, looking a lot stronger. So it feels like the Cinderella stories have died. DSG and Fly both get swept. And
they both died all right.
Yeah, they are out. And now TL and Lyon off the back of that looking pretty strong, but obviously only one of them can go to at least America's Cup, and only one of them can continue on forward because they are both in the lower bracket. So you have to get at least top 3 to go to America's Cup or first stand, and Sentinels are already guaranteed one of those top 3 spots. So Liquid and Lyon gonna have to fight it out to see who's gonna be having a long off season, basically.
Yeah, I want to get your guys' read on, if you're judging the improvements for Lyon, what percentage of that improvement did you feel like Team Liquid also showed? Because for me, TL still did a few things. They still, let me figure out which game it was. They still had they got the really good early lead in this game, but then they decided to individually all throw for a good 4 or 5 minutes in the mid game. In one of their games, and or actually multiple of their games, they have these sometimes random mid game mistakes. Sometimes, their lane allocations are weird. So,
I think it was game 3 where they were kind of throwing.
Yeah, they blasted, and then multiple people threw at different points. Yeah, and it was a couple minutes of it. So.
Game 3 was 3,500 gold ahead to 1,100, 1,200 gold behind within, 2 or 3 minutes.
Yeah.
Yeah, so this game I thought was one of the best examples of showing how important it is for junglers to keep farming, because this was a game where Jose Diodo went for a level 3 dive on bot lane, which was an objectively good play. This was one of the most brutal bot lane experiences we've seen, and the ending scoreboard doesn't reflect just how bad it was bot, but basically Sajed had 1 CS and had 1 HP as the wave was crashing to his turret, and then he got dove by Pantheon and killed. And so obviously that was a good play for Jose to make, but the consequence of that was that he was pretty much just behind a level or 2 for the entire game on Kryra, who was clearing normally. And I think it kind of goes to show as junglers, because keep in mind, these were working plays for Jose, right? I think he started the game 4-1, if I remember correctly. So even though he was getting kills, it's just when kills are not worth very much experience unless it's a solo kill, but a shared kill for junglers, very little experience compared to camps. And with the camps, it kind of compounds, because each time you clear your camp, they respawn at a higher level, so you get more experience from there, et cetera, et cetera. So that's why you see many of these junglers power farm. And so Kryra was able to get really ahead on this jungle Aatrox, and that kind of made them start losing fights mid game. I think jungle Aatrox is actually really hard to carry a game with, just because it's easy to make one mistake on Aatrox, like we saw when it finally started turning around for Liquid. I think he just went for a pretty normal looking trade onto Gnar, and then just got mega Gnar'd into the wall, CC chain full to dead, and Liquid was able to bring it back. But I think it kind of shows why junglers don't really want to start having to give the crabs and all that other stuff, because once you start falling behind, you clear slower. They are farming more camps with the crab and whatnot, and then they can also start invading you, taking your camps. So definitely was somewhat instructive in that way when I was watching, because it just seemed weird to me that Jose was so behind despite finding so many good plays.
It's interesting because on the dive, like I watched it back, and I was kind of curious if his intent was even going for the dive, because he's already pathing across before the bot lane was even low. And when he's already in the river, like walking in, I was like thinking, okay, is he going to go for an invade? Was that more what kind of his thought process was? Because Sajed is at 85 or 90% health. And then he just walks up he just kind of does that thing where they've been zoned off the wave and you get a little bit frustrated, and he walks up to try to CS a minion and loses about 70+% of his health to try to kill one melee minion. And like he walks up, gets tagged by a Felios Q, Lulu Q, and then just chain autoed, right? And loses all his health. And so I don't know if they even could have gone for the dive had he not done that. So I was kind of curious if this was just going to be like a 3-camp invade and use bot prio and core moves over and they just try to like zone off the Aatrox. So I just thought that was kind of an interesting situation where it seemed to me it may have been not the initial intent, but it's hard to know, obviously, for sure.
Yeah, and I think a lot of the plays people do are kind of flexible like that. They figure, hey, we have a really strong bot lane, but it is somewhat fragile, right? If Aphelios Lulu's playing extremely aggressively into the rel, you kind of want Pantheon to be able to cover that. So, because if Aatrox shows up and Pantheon's not there, you're going to get flashed on by a rel, and at minimum lose your summoners and potentially just die. And after that happens, good luck laning as an enchanter as behind to a melee support. So it totally makes sense, have Jose hover so that they can't get ganked, and then use that pressure in lane to help Jose invade so that it's even more difficult for Aatrox to stay around there, make Aatrox have to starve himself to even go for the gank. So I think that's super smart play. And then just, the dive opened itself up because Sajed took such a, bad trade. So it was really smart by Liquid. I think that general game plan is a good way to go about it.
Who do you think is going to have the bot lane advantage in this matchup with Jan Core JJ having a much better series and versus Berserker Isles? Because that one right now is pretty hard for me. I feel like they both look quite good, and I was honestly kind of leaning towards Berserker after the last one.
I am too. I feel like Core and Jan haven't actually been that good this year. I think historically you want to always kind of bet on them as being such a strong 2v2, but I have not really been super impressed. I mean, I think that they had a better series here, but even Jan as an individual, I don't think has been that good this year prior to this series. So I do feel like I'm more Lion favorite as far as that. And I super agree with you. I don't know if you want to go back to touching on some of the points before, but just that TL still looks like they have some of those up and downs. I don't know if you want to talk about that.
I mean, it's a lot of the lack of coordination, I guess, in some of these mid-game plays. And it's something that they talked about too. Multiple of them have talked about it in interviews where I think the first one that you mentioned was Jose talking about, oh, I went for this play that we would always go for in scrims, but then for some reason they didn't want to come with me for it on stage. So it's just this, you never know fully about in-game comms or who's leading or how what all this coordination comes from, because we're just seeing stage games and we're not even listening the entire time. But it feels like right now with the most recent series of the comms listening we did get is like both these teams are really good, but Lyon feels like everyone's been like, all right, we're all signing up for Sergeant Inspired's game plan, right? And for TL, I don't think that they have that similar direction, or at least it feels like that, especially with the way that they lost the lead in the game 3 that we were talking about, because it wasn't a singular bad play that they did. It was these little individual bad plays that kind of cascaded. It was like, oh, Jose, died here. Jose and Core were trying to invade to our, and then Quid did something, and then Yon did something, and you're like, oh, what in the, like, did everyone lose focus?
Feels
and
like they're all trying to make up for someone else's mistake and just
sometimes the ants go marching in one by one type thing, but it's also a, like, if you remember back to some of the earlier series that we had of TL in the beginning of the year, there were a lot of moments where you're like, did they just lose focus? The early series where it was like Core JJ walking back up to the Bard tunnel when the entire enemy team was about to come through it and kill them. And it was like, when one bad play happens mid-game for TL, to me, it's still, even though they 3-0'd this series, it still feels like they had the same early season or early lock-in tournament problem that they had, where they do, like, whether it's like how the breakdown of their shot calling or whatever, they kind of lose focus when something goes bad. So that makes me want to give the edge to Lyon overall, just as far as how the team is competing right now. But I think that this series looks, on paper, it should be very competitive, and TL have some really good players. So
yeah, I mean, I think it's hard to not criticize that kind of stuff a little bit at the very least, where it's like when you have a game that you are up like 3.5K at like 11 minutes or so into the game, or 10 minutes even into the game, and it doesn't feel like a super dominant, clean game. There, some things clearly went wrong, right? And so I think you can absolutely criticize that from TL. I think they kind of had some bad moments where things started to turn around, and like maybe they're trying to push too hard for it. Maybe they're trying to go for too much. But one thing I will say that really impressed me in this series was Morgan. I feel like Morgan was absolutely just dominating top lane in all the games. Even when it wasn't showing in kills, Castle is considered a good laner. Like when you talk to other top laners, people consider him to be a really good individual player. Even when DSG was absolute trash last year and losing every single game, it'd be like, oh, but Castle's doing pretty well. Morgan was smacking him around. I mean, the Gnar game especially, DSG went, gave counterpick to Castle, and he goes with this Jax, and he got absolutely destroyed, like completely annihilated in straight up 1v1. It wasn't even jungle interference or anything. He was just so far down in farm. He couldn't lane at all. He's just losing his full tower. I thought Morgan was doing really, really well in the 1v1s. In game 2 was, I think, they tried to do the Galio counterpick, and Morgan still did really well with the Rumble. Game 1, the Ambessa, he was like completely slamming. So I was super impressed with Morgan. I feel like that is a real strength that was showcased in this series, and that I also think could carry over to the Lyon series, because I don't think Dokla has had an impressive year either. I think he's been pretty quiet quiet or below his standards, I guess would be fair to say. I think especially maybe my expectations were unfair for him, because he was coming off of this performance at Worlds. I felt like where I thought individually he was killing it at Worlds, even though 100 Thieves obviously didn't do well. I thought Dokla was really shining. He was getting solo kills against some really, really, really good top level players. He was just performing individually. He was performing in team fights. So I was really kind of blown away with him and his performance at Worlds. And maybe it's just kind of like coming back down to earth, but I feel like I would be favoring Morgan pretty heavily in the top lane going into that next series. And yeah, so I think they do deserve credit for that. I think that game 3 was that one that was kind of like more sketchy. Game 1 and 2, to my recollection, were a lot more smooth for TL. So I do still think they've improved a lot, and clearly have some real strong points. But yeah, I mean, Lyon was looking good too. 1
point game 1 was actually in the beginning of the game, TL's bot lane was really struggling. They were getting pressured extremely hard by the Corki Nami, to the point where they couldn't lane. They had to swap out of their lane into a Scion, where that is not what you want to do. You have a winning Ambessa into Scion, and you say, hey, dude, you got fed bot lane, your problem now. We're going to go lane against this tank. We can't do anything to him, but we really can't do anything to those other guys. So that was definitely a huge problem, and it only got fixed because they were able to find a window where Sajed valked in a little bit too aggressively when they were outnumbered, and TL was able to, kind of get their bearings after that.
That mid lane play, right?
Yeah, it was in mid lane, because I think it kind of just goes to show DSG's inexperience a little bit. Obviously, if you're that strong, you want to be able to pressure your lane, but you kind of got to keep in mind what everyone else is doing and make sure you can have the pressure. And if you don't have pressure in the lanes, rather than valking in on the bot lane, you would push them in, move toward the side that needs a little bit more help, make sure they can get control, and then go back to pressuring. So a bit of an overstep from DSG there, but it happens. I think that both of these teams had such, one-sided series that they weren't challenged too much. So I think when they play against each other, it's going to look a lot different. And I totally agree. I think that Morgan should be able to get an edge over Dokla based on what we've seen so far this year. But I think that mid and bot are going to be very close and going to be, probably the bigger factors in this series, because so much of this year has just been, how is your bot lane doing, right? Because a lot of the top lane matchups are kind of, whatever. A lot of Scion, a lot of Rumble. You don't really win through top most of the time.
Yeah.
And because the matchups are so stable, if you're losing bot, you don't really have the opportunity of trading, right? You can't just sack your bot lane and go play top, because what are you going to do to a Scion or a Rumble or whatever? They're just going to clear the wave or be too tanky to dive. And then if you have a losing bot, you're losing every drag. There's supports everywhere, and good night to your team. So I think the bot lane is going to be a really big deal. And it does seem like Berserker's been playing better than Yon, at least. I'm not sure how I would say Core versus Isles is. I think historically Core I would give the advantage to, but this split alone, I don't know. It hasn't struck me as one of Core's best seasons or anything like that, but he's still really good. And I don't think Isles has been playing bad or anything, but I would still expect Core to probably make better decisions.
Yeah, should be a close one. All right, let's do predictions for this one, since this one we know for sure, and we do think it's going to be close, so it should be fun. I'm going Lion. I think it should be close though. I'm going to go 3-2.
Yeah, I think if you're basing it based off of what we have seen, in this last series, Lion looked more dominant, so I feel like you kind of almost have to go Lion from that. I think that if I'm to go TL, I think I can pretty easily kind of like craft a world in which they win in my head, where I think that, like, I think TL, if their bot lane is playing at their peak, I think should be favored. I think Morgan is pretty heavily favored. I think the problem is you're always going to favor Inspired, and I feel like Jose has always kind of been a bit mistake prone in his career, which can be pretty punishing in these kind of series. And then the question is just like, which is the real Saint? Is it the Saint we saw last series, or is it the Saint we saw every other series and game before that, where it felt like he was just kind of single-handedly throwing games and throwing series? But TL has had a lot of that too, so I feel like it does become really, really hard to predict. I feel like based only on last series, I'm favoring Lion, but I reserve judgment. I want to like.
You're not gonna give a prediction.
Well,
the first refusal we've ever had.
No, I'll say Lion 3-2, but I feel like I could convince myself that TL could win. I don't know. I think it's gonna be really close. It's just tough. I guess I have more faith from like long term of Quid than Saint, because I don't think Saint was actually that good last year and stuff. It's like Saint has had, realistically, what has Saint done in NA? He's had one really good series, and it was his last series. But before that, I don't think he was that good last year. I think he was pretty bad the rest of this year. So Quid, I do have a lot more faith in long term, and it's kind of similarly, I have a lot more faith in Yon and Core long term. But TL just hasn't necessarily been that team this year, so I don't know. It's hard to predict.
Yep. I think I'm pretty on the fence about it, but because you guys went Lion, I'll say TL. I think that if TL wins, it'll be a 3-1 or a 3-0, actually, because like we've seen with Lion before, they're pretty momentum based. I think especially Saint, if the games in series is going well for him, I think he's going to look really good. And on the flip side, I think if it's not, he might tilt his brain out. So I think maybe Morgan could do really well against Stokla. Maybe TL's bot lane just has a super good day. And I think Inspired's great. I think I would not expect him to outperform Inspired. But if your top and your bot are struggling, there's only so much you can do. So I could see TL winning.
Yeah, I mean, I could definitely see TL winning. I could see either team winning. This one's really hard to predict, honestly, especially just because we haven't had that many games, and both teams started out the split looking bad and then had a good series. So it's like you just don't know what you're gonna get, right? Like I could believe almost any result. Like I could believe that TL goes right back and form in a 3-0. I could believe that TL throws, and has these horrible situations and Lyon 3-0. I could believe really anything you tell me if you came from the future to deliver the results of this series. So
I'll believe anything you tell me.
Pretty much.
Let's clip that.
Yeah.
I'm gonna use that.
Well, it's gonna be on Friday, so I don't have to wait too long to find out. So.
No, I'm gonna use it for all applications. Anything that I tell you, you believe.
Fair. I'm a trusting individual.
You know who we do know what we are gonna get though from is Cloud9. They also beat Sentinels, another 3-0, all our 3-0s. So I mean, Sentinels and Cloud9 are kind of waiting.
I feel like that one was almost a worse beatdown than the lower bracket ones too.
Yeah, I mean, because I've seen so many 3-0 beatdowns though, I was just kind of like, all right,
It's just another beatdown.
Cloud9 is just at it again. Smacking people. Sven and Vulcan have just been on fire. I think that is one of the coolest things for this Cloud9 roster. That, last year it was like Cloud9 was good, but they had their like collapse and the bottom lane. I don't think last year it had any games where like this year they're just dominating, and every game I'm like, oh my God, Sven has a 4,000 individual gold lead. This game is over. And it was like, I think it was
8,000.
8,600.
Yeah, I was talking about really early into the game though. Like the Yunara game, how like his gold lead was so incredibly early. And then on this Yunara, and he's just jumping at them, blasting them. You're like, oh my God. And then we go into the next game, and I'm only like a few minutes in, and Sven already has 1,000 gold lead. And I'm like, whoa, this is going to happen again, isn't it? And I felt every single game this series, they had a large gold lead for bottom lane, and they used it well every single game too.
This is, I think, basically like game-ending screenshots, but in the Yunara game, up 8.6K, in the Varus game, up 4K, and in the Aphelios game, up 2.2K, all individual gold leads across the series for Sven. So yeah, I agree, they were smurfing. I also felt like even when there was a situation where they were doing okay, this is kind of like what I'm talking about I have a clip for this, so we can kind of see how things kind of snowballed. But Sven at this point in the game, so it's like 11-14 into the game. He's up 257 gold, right? And Sentinels, this is game one. Sentinels do this play where they kind of like decide, you know what, we're going to overload topside, and we're basically going to look for this dive onto Thanatos. But like Thanatos clears out the wave, like the timing's not that great. And they essentially end up sending 5 people top to basically accomplish nothing. Like Huhi's been up there for a while, he reveals. Then they have Hambach coming up, they have Rise going up, and Corky's walking through, and they've already revealed that they're up there. So Thanatos is Meganaring out. He's clearing out the wave. And during all of this, C9 are just farming every wave, and they're pushing the towers. And Sven is getting, plate gold. They're getting so much across the map. And so from 11:10 or whatever it was, where I said Sven was up like 200 gold. Now at 12:05, he's up 1.3k gold, and Impact has TP'd bot. And now he's TP'd bot, but C9 know that their whole Sentinels team is still topside. So they just move down. Blabber's already there, and they have Talia, so they call him down, and they just dive Impact, like right off the rip. So then Impact dies. Sven gets first blood. Now it's a 1.7k lead for Sven individually. Then they kill the tower, I'm pretty sure, off the back of this as well. And I think they even get first tower. And it's like, when you make these kind of macro mistakes against a better team like C9, it just explodes the game in a way where it's like, GG. So 11:10, you're up 200 gold. Now, 12:44 into the game, it's almost a 2,000 individual gold lead for Sven. And so this is one of those things where I feel like this was clearly like a macro mistake from Sentinels, but C9 handled it really well, punished the maximum. And This is what I mean when I was talking earlier in the episode about how mistakes snowball in a way where it's just like there's just so much gold to be grabbed because first tower gold is back, first blood gold is back, all the individual plate gold can be funneled into one person. There's just so much gold for these 80 carries. Then you have roll quest, which just gives you passively more gold. So it just swings so hard to the point where 1244, yep, game's over. It was dead even before that, but in a minute 30, may as well FF, pretty much.
Yep, it kind of goes to show what the punish is if a team wants to play topside, which is why, we see so much bot lane focus, because I think we saw Sentinels do this kind of play in their previous series as well, where they kind of send a bunch of people to help impacts Renekton. And Renekton is a champion who has, pretty good kill setup. He's got a long stun. He's got a lot of damage in the early mid game. But is it worth committing a lot of resources toward? Usually not, because Renekton's not going to beat Gnar in the long term. Even if you can get a little bit ahead of him early game, if you have to invest so much from your team to get there, it's not going to be worth it, because Ryze was giving up some waves for it. They were giving up all the bot lane pressure. And so, Renekton's just not going to be able to carry a game against a Yunara Lulu. And this game kind of showed that. It was super weird watching the gold. Like you mentioned, that 2-minute period where he just, got a 2,000 gold injection over Corki, because if you look at the items, it seemed okay. And then Sven recalled and bought an entire Fiend Hunter bolts. I think his cold procced as well right before that. And so, yeah, that item is not okay on Yunara. It is so strong. You just pop your ult, triple crit. And then there's also the ultimate haste, which makes all of her ulted abilities have a lower cooldown too. That nice little interaction. So that item is insane on her. And yeah, once you get to that point, there's not a whole lot you can do about it, because I thought Sentinels did have some pretty cool plays, like that early top dive with the 3-man was cool. And then Ambessa doing I think it was like W flash R off of the Rise route on APA. It was a super clean looking setup. So, it felt like their synergy was a lot better, because that's something that with this team, we didn't see a whole lot of before this. But, at what cost? Because if you're losing bot lane, it's super hard to win the game.
Yeah, because I was casting that. I remember thinking at the time, like, what was their ideal scenario here? Because they do a full swap. They swap their bottom lane up to the top side off of that play. And it just costs you so much to allow Sven to get so much alone time with the turret, because you get the instant money with off of plates. And then after he recalled and he bought the second item, I was like, okay, well, now I guess they lose the next couple dragons. Like, you can't fight around Sven at all if you're for Sentinels. So I guess you just put Sven mid, and then you're just gonna get all these dragons. And I don't know when the comeback is gonna happen from Sentinels. Like, you have to split push with your Ryze and Bard and like hope you can pick people off and find some sort of play that way.
Pantheon Talia, and you're losing side lane because they have Gnar.
Yeah, and it was like so early into the game. I just remember being so confused at what the thought process was of the ideal scenario of that swap, because they did have a Bard, so maybe it was something around, we're gonna make this play really quick by like Bard ulting the tower or something, but then they didn't actually go for the play because Thanatos like killed the whole wave. So it just was that was one where you knew there was such a big lead early that you had a long time to wait in the mid game before we were going to see anything cool. Because I was like,
because nobody wants to fight that.
Yeah, so like nobody's going to fight this guy. Sven's got 2 items and a Lulu right next to him.
13 minutes, he had 2 completed items.
Yeah, so I was like, all right, well, I guess we're just going to watch some Cloud9 taking a bunch of stuff for a while, and then they did. So
and the while was the next 3 games.
So how do you guys, I guess, because these 2 teams that were going over their previous series, these are the teams that are going to be waiting for the Lyon TL game to receive their opponents. Obviously, I feel like everybody don't even need to really go over it, but Cloud9 continue to look like the best team, so I think everyone's gonna think they'll beat whoever. Yeah, whoever comes to them.
Unless someone plays at a much higher level than they have shown, I expect Cloud9 to 3-0.
Yeah, but what about Sentinels? As far as we just went over TL and Lyon's improvement, I guess it obviously is going to depend on how they look playing each other, if they keep up their forms and
I
they
think
keep up their
Sentinels
levels.
loses to whoever comes.
But yeah, it's well, that's the answer I was looking for.
That's my honest answer. It's like, yeah, they got slammed by Cloud9. It's Cloud9.
Yeah.
But DSG, like, and these kind of like transitive properties don't always work, right? But it's like DSG had a really close series against Sentinels. They almost beat them. It went 5 games, and DSG got monster slammed in the lower series. I feel like I came away from the Sentinels DSG series thinking, you know what? These two teams are very evenly matched. And it did not look like, and I thought FlyQuest and DSG were pretty evenly matched as well. So I kind of had those 3 teams in like a similar bucket as like these 3 teams would be very competitive with each other. And then they both got turbo slammed by Lyon and TL in the lower bracket. And so then I'm kind of like, well, Sentinels probably is going to get smacked. That's kind of how I'm feeling. And I feel like whoever wins the Lyon TL one will probably go straight through to play Cloud9. And that's kind of what I'm expecting. And then it's a question of like, can those teams level up or will Cloud9 have an underperformance or whatever, and then make that really an exciting finals. And that's kind of like my big question. And maybe Sentinels will really prove me wrong. But the way I'm feeling right now is, unfortunately, I think our 4th best team is guaranteed top 3, which would mean that they're probably going to get smacked. But that's kind of just how the bracket worked out.
I would have to agree. We haven't really seen much from Sentinel, so that would make us think otherwise, because they have won games, obviously, to get to where they are, but they haven't really looked dominant in any of their series. They've pretty much... have they had any clean, like, 2-0, 3-0s?
They 2-0 Dig.
Okay,
Just right? I think, yeah.
A lot of people have. But even still, I think their games, they don't look on the level of other teams. When they're ahead, it doesn't feel super suffocating the way it should. And when they're behind, sometimes they just kind of roll over and die. So, yeah, I think they're top 4. And I would not expect them to beat either of these teams. I would maybe even expect them to get 3-0'd by them, maybe 3-1, just because I think they have some stuff going for them, but overall, just kind of some weaknesses that we've been seeing.
Yeah. Pretty much feels similar. Looking forward to seeing the results this weekend, though. Should be fun. Should be some bangers.
And you just never know, because even though like last weekend, TL and Lyon looked really dominant, they have thrown a lot of games, and you don't know how Sentinels is going to show up. You don't know how they're going to show up. So I think it's going to be really exciting. I'm pretty hyped for finals. CFC9 is actually going to go off to first stand as this dominant team, or if someone is going to be able to take them down. Also, want to take a moment. We got some new Demacia merch coming out here from Riot. Meteos is rocking the poppy over there. We've got this Garen shirt.
If you can't tell, that's Garen's mouth. And then you turn around the shirt, and then you kind of get it. And he's screaming for Demacia.
Then we got the Poppy plush as well, with a nice little hammer on the back. So if you guys are interested in some merch, if you like the plush on the table, merch.riotgames.com. There's a link in the description. You can check it out and grab yours. Also, we got some fan Q&A. We asked for questions last week. Y'all delivered. We got questions across a bunch of different platforms. We got tons and tons and tons of questions across YouTube and Twitter and Instagram and various places. We absolutely will not have time to go through all of them, but we'll definitely save some of them maybe for future episodes. And we're just going to go through and start grabbing some and see how much time we have to knock out some of this fan QA.
Yeah. All right, let's start with some YouTube comments. Lucky Wallet, thoughts and or opinions of reverting Rel to become a jungler
Interesting.
again?
Kobe chooses the jungle question.
When
Curious.
the first one my eyes went to. If you remember when Rel was a jungler, Rel becomes a very, very, very good jungler because the kit is so good for team fighting and for pro play. So, I mean, if they do it the same way where they just juice up, if you like do like a Maokai treatment and you're like, all right, your Q does 10 billion damage to jungle camps, then you're going to be another really useful tank that has really good smite fights with your Q plus smites action. And then you also just have a lot of utility. Personally, I think that pro should be having a comeback of tank junglers that build support tank items. because the support tank items are mega busted. We saw Inspired doing it a couple of times.
Zeke's into whatever, basically.
Zeke's, as well as, have you tried Protoplasm Harness?
Yeah.
That thing is mega busted still, too.
Something interesting I noticed.
also really good with control mages.
Apparently, Zeke's is bugged right now, which is something that I haven't heard
So it's even
talked
better?
about.
It's bugged in a good way for it?
Yeah, it's bugged to be too strong, where in League, pretty much not since the very beginning, but for a really long time, slows don't stack. If there's multiple slows on somebody, the strongest slow applies, but Zeke's is actually stacking. And so I've been running it on Zach, and I didn't realize it was bugged, but then I went to Practice Tool and tried it, and it's stacking with Zach's alt slow and the Zeke's.
Oh, wow.
And so that's something that's making the item too good.
The
so
stats
I think,
are just OP on it, though, too.
Yeah, it's a really strong item. It's got a lot of ulti haste. You get this slow.
Haste, armor, MR, health.
I'm a big fan as a jungler of using support items because they always make the support items crazy efficient.
And they're so cheap. So it's like if someone's going expensive items, you can be on 3 and they're still struggling to put 2 together and stuff. It's way easier to get item spikes for big dragon fights or whatever. I think I agree. Actually.
Thoughts and opinions? I think Rel would be really strong again as a jungler, which is probably why they won't do it.
I wouldn't mind it if she's a jungler, but the thing that I really don't like about random champs in the jungle is random champs shouldn't be good at jungling because they just outclear everyone by a mile. And that's kind of what we've gotten for a really long time. I think when Rel was good, she had one of the fastest clears of anybody on top of an unbeatable smite with her Q. So I wouldn't mind if she was back as a jungler as long as she's not just doing a full clear 30 seconds before the crab spawns.
Well, you kind of answered, and I wasn't even going to pull this question because I think everyone knows our answers already. And also the username is kind of funny. It's from @turdboy962. What are your guys' thoughts on seemingly random non-junglers getting random buffs to be able to be flexed into the jungle? And you kind of already answered that one.
I feel like the only thing I would add to it is my impression is that they do a lot of those things to try to make the role appeal more to non-jungle players.
For autofills, because very few people want to play jungle.
Yeah.
But then they go super ham with it, and some of the champions that they choose, I think, are problematic when they become jungle.
I agree. Yeah.
Right. The other thing I would add, I never thought about this, but I heard it mentioned somewhat recently, but it can help with counterpicking a little bit when champions can be flexed in multiple roles, because I think a lot of people know in solo queue, especially top laners, that having to blind and then getting countered can just be so miserable. And so if there is a champion that is usable in multiple roles, then it kind of makes so the enemy has a little bit of doubt. They might not pick the hard counter if that champion could be the jungler. So I think there's definitely some value in champs having flex, but like I mentioned before, if they're only good because they clear way too fast, and then I'm trying to play real junglers, I'm playing Xin Zhao, who has a really slow clear, and then you're playing Zed and you show up at the crab before me with 2 long swords from your recall, I'm sitting there being like, what is this? Like, that is not real gameplay. So I hate that. But, if they just have regular clears, then sure, why not?
Yeah. A big part of the idea, of course, is because one of the big things with solo queue, very few people want to play jungle. So, they want, if you're a top laner or, whatever, you can use your main champion. At least you'll feel more comfortable that way trying to play an autofill.
We got another question here. This one should be an easy one, I think, for us to all kind of bounce around. From Project Megatron, excuse me, wrong one. From Tactical Cheese, my question is, if you could remove 3 champions from the game, what champs would you remove? I'm curious as to what champion you guys dislike the most.
The first one is so free. It's the free space. It's the free space. Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
Anytime somebody asks a something champion, I feel like you have to put a star next to it and say other than Yuumi, because it is just such a
I hate Akali and Riven. I don't know if
really.
Yeah, those are 2 of my most hated champions.
Ooh, that's
the Akali Shroud is just so unfun to play against. I feel like it's so frustrating to deal with when it's not even about necessarily champion strength. I mean, Riven I think has just been too strong this season period, and is really annoying, where it's like, why am I getting one shot by a champion that has CDR boots and like a D shield when they press?
That's fair.
I hate that. And then Akali is just more of a, I'm not down with Shroud.
Akali's a really good one. Maybe that would be on my list. I don't know. Speaking from jungle, I think I would have to pick Kindred just because.
That's my favorite jungler.
I hate her stack system so much. I think playing her is really annoying because I lost my stack coin flip on the first grab. The enemies aren't running it down to my marks. I don't have any prio. I can't invade. It can be just a miserable game. Or the flip side, you're playing against a Kindred, and it's like, oh man, he went for a level 3 gank on this lane, and then he double killed him. He got mark, and then his crab got marked, and now the game's over. So I really don't like this extreme feast or famine jungle champion, and so yeah, I think Kindred would have to go to mine. And second, Kassadin. Junglers don't get to play the game if they pick Kassadin mid, so I'd be good without him.
I also like Kassadin.
Bro, what? Huh?
They're fun champions to play. I like scaling picks. If it's greedy, I like to play it.
Okay.
You're the type of person that Meteos finds disgusting.
Fair enough.
I'm gonna choose.
Also, like a little Kled with Ignite, and I'll roam to the crab.
I'm okay with that.
I'm gonna choose Seraphine because we already had Sona. It was fine, and then
But
they
she's
had
cooler than Sona. Just delete Sona.
no. Sona's the original. You can't come in and delete the original.
Sorry, bro. The new one's better.
And Seraphine is so I literally never played ARAMs before, and like a month ago or something, and I started playing some, and this shit is giga annoying, and it's like so OP, it's insane. Plus, she's so easy to use, and just does too many things. She does more than Sona, and it's not.
Sona's even easier to use.
While you were scrolling through the list, I saw Zillion. I didn't even think of him at the time. He's 100% there.
Like playing Zillion.
Dude, what? Nah, you're rage baiting.
You're actually the devil.
Zillion? Oh my god.
I'm not.
But you hate Riven? I'm actually fine with the Riven one.
Riven is actually OP this season, man.
Akali, I can see.
Riven, at least you can.
I think
you can do stuff against her. Zillion, if I'm against a Zillion, I'm either really mad or really bored, and almost no in between. Because this guy's just running around speeding everyone up, and if you try to kill somebody, he's reviving them. It's just
I'm on Team Meteos.
Oh god,
I'm on Team Meteos.
I'm so glad he's not more popular, or I would just ban him every game because holy, there's no worse experience.
I just feel like there's some of these Riven matchups where it's like you're playing something, and they come in with a Riven counter pick with Ignite, and that person.
Did you pick Kassadin into Riven? Is that what's happening here?
Some of these matchups, man.
Bro, like against a lot of tanks and stuff too, like Mundo and whatever, and Gragas and Tom, like all these champions. You can't do anything against Riven, I feel like.
All right, that was a fun question.
Yeah, it was a fun question.
Let's pull some from the other platforms
Spotify?
here. Spotify, we've got one from Patrick. Who would win? Meteos subbing in for Blabber with the current Cloud9 roster, or Kobe and Azale with their choice?
Well, we already have two idiots on our team. We're screwed.
We get our choice of any current LCS players. So we don't have to stick to one team, but he's literally got the best team in the entire LCS.
Yeah, you have by far the best team.
Yeah, I would say, hey, you know that strat you did where he was on Maokai?
Wait, there's another.
I'm good.
There's another add-on. He put in parentheses, Kobe can't spam Volleybear. What the? What? He said 5-game series fearless.
This guy just hates us.
What the heck? He's putting so many debuffs on us. Like Meteos is allowed
We
to
have
play.
have two non-LCS players.
And we have champion restrictions.
And we have champion restrictions.
All right, well.
And you guys are deleting all my champs from the game. I can't play Zillion and Kassadin.
Let's answer the question.
Please,
Meteos
if we're playing LCS, please play Zillion and Kassadin.
I would never play that.
I think I would feel pretty good playing with the current C9.
I think Meteos would win. Yeah, that was a fun question though.
Yeah, fun.
Yeah, real fun. Instagram, we have some from Instagram as well.
I have 1 million from Instagram.
Yeah, you should follow us all on Instagram and stay up to date. Should Riot Games wait? This is from Austin Adato. Should Riot Games bring back team ranked? Yes, immediately.
Yes.
7 to 10 man roster that ranks up together. Ooh, interesting. You can have like a bigger roster.
It was always
and
10.
Have some. Okay.
Yeah.
I think
I just remember playing just ranked 5s was just
rank 5s was 10, wasn't it? Because I remember when I
no, I don't think you're understanding the thing. 10 as in 5-on-5.
No. 10 is in you had a established team that you gave a name to, and more people could join it. Because I remember on when I was on playtest, we had you had a certain amount of slots, So you couldn't just swap people in and out because your team had the rating, not just the individual players, right? And then, because I remember when someone got fired from playtest, we had to kick him from the team, and he was real mad. So that's why I remember that.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, we got.
Well, I think that my answer is yes immediately.
Yeah.
Because that was really
Most fun I've ever had playing League, for sure. I've talked about it before, but playing ranked and climbing up and playing against some of the LCS teams when they would play it, and playing against collegiate teams and stuff when we hit Challenger, we felt really cool.
I do think Flex is pretty good though. Flex at the moment is quite good. So, and
Yeah,
it would split. It would just split the queues if they did this. So I think that's why they probably won't. And Flex just gets more people into the queue.
I feel like people cared more about ranked teams. Like, I feel like they tried harder, which is kind of what I like. Whereas my problem with Flex is really hard to find people who have the same goal with it, because a lot of people who like solo queue a lot are just going to go into to kind of troll and whatever, and then, which is totally fine. I have no problem with that. But it's like, and then you have other people who want to play and try really hard, and it just feels like it's hard to get 5 people on the same page. Whereas that's something I felt. Maybe it's just happenstance, but it felt easier with ranked teams.
Yeah, I think that the problem is just the queue times.
Yeah,
like if you keep splitting more people,
you'd have to do one or the other.
I think I kind of hoped Clash would be something similar to this, where I think if they made it so it was available during a limited time, it wouldn't have that queue splitting problem because, people know, okay, Friday night, rank 5s is on. Let's get our friends and go play or whatnot. I think that's cool, and you'd have the queues be popping. And so I think Clash is kind of that, but I haven't played a whole lot of Clash personally, and I think it's more tournament format. So
yeah,
I'm not. I can't really comment on Clash because I don't play.
My problem with Clash is that it's actually hard to coordinate with people. Whenever I'm asking people, they're like, "Oh, it was on this week, or it's on this time, that time."
Don't you have to also start at the same time because it's kind of bracket?
Yeah, there's a lock-in thing.
Yeah.
There's a specific time you have to buy a ticket and get on the same time.
It's so infrequent is the reason that I have found a hard time like getting when it is on that weekend. It's hard to like get people because they're like, oh, it's this weekend, because it rotates also. Like there's ARAM clashes and then there's other clashes and because it's so infrequent, I feel like I have a hard time. But if like you're talking, it was more consistent, then and people would know, oh, this is our time, and we're gonna play it. Maybe that would work.
Yep, could be fun.
I always like questions like this. They're hard to think of off the top of my head, but this one's from Mystic Law. You can give any champion one ability from a different champion. What's the most broken combo? Obviously, it's gonna be hard
always
to
involve
do it off the rip, but
they always involve Karth Assault.
Yeah,
I think all of these. Usually when you talk about a champion with something else, Karth Assault's involved just because, it's such a strong ability. Put on such a...
Well, you have to combo with a basic ability then. You don't get 2 ults.
What about passives?
How about that?
Passives count? Can I give someone a passive? Like, can you give someone, like, send a passive? And they're just getting range and AD.
That's pretty crazy.
Exactly, right? So, I mean, if you could do passives, I feel like you're talking about Karth Assault, but send a passive was pretty crazy.
I mean, that's true. That is a strong one.
Imagine you give Caitlyn send a passive. You lose headshots from brushes or whatever, like the passive is, right? Like
and there's also, Yumi attaching. I'm sure there's a lot of champions that would be really disgusting if they were attached and targetable.
Well, that's her W, I guess, right? Yeah. Oh, true. That would actually be Omega broken.
Oh my god! You just jump onto a tank and you're playing some like pure DPS.
Yeah, that's actually probably just the most.
You can't auto attack, so just any mage.
If you had Karthus E and you just turn it on while you're on a tank or something, and the tank just.
I think almost any mage, even Azir or something.
You're just like
you have a
Vel'Koz channeling ult and Mundo's driving you in.
Imagine a Scion with an Azir on his back just stabbing everyone.
But then you have no W, so you have no soldiers.
I guess you couldn't attack.
You couldn't attack because you have no soldiers.
It doesn't say replace their ability; it's just give them one ability.
Oh well, I kind of assume it's like a swap out.
Yeah, I was trying to make it not to.
I feel like if you take the passive, you lose the passive. You take the W, you lose the W.
They didn't say switch; they said give.
Yeah, true.
I feel like if we're counting passives as part of the ability, I feel like Senna is the one that my head's going to. That's gotta be crazy on some.
That's a good one.
I don't know. I also think Shaco Q. Like if like some other melee assassins or something can
Tryndamere, but then you lose your Q and all crit. If we're thinking about it like that, you have to think about what you're losing.
Yeah, what you're
Zed.
I think it's more
Q
fun.
is a good ability.
I think it is more fun when you're like, all right, you lose one of the abilities.
I think so too.
Yeah.
Because it's like if you lose the Q for the Q, because Q is your main damage thing on a lot of champs, right?
What if we gave Rise a damaging ult instead of having Realm Warp?
That could
Then
be
he would
strong.
just be
He loses a ton of damage from because his ult
'cause he
passive
has
buffs
the
Q.
passive
Yeah.
on it. The
Yeah.
passive.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, that made me think of there's a lot of passives ults that will just give you passive armor penetration. Like Pantheon's ult gives you passive armor penetration. Doesn't Zahen's also?
I think you have to find a champion who has a really horrible ability and just replace it with something good. The first one that comes to mind would be, Jhin. A lot of people don't level up his traps till later.
Yeah, what's
I'm
some
sure
of
there's a
that
lot
ability?
better E's you could put on. Or Hawkshot for Ashe. Imagine Ashe with an actual E. That champ would be disgusting.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's true. It'd be pretty busted.
Yeah, those are always fun types.
Yeah, those are fun
Games,
questions. We got some more as well here. This one is from I'm not sure, Nevisbach. Says, who are the new rising personalities you're most excited to see develop in the LCS? For me, there's a lot actually this year, which has kind of made it fun. When you think about a lot of the players on DSG and FlyQuest, like Griffin and Gatkos and Cryogen and Sajed and Kryra. Like there's a lot of young players that I think are really exciting.
Yep. Mine would be Griffin for sure. He's a solid jungler and he streams too. So always a fan of jungle streamers.
Yeah, I definitely agree. I think that one's pretty easy for this split, just because he's been all over all sorts of content and interactions from Twitter as well, to get all of the platforms here: YouTube, Spotify, Instagram, and Twitter. Let's see. We have from Actually Walnut. Would you rather guaranteed lose your next 5 ranked games? No. Or have to play against Exhaust in your next 10 ARAMs? Well, I don't really care about ARAM. And I
Exhaust isn't
really
in
do
ARAM
care
anymore.
about solo queue. So I'll definitely take the ARAM Exhausts.
If
Don't
I
care.
knew I had to play against Exhaust, I would just pick range champs.
Yeah, you just
Fine.
play
You just don't play an
Seraphine.
assassin.
Exhaust is only annoying when I for some reason think, hey, Belveth might be fun this game, and then, ooh, no,
some
they got a
reason.
Teemo and 3 exhausts, and it's not going to be fun.
Shaco is actually way worse than I feel like than almost any other champ. If you're like, let's play an assassin in this game. And
Oh,
there's
yeah.
an AP Shaco on the
Dude,
other team. There's 100 boxes
It's
you ever
so
engage.
bad.
There's insta
It's
fear.
so bad.
Get me out, dude. But yeah, I mean, people play. Exhaust isn't that bad if you know it's gonna happen, and it's deleted from ARAM. I haven't played regular ARAM in a while, so I don't even know if it's in there either now.
But you don't play solo ranked, so next 5 ranked games you wouldn't even experience those losses because you don't play them.
I sometimes play
Okay.
from time to time. I dabble. We got another question here from Minions Rights. This will be our last one, I think. How much of C9's wins are attributed to the C9 coaching staff suit mocking the other coaches? Over or under 50%?
This was really funny, by the way. If you don't know the context, I Will Dominate was on I don't remember if he did it on Pros or on the Lounge.
Pros, I think.
But on Pros, he was explaining that Sven has the theory that nothing the coaches say matters. All that matters is that you get on stage and you look better
Than
and
the other
intimidate the other coach with your suits. So that's why Dom and Inero every single game have come in these suits and looking clean and are trying to suit mog the other
Over 50%. We're going
Yeah,
over 50%.
honestly,
Dude, I love the suit look. I think that, if I was a coach, I would love dressing up in a suit every day for LCS. That's cool. I don't know how much of their wins you can attribute to that, though.
Over
because
50%, as I've said.
As the
C9,
players,
dude,
Ben
this is
thinks-
so early in the year. C9, C9 always does well in spring, and this is even pre-spring. So of course they're going to be OP. But how much can they scale?
So the suit question made me remember another question I got on Instagram. Be curious what your take is on this, Scobie. This one's from Sergio Monroy. He says, do you miss the old school vibe of the LCS, i.e. having a desk, everyone dressed in suits, or do you prefer the casual look and the lounge?
Oh, holy moly, that's a hard question because I have so much nostalgia. So I'm trying not to have because my immediate reaction is yes, I miss
Old
a lot
LCS,
of
yeah.
the old LCS. There were so many things that were so fun. It's so hard to separate.
Because we used to be fancy.
If the question is just because of the
suits.
suits and
I think
the
that's
desk
what they
and
mean.
stuff.
Yeah. The more buttoned up look, the more we're always at the analyst desk, not on the couches.
I would say if I could isolate just that from all of the other things that I really do miss, then I would say not so much, because we still get to go fancy at internationals, and we do a lot of internationals now. Adding another trip, it feels like, we're doing our split, boom, we're into another international, boom. As soon as we get back, you get like a little bit of time to recover, and then boom, we're traveling again and going to another international, and then we dress up as suits, and
now we got America's Cup too.
Yeah, and it feels like prestigious. All our like European casters are there and stuff, and so I still get that feeling of dressing up and doing that stuff, just not all the time, and maybe it's even more because there's like a spike. So I would say of the things that I miss about old LCS, that is probably the least.
Yeah, I don't really miss it. I mean, it's just less comfortable too, right? Like that's the honest truth, is that, and especially when I first started, we were wearing like 3-piece suits and stuff on the regular.
Got that tie up here too.
Yeah, we always had to have ties, pretty much. You always have to have tie, and we would be wearing like a vest as well with the suit. Like we had like 3-piece suits, ties. You got the little, like, I don't know. It was a lot for day to day.
I thought, I thought as a viewer it was sick. It makes it feel really professional, right? You're watching the best players in your region compete. Yeah, I think it's super cool.
Now we just got a bunch of bums up there in sweaters.
Maybe we need to go back.
I don't know about that, but with Dash hosting and stuff, it felt really, really clean and formal.
I miss Dash more than the suits.
Me too.
Yeah. I thought it was super badass.
Sweaters are ruining the LCS. You heard it here first. Used to be girlfriends, now it's sweaters. All right.
That's an old callback, by the way. He didn't just say that.
Yeah, it's a very old callback.
Shout out to Crumbs.
Crumbs, yeah. That'll wrap it up for us here on the Jai driven by Kia. Be sure to subscribe to us on Apple Podcasts, YouTube, Spotify, wherever you like, and don't miss an episode. Subscribe to us on Kobe's Pokemon friend code as well. Don't miss an episode of The Dive. Also, leave a comment. We grab some questions. We'll maybe use some more in the future. LCS returns tomorrow, because today's Wednesday, but this will come out on tomorrow. So then it'll be the tomorrow after that for Friday, February 27th at 1 p.m. Pacific as TL takes online. Tickets are available now. Buy some. We'll see you there.
rosters built to win, but in this battle of expectations, only one will continue in the lower bracket.
On my next queue, keep waiting, keep waiting. Keep waiting.
I'm waiting. I'm gonna ult to buy two.
Actually, I might go on Jarvan. Guys, look on Jarvan.
They want to GG.
Wait, much
I'm
kinda
looking
early.
there. I'm looking at okay.
Aurora dead.
Aurora dead.
Focus on Jarvan.
Sorry about that.
Looks pretty good.
Yeah, looks pretty good.
Get dragon.
Try to kill Nar as well. Try to kill Nar as well.
Yeah, Nash up there.
Yeah. Sorry, I flashed way too early.
Okay, go Nash, go Nash.
The Dragon Soul is secured, and Lion smash a team fight with a double kill to Akali.
Yeah, I'm walking in here.
Can you guys start the fight or
Look
something?
me.
Coming.
Nothing good.
Looks pretty bad, I think.
Look, Lucian.
Lucian dead.
Try run.
It's okay. You can win. Vayne will carry hard.
Okay.
Keep going. There's
Drake
only
is on
tanks,
bottom
only tanks.
Yeah,
Only tanks, go.
Yeah.
Anything, go.
no flash on Galio.
You asked for a miracle, and Saint delivers. Holy! He is popping off this game.
I can't think of that. Darkwing.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. Darkwing's a dope one. Yeah. Oh, true.
They're continuing an argument that you guys didn't get to hear.
Raz is on
something.
All you need to know. I can't count. Let the record show.
Before we go live, Raz is always doing something that then makes the rest of us crack up.
Just seeing Kobe's shifty-eyed face, like, let me think about that.
You guys just saw highlights from yesterday. I don't think there's a better reaction to day one than this tweet from APA, who's been, we've talked about how he's been on one. This entire
He's been on like 1, 2, 3, 4.
Yeah.
He's been on like 5. Like, honestly, just have his tweets on like I'm gonna have my notifications on with his brother. I'm telling you right now, my notifications are on. The zoom in. You must have APA's notifications on Twitter. I gotta say though, him and Impact, you should get out there. It's like everybody that got kicked off Team Liquid is going to finish higher than Team Liquid.
Yeah, they're both facing each other today.
No.
And that's a great transition into our bracket because we are in finals weekend. So all three teams here will be going to Brazil. It's just a matter of, are they going there for America's Cup or are they going there as representing the LCS for first stand? And Lyon today are kind of looking to complete that sneaky lower bracket run.
The sneaky lower bracket run, the unexpected, this is actually the expected lower bracket run from both TL and Lyon because we all expected these teams to come out and be good. I'd say more so for TL because they played in Kespa Cup, so people had some pretty high expectations. But Lyon as well, I gotta say, the improvements it just looks so much more coordinated. Lyon, when we get these comms listening, are these not the cleanest comms that you've ever heard?
Yeah. Oh, no, it's great.
The direction for this team, it just looks to be up and to the right.
That may be fair, but with Sentinels being in the upper bracket and with Lyon like tackling through yesterday with the most insane stuff, I feel like there's gonna be a lot of crazy overreactions, which is why we tasked our Discord with their own overreaction. So I'm interested in Jackson's first take. I want to see it. What's your thoughts, Jackson?
Hello, LCS. My name is Jackson, and I have a simple take. Quid was being boosted by River, and by the end of Summer Split, no one will consider him a top 3 mid laner. It'll be APA, Saint, and finally Quad overtaking him.
Woo! Okay. This is a very spicy take. I think now is the time to do that take, though.
Get it in,
Yeah, because Quid has not been performing to expectations. Like Jackson is saying, the hype coming in for Quid in the offseason, he was like, everybody wanted Quid, right?
Yeah.
The most sought after pickup. Yeah. People are like, you know what? We're dropping APA. We're going to get Quid. It's going to be so much better. It's not better.
It's not better. But I will say credit to him, credit to Jackson. He's very specific in what he believes to be the top 3 by summer. I think the only person I would probably take off is probably going to be Saint for his inconsistencies, just because or even just Quad because he's not going to have the jungle and support to be able to sustain him within the mid lane. Quid is statistically incredible. They just have a lot of problems, and it's for a split. He's talking about third split. That's a crazy overreaction, but that's what the segment is.
I think the overreaction part is he was being boosted in the past by River. He definitely wasn't getting boosted in the past.
I'm probably the biggest River. Actually, no, you love River too, but have loved River since his like PSG days, right? But I also think Quid is individually just a top mid in the LCS. I also do think one thing that River, I will say an unsung thing that River brings to all of his teams is that he's so fun. Like something catastrophic happens and he is just laughing it off and telling his team to go, like keep going, right? And I think that is invaluable to someone like Quid, who I think could internalize some of his own mistakes too much if he doesn't have a teammate like that.
That being said, all of us pretty much disagree with Jackson, but that's what it's all about. I'm interested in hearing from King Monchi. King Monchi, what's your take?
Hello, this is King Monchi. Shout out to Jat's YouTube shorts. My take is that C9 and Sentinels will be re-meeting in the finals for 2 reasons. One, Lyon already played their hand with the shifting first pick Varus into top lane. And 2, Sentinels isn't nearly as bad as TL is in the mid to late game macro. I'm predicting a 3-2 Sentinels win.
Ooh.
I like this take because, you know, the Inspired gave an interview with LLA, a little bit of a spoiler, where he has some similar thoughts. So honestly, this one might not be an overreaction. The part I disagree with is that showing your hand of the Varus swap.
Yeah.
They had way more in that hand.
Yeah.
They were holding so much more, you know, the Ord jungle, the Vayne stuff. So I think that Lions, I think they have a very big hand they're still holding.
Yeah.
But they did show a decent amount of stuff yesterday.
I think the small add to that, because this is the part I disagree with, I don't think necessarily showing your hand is a bad thing here, because I do think this is a specific plan for Morgan, right? Inspired had talked previously about how Morgan's strong laning kind of covers up a lot for TL and allows them to play make in bot lane specifically. And I think this team seems like a team that is going to study their opponent and kind of come up with whatever they have in those hands to go up against them. And I don't think Sentinels can be approached in the same way.
I think they technically can. Because, like, the biggest thing is, yes, Morgan, as strong as he was as a laner, incredibly strong, like he was predictable in what he was going to go for, but also with how Team Liquid is going to be playing heavily towards their bot side. And if I think about Sentinels, we're going to be playing heavily towards our bot side, and we're going to be trying to blind pick for impact on weak side, like top laners. So if you don't think Dokla is going to just do this, he's goofy. He's like, I'll do it again. So I don't think that's something you can really necessarily stop, especially in the mid game when you have 2 splitting side laners versus a team that's heavily reliant on playing front to back with their with Rahel as an AD carry. So it's going to be tough for them.
We'll see.
I like that one. That was a good one.
These are good ones. And he was walking down, like, shout out to Jet's YouTube channel, walking down, maybe walking a dog or something. That was good.
Sentinels, they actually did get kind of demolished last week, but there should be hype around this team. I mean, basically everybody who's fought Cloud9 has lost to Cloud9. How are you guys feeling about the state, you know, after receiving the Cloud9 loss? Because they were talking a lot about, you know, building up their own weapons and stuff too. So I think Sentinels still got something in them. They did accomplish one goal. Golden Glue tweeted out about, oh yeah, we were working on our early game and we successfully lasted versus Cloud9, primarily focusing on our early game. The unfortunate thing, of course, is that after the early game, they then lost.
Yeah.
But let's start with the positive, because they did accomplish this goal. You know, I have a couple of clips as well, because honestly, it was very impressive. It was a huge improvement for Sentinels, and versus a team like Cloud9, they went quite even in a lot of cases, and sometimes even winning in the early game. Here's a clip of the improved synergy between these two. Wait.
Scroll the drawing tool. Scroll.
Hold on, Raz. What kind of trick do you?
Don't worry about it.
Between Darkwings and Hambach. One of our big stories, Raz, at the beginning of the split was the communication was mostly in Korean, and honestly still is, for Sentinels. And Darkwings here is the one that's kind of left out because he does not speak Korean. He's the only one on the team that doesn't speak Korean. But look at this synergy. I'm going to roll this clip. Boom. Flash, root on the Ahri. Boom. Flash, W flash, ult follow from Hambach. Like, that was clean. APA didn't even get to blow his flash here. So the improved synergy is very, very critical between mid-jungle. I can show you again, Raz. In slow-mo here.
I'm down.
Look at this. Darkwings, boom, flash root. Look at Hambach. W, flash, ult. And APA doesn't even get to move. Really, really critical like individual improvements, but also if we take a look at the gold graphs, a lot of it was macro decisions as well and lane allocations with the likes of Huhi. Look at this the first up to like 10 minutes.
Yeah.
They're even in all these games. Within 1,000 gold is basically even in all these games versus Cloud9, the best team in the league. It's just that, yes, with all them putting all their effort into focusing on early game, then the Sentinels now, hopefully this past week, they put more effort into mid game as well.
I loved that play because it immediately turned into a top dive with Hambach and Darkwings. Like I felt like not only did they were able to get that early game lead, but it transitioned to something greater. And then you saw that like giving Ziggs away, I think in game 3, but immediately like finding that early Jarvan gank, like their focus on the early game turned into early games lead pretty consistently against the strongest team in the league.
Exactly.
And that's something I really appreciate about Sentinels whenever they've said like, oh, we're going to work on this. We're going to work on Drake setups, right? We're going to work on our early game. It pays off. Now I'm going to focus on the second part of Golden Glue's clip, which is the team fighting and macro. Because here's where it kind of all goes wrong in some of these games here. So this is actually the setup for this, is that Huhi has come up here for a lane gank after backing. Rahel actually had pushed this waved in, is now coming up here. They have Ambessa to join up for a potential play onto the Gnar on top side. And we're just gonna play it through because what happens is, okay. I don't know how to make it stop going slow.
You can just reset and
yeah. But basically, this dive ends up failing, and what happens is that C9 is going to get so much on this bot side of the map by comparison. So basically, even when Impact is going to come down here and TP in, he is going to end up dying. Previously, Sentinels had sent all 5 members up here, right? And so now they're just caught in a really, really tough position where going into this, they actually had a 500 gold lead. After that play, Sven ends up with 1.9k at the end of this, and C9 overall is going to end up being at 1.5k after taking down this turret, right? So even though after all this play, turrets are traded evenly, right? This gold lead is going to end up with Sven in a great position going into now this play where Sentinels have actually defeated the Rift Herald, right? So it's like, okay, we have Drake coming up really, really soon. We're hopefully going to look to push out this mid wave, right? Get some vision down to set up for Drake. You can use the Herald to do that. It's one of the oldest plays in the book. But then what ends up happening is that C9 is actually going to end up pushing in for vision all in this river. Rise is going to be pushing in this wave, which is good, but unfortunately Sentinels aren't really synced up on this, so he's actually going to be late to the fight. And once C9 clear out all of this vision here, they take complete control over this brush and make a play onto Hambach. And all of this is just in how good C9 are in setting up these plays, right? Because Impact and Rahel are all over here. It's difficult for them to join. Darkwings, you saw him ulting into here. He's too late to join. I love how late these, the Lulu ult and the wall come in. Both APA and Vulcan are so patient with those. And it just showcases where a few things, basically a macro play and a team fight, where everything kind of ends up going wrong for Sentinels because they're either not necessarily on the same page or they overforce too much in one situation.
This all makes a lot of sense to me. I think from both of your guys' perspective, seeing the negatives of Sentinels and how they make their setups, but like we've seen it be positive in the past, and also the positives of their laning phase. I think both wrapped around makes perfect sense. I think both these teams, too, also have something that overlaps with each other, and that is the tale of two veins. Because for me, I don't know what you guys are talking about.
I don't know where we're going with this.
Because like for me, it was a tale of two veins in the sense that we got to see the vein from Dokla, but we were basically robbed from being able to see the Vayne in the
From the
Sentinels.
remake, the champion select remake?
Yeah, it was a Phantom Vayne. He ended
Okay.
up like being able to back away from it and choosing the Twisted Fate instead. And was it really a worthwhile pick and option? We could have seen 2 solo lane Vaynes. So let's just walk this down here.
Okay.
What could have been, Raz?
Exactly, because sometimes Twisted Fate's kit is a little bit too complicated here. Because A, Dark Prince walks through, locks in that red card, wants to be able to like nail down APA here, and set up for Hambach as he's walking over with a flag and drag. Doesn't end up happening here. Yes. It
What if he tumble condemned him there?
Exactly. There was a wall right here. That would have been excellent.
Oh,
So
wow.
This could have been a
I
Vayne
can see
pick.
the angle.
I didn't like the Twisted Fate option.
Oh, no.
Well, let's move on further because it was just this one example. It's just a 7-minute point. But also, if you look at the minimap, you see Twisted Fate does use his ultimate. Yes, he can teleport here. They all nail down, not the Philios, if you can see a little bit closely, it's the Thresh. The problem here is, sadly, you're right in the middle of your own J4 ulti and perfectly setting up for the Ziggs here. I didn't really like it. You're trying your hardest to put down damage on toward a Thresh. It didn't work out here. Would have been incredible if you can use that condemn on towards your J4 ulti. It could have been a Vayne.
So,
sadly, didn't work out here.
Instead of Vayne spotting, we're watching TF spotting in this game?
Yeah. Yeah, I wasn't too fond of it. But so we're seeing a lot of negative examples here. I just wanted to show you one more. Just one more time.
Oh my God,
no.
Because they were trying to dive on towards Ven. You're pretty far behind at this point.
He's in the Cataclysm.
He's in the Cataclysm. He's in the Cataclysm. He's alone. They could not deal enough damage here. Had to flash out of his own Cataclysm. I'm just not seeing the options. I think, once again, would have been enough damage to be able to take him out if you were a Vayne.
All right, I see.
So,
I'm learning a lot.
all in all, we see these 3 plays in which we just didn't have enough DPS throughout this fight. We see another one here, except this is Dokla picking the Vayne. Yes, his entire team botches the fight. It's just a 2v4 at this point. Because then, you know, Saint ends up assassinating Yana in those ones. But like, take a look at the rest of this fight. Insane movement speed. He's dashing through at Mach speed, ending up being able to clean out a team fight that was originally lost. This could only be done because Dokla loves to find those Vayne options. So that's a positive play. So all in all, I want to take a step back here. And I want to show you something simple. If you guys can turn right behind you and see 2 options that were obvious here. The positives and the negatives. Unfortunately, this is just the negative for the Twisted Fate. A, neckbeard fedora combination. That's a bad combo.
That is a very
That's not a fedora, bro. That is a cowboy hat.
That's a cowboy hat? This one, it looks bad for a cowboy hat. I'm not a fan of this one. 0 damage, down 20 CS at 15. Can stun sometimes, mostly accidental red card. And you're ulting, Twisted Fate ulting into danger. Not good. Meanwhile, the Vayne, badass. You see those sunglasses? That's sick. Percent health, true damage, that's always a win. I already talked about the Mach speed. Can also stun, especially when you're right next to a wall we saw in the earlier play. Up 500 gold, but that's a Dokla classic. And on top of that, can go literally invisible with your ulti. Meanwhile, Twisted Fate was invisible in the game. So I'm just saying 2 clear differences. Maybe we can see something a little bit more creative in the draft here.
So you're telling me they should have followed the cosmic sign of the misclick on the Vayne and just went with it?
I think so.
The universe is trying to tell them.
Yes, but we do have Jat with Impact, maybe seeing if we can get a Vayne game today.
Thanks, Raz. Impact, taking a look at the series yesterday, Vayne, Aurelia, Varus, all that stuff top lane, has that changed the way you're thinking about the matchup?
Not really, because his lane pitch was not great, in my opinion. He was doing fine. I thought Saint was playing really well. Okay, sorry. He was playing well, I thought I care more like how Saint gonna play in the side lane compared to like Dokla playing. But I think he have good confidence, because if you don't confident, you cannot play that kind of champ, you know? So I respect that, but I'm not worried that much.
How's your confidence coming into today? Because Golden Glue said last week you worked a lot on your early game, and you've made improvements every week. So what's the confidence like, and what have you worked on in this last week?
What should I say? Like, I mean, I try more champion pool possible skin, because best of 5-2, I make more option to I'm asked the Grace to I want to play this kind of champion more possible scan, and yeah, I think I hope I can shoot it today too, you know.
Yeah, looking forward to it. I know a few Impact pocket picks, but I won't reveal them here. We'll send it back to the desk, and we'll be back with Dokla.
Ooh, a few Impact pocket picks.
What's the Impact got in his pockets?
I mean, I know of a few. I think I've seen a few. But let's talk about Lyon now, because Raz, you gave an excellent, I think, presentation.
Thank you. It's exquisite.
On Vayne. It was great. But the fact that my big thing was, this starts with the Varus top. The fact that the team had so much confidence in these counter picks from Dokla and the flexibility in their drafting really, really spoke to just how much they've been able to improve with the week off and then making the lower bracket run.
And I especially love embracing the changes of the new season.
Yes.
Top lane, we came into this season and we're like, oh my God, the opportunities for top lane are gonna be endless. Their quest is amazing. There's turret plate guaranteed money up there. You get a free teleport so you can take combat zones. And we're like, oh, the possibilities. And so many pro games have still been teleports.
Yeah.
But this team, Lyon, they have confidence in their players as well. And so when your coaching staff and when your teammates have confidence in you and they're like, yes, you know, play your counter pick, take whatever you need up there to be able to neutralize the best player on Team Liquid, and then they actually successfully do that, it's a beautiful thing to see it, like embracing the new season, crafting a strategy that specifically attacks your opponent and takes away their strength. And you know, I hope that they've got some more crafty tools.
It might be my favorite season so far, because so much of it has been thus far Enchanter supports being an opportunity. Now we're getting to see.
That's your favorite?
Well, now we're getting to see the other side of it. Now we can send love towards the top side of the map, but let's send more love to the top side of the map, because Jat is also standing alongside Dokla for an interview.
Great series yesterday. Got to play a lot of interesting stuff. Aurelia, Varus, and Vayne. I need to ask, how did you even prepare that stuff? How did you practice that stuff in scrims leading up to the series?
We didn't really practice it in scrims. It looks like a good opportunity, and then you just play it on stage. That's what Solo Queue's for.
So you actually didn't scrim it at all?
Well, not at all. But, like, we did scrim a little bit, but it's not like, oh yeah, so we're gonna go expect to play Vayne here. It just happened, look good in the moment, and you just go with it.
It seemed really specifically tailored to go up against Team Liquid. Could we expect a similar specific strategy to go up against Sentinels today, or how's it looking?
Yeah, I'm noticing Golden Glue not wearing his headset, so you can listen.
Very interesting.
Really interesting here from Golden Glue over there. Yeah, it's going to be a good game, and what was the question?
The headset's back on now.
Yeah.
What's the biggest weakness of 100 Thieves?
I mean, it was a draft, so surely. Like, everyone knows that, right?
All right, Dokla, good luck today. It was great seeing you yesterday. Back to the desk.
He was trying.
Grayson trying to spy on what Dokla has been saying.
Hey, good awareness from Dokla to spot that. He's like, yo, they're creeping on us. He's trying to listen.
The most impressive thing to me, though, talking to him yesterday and then also listening to this interview today, obviously they did practice this, but whenever you change the way, because like these more range tops or the Aurelia, they change fundamentally the way that team compositions work, right?
Yeah.
And so the rest of the team really has to go around it, just like, for example, the change from engage to enchanter supports, right? You have to play differently as a team. And that, to me, was the most impressive thing about Lyon yesterday.
Yeah, and a lot of people are super impressed with yesterday because Lyon are coming into this series now really hot. We'll get into the predictions in a bit, but Inspired actually thinks that this series will be very close, maybe closer than yesterday.
About Sentinels, what do you expect for facing against Sentinels tomorrow?
I think Sentinels is probably a better team than Team Liquid, honestly, from the last, like, my observation against them. Because I feel like Team Liquid doesn't really know how to play the game, but they're just good individual players. But I feel like Sentinel is opposite. I think they're not the best individual players, but they really know how to play the game. I feel like Huhi and Hambak are honestly very scary support jungle duo. It seems like Hambak he knows his role in the game, and Huhi really is good at supporting that, and he's playing around him very well. So honestly, I think against Sentinels the game is gonna be different than it was today against Team Liquid. I think against Sentinels maybe we'll try to pick the lanes that can snowball a bit harder, because I feel like against Team Liquid, if we just pick scaling lanes, they would never be able to punish that. But I think Sentinels is a team that is gonna be better at punishing scaling champs. So we'll see how our approach goes in the draft. But I think it's kind of an opposite to Team Liquid, how Sentinels play. I think just worse individual players, but way better team.
All right.
That reaction from Lau at the beginning of it was my reaction too. The shock of like him thinking that Sentinels would be the stronger team. But by the end of it, I was like, that reasoning makes complete sense.
I love that answer because he gave a lot of detail here on their views of the differences of these teams. What about your views, Raz?
Yeah.
Do you think this series is going to be close?
Not at all.
Or not?
I think it's going to be 3-0, and it's based on what we saw yesterday. So let's talk about the 3 iconic drafts that we got to see from Lyon. Because it started out with the Varus pick. The Varus pick, at first pick, you're like, oh, so it's just a simple Varus going to the bot lane, the strongest AD carry in the patch. No, they end up swapping it with the Xayah going bot lane, and they ended up trapping the Renekton into Varus matchup that worked really well for Dokla, the ranged top lane connoisseur. And it was like, okay, maybe that won't happen again. No, it happened again, but this time around we got to see the Aurelia pick as the Gnar was locked in on the 3-4, or the 4-5 that is. And then you go into the really iconic game that shocked everyone, was the moment you see Ornn locked in, you're like, thank God we finally have an Ornn blind pick and I can like counter pick safely. They go Camille Galio and instantly the Vayne pick answer afterwards. So I think the drafting from Lyon has just been the best drafting and preparation that we've seen all year long. Even I'm also gonna include last year. It's just been my favorite series of drafts.
Wow.
Get last year in there too.
Yeah, 25, 26.
This year's been pretty short. We haven't had that much time.
Honestly, this is by far and away the most impressive draft I've seen in a while.
And it just makes it impossible to be able to prep against.
Yeah, it was really nicely done because it's a super, like, you get the Camille counter, so Team Liquid thinks that they're getting a really good and like they're going to be the super spice, but then Vayne having condemned to like knock Camille out of her own ultimate, so then you can like let the people break this Camille Galio combination. It was so good in so many different ways from them that Raz, I'm on Team Lyon as well.
There we go.
I'm on that hype train. I like that Inspired has a healthy amount of respect for Sentinels, though, as we heard in the interview that we showed just beforehand.
Not over there.
But how could you not love that face? Dokla, after they unleashed him, they let this man play his ranged top laners. Did you see his smile?
Oh, yeah.
Big Dokes is coming in hot into this series as well, and it sounds like Lyon will tailor a different strategy versus Sentinels and attack them a different way. Emily, are you also on this Lyon hype train?
Surely you're with
I
Sentinels.
am.
Oh, okay.
And it is because of all the things you said, plus Saint. I actually thought Saint played so well yesterday. In particular, I want to bring up once again, we've now added, yes, his KDA has fallen a bit because it was at a ridiculous like 49 going into yesterday.
Oh no, it's down to 12.
Yeah, no, oh no, 12, so terrible, right? But look at the difference in these numbers. He's been so good for them. His Ahri game was like just
it was
off
a carry.
The charts.
It was a hard carry.
From his laning to his team fighting in that was amazing. I'm borrowing Raz's prop from yesterday of El Santo. But I think his glow up throughout this lower bracket run has been phenomenal. He's been a key piece in what Lyon want to do, and I think it's super important.
Oh, you guys have him, at least Sentinels taking a game.
Yeah. Oh, crazy. You're going to disrespect Sentinels?
Yeah.
Remember the interview I did with Huhi where he said, we are building our own weapons as well? I actually think that Sentinels are going to be able to put up a better fight. As Inspired also, thought that Sentinels was going to be a more difficult team than Team Liquid because Sentinels did focus on their early game and can punish scaling picks if you go for it. So it's going to have to require some changes on the part of Lyon.
Yeah.
But big Dokes, baby!
That's true. That's true. I mean, like, I guess if I would see a success from Sentinels, it would have to be off of bot lane from Rahel and Huhi. I am a Rahel appreciator. I still think he is the best AD carry in the league. So, like...
What, you think Impact's too old? What's going on there?
Yeah, wow.
That's messed up.
Raz.
Look, if I'm 33 and I have to do my stretches, I don't know what he has to do. All right? I have to do his stretches.
He's got pocket picks, Emily.
Yeah, no,
Shen?
he actually, Shen and
He'd
the
probably throw a
Mordekaiser.
Zac at top lane in there or something.
Shen and Mordekaiser are the two that I was really thinking.
Good luck with the Blade of the Rune King himself, all right?
Impact, he's crafty. He's got some tricks too, buddy.
All right, he's still going to be having to get whacked by the Blade of the Rune King.
Oh my
He's
God.
got every tank pick he has. Unless if he's playing his own Jack skin that he won, then, all right, then I'll give him that.
All right, what about that Hambach Darklings clip that I showed at the beginning?
Oh, I'm kind of liking that. I'm kind of like, no, I do not care, all right? At this point, we've talked too much. We've talked too much.
We're convincing you?
No, this just started with the games. Get out of here.
Welcome back to the LCS Finals lock-in weekend. Today we send one team to America's Cup and another to the finals with a shot to represent the LCS at first stand. First up, the new kids on the block, Sentinels, have already secured top 3 in their debut split and are looking to earn another shot at Cloud9 tomorrow. Meanwhile, Lyon are coming in hot off a 3-1 win over Team Liquid, where they dominated in draft with flex picks and dominated on the Rift with incredible coordination. Today, they look to continue their lower bracket run, where they're already an amazing 6-1. Will Lyon continue their lower bracket dominance, or can Sentinels stop them in their tracks? LCS starts right now.
And I'm really looking forward to this series to see if Sentinels can prove the doubters wrong, because everyone going into this weekend, even though there were 4 teams and Sentinels was already top 3, were saying Sentinels is the worst of the lot of them. So now Lyon, having pulled out all of their, well, many draft curveballs yesterday, is looking really hot, but Sentinels has just been waiting and practicing and having the opportunity to improve.
Yeah, and well, at least for one, Inspired seemed to disagree with that sentiment that they were the 4th best team. You know, he was saying he thinks that they are going to be more difficult than Team Liquid. He thinks that they are a better team, maybe not as strong individually, but their team play is better. They play the game, you know, more the way he believes is the correct way to play. And he also gave a lot of credit to Huhi and Hambach, who I think have been fantastic for Sentinels.
Absolutely, their connection to each other has been great in game, and already Sentinels is attacking one of the patterns that we noticed from Lyon in the past few days, and that's with the Nocturne ban. So often in these game 1s, the Orianna and the Azir get traded, but what Lyon has consistently done is they trade and take the Nocturne, because the Nocturne then turns the Control Mage matchup, but they've gone ahead, gotten rid of both the Akali and the Nocturne to hopefully protect Darkwing's Orianna first pick a little bit more.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if we are just going to see the Azir as the trade. Saint definitely a big fan of that pick in particular. And it is kind of the standard these days. You know, not as many AD jungle bans on the table as we had seen yesterday. We had been seeing so many bans in that series, you know, focused on the AD junglers that did push people a little bit outside of the norm as far as those picks go, even allowing us to see things like that flex pick Ornn in the jungle.
Yeah, so as you mentioned, just trading the 2 picks, but now is likely to be the blind pick junglers, unless Inspired wants to do something crazy in game 1. Fairly unlikely, though, with very standard draft going on so far. All the global junglers have been banned away, with the Pantheon going out as well. And an interesting takeaway here, Inspired, while he is a fine Jarvan, I think it's more of a takeaway pick from Hambach, with Jarvan being one of his favorite picks.
Yeah, I think, you know, for a game 1, you're kind of expecting people to pick, you know, one of Pantheon, which is banned out, and then Xin, Jarvan, Vi. Those are the other 3 that are generally kind of first game type of tier for those AD junglers. And it is basically exclusively AD junglers these days with the AP mid laners. So Hambach will get his choice of, I'm expecting, as I said, the Vi or the Xin. It's really just what he thinks fits the composition. And in this case, it is going to be the Xin. And I think it makes sense for Sentinels, because Huhi is such a strong engage player. They don't necessarily need to have Hambach, you know, playing on that Vi, playing that engage role, because Huhi can easily fill that.
This is where I'm really glad that we have Fearless, because I'm totally fine looking at the Orianna Azir handshake once a series.
Yes.
That's great.
Never again.
And then, okay, the AD junglers, great guys, have at it. Renekton, perfect. Blind that thing that first game. And that's what we see in so many of these series. A little bit interesting, though, that they have already pulled out the Renekton, allowing Dokla an early counter pick if he chooses for this Renekton.
Yep, the Varus, of course, is banned out, though, by Lyon themselves. So that was the counter pick he was able to bring out yesterday against Morgan and get a solo kill in that matchup. Gnar is the standard answer that we see most of the time in the LCS. So Dokla doesn't necessarily have to go too crazy, and he is just going to lock in that Gnar. So pretty much as standard gets here for the first 3 picks on both sides. The top side of the map has been locked in, so it's just going to be bot lane focus bans. If I'm Lyon, I'm probably targeting Huhi a bit, trying to trim that engage support pool a bit, and see if you can get a more preferential matchup as a result, because it feels like you kind of know, given the first 3, that Huhi is going to be playing engage.
Absolutely. The Gnar is very standard from a theoretical perspective, but it's not really a Dokla pick. It's the first Gnar that he's played this year, and historically, in the 423 games on Games of Legends, he has only 11 Gnar games and 2 Gnar wins. So he's 2-9 on Gnar all time in his career, which, considering he's been playing in pro since 2017, very, very low pick rate actually for Doklas. So not a Gnar specialist by any means.
No, absolutely. I mean, generally when you look at a lot of these longtime top laners, Gnar is one of their, at least in their top 5, right? Because it has been such a consistent champion for so long. Ashe is going to be banned out, which is kind of that double ban towards the Ashe Seraphine bot lane, which has become so highly prioritized these days. It is so strong. Nautilus going to be banned out on the other side. Still a ton of AD picks are up and available. Kind of conspicuously absent from the ban list right now are champions like Corki and Yunara, Aphelios, Ezreal. Those are the ones that I'm kind of expecting they will go towards in this first game. And it's just really dealer's choice, especially on the Lion side. They could just go one of these kind of hyper-scaling Lulu plus Aphelios or Yunara pairings since they already have good engage with the Jarvan. Yeah,
the Lulu as well as the Ashe bans from Lyon definitely cut out, I'd say, 2 of the more explosive scaling lanes, like the Yunara Lulu as well as the Ashe Seraphine, which are oftentimes like game 1 drafts now with how the meta is evolving. So a lot of almost defensive banning there by Lyon, but I'm still going to be really interested in this Gnar versus Renekton matchup, only because Impact, those are his 2 most played all time, is Renekton and Gnar. And then Dokla is just opting into, a Gnar Renekton battle with a Master.
Yeah, Impact has a lot of experience in that kind of matchup. And Impact has been having a bit of a resurgence this year. Received a lot of criticism on his last year's performance with Team Liquid. Him and APA, honestly, a lot of people felt like kind of got thrown under the bus. But lo and behold, they have both surpassed what TL has accomplished this split, which has got to feel really good for them with TL getting knocked out yesterday.
Must be super vindicating for them. Outlasting TL. TL, I also can't believe I didn't mention it, finished 4th again. It just... the more things change, the more they stay the same.
Well, Karma gets locked in, so that almost guarantees it's going to be Karma Ezreal. And Berserker had a really impressive Ezreal game in their final game against Jan's Lucian, was really out-trading him in the mid lane, showcasing his skill on that pick. Looked really, really strong. So the question is, where does Sentinels want to go? Corki Nami would be a really powerful laning duo to try to match. It does mean they are very light on engage, but that is the option that they're looking for. So it is a bit of a different style of comp here for Sentinels because your only true engage is, Xin dashing in, a Renekton flank, Nami tidal wave. There's no real guaranteed go buttons. Whereas on the other side, you have Inspired on Jarvan, who has that clear start to a fight.
Jarvan and Azir, the main engagers for Lyon. For Sentinels, it's anyone with Orianna Ball flashing with the ult is kind of what they're going to have to do. But I would say, just because of the relative mobility of the Sentinels team comp, there's fairly low engage on both sides, so I would expect a slightly slower pace of game unless someone tries to play really aggressively in the enemy space.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see if Inspired wants to get active early. He is a player who generally highly prioritizes his farm, wants to keep his CS up, really is an incredible team fighter, but he can play all of the different styles. And I do have some concerns for Sentinels because, when I'm looking over there, you are really light on engage, and you're really light on engage against Ezreal and Azir, who are 2 champions that are very difficult to lock down. Great disengage, obviously, with the Emperor's Divide. Ezreal's just hard to lock down, period. So I am a little bit worried for them. And yes, there is good mobility on the Sentinel side, but I think Orianna is kind of that clear target for the Jarvan. Lock down the Orianna. If she doesn't have flash, that can be problematic. So we'll see how Sentinels is going to problem solve. They have really strong lanes. So hey, when you're light on engage, it doesn't always matter if you win your lanes because you can get ahead, be first to the objective.
Yeah, I give a slight edge to the Lyon draft. Also a slight edge to Lyon in this series, based off of what we've seen yesterday in their run through the lower bracket. Going to be very interesting to see who takes this series and goes on to face Cloud9 in the grand finals tomorrow.
Going to be exciting, kicking things off here. One team going to be moving on to finals to face Cloud9 tomorrow, and the other will be eliminated in 3rd place, but they will still go to Brazil either way. So both these teams have at least secured a trip there to compete in America's Cup. But game 1 going to be kicking things off, and interested to see what kind of a pace Sentinels wants to play, how aggressive they're going to get here. Lyon, of course, just had, 4-game series yesterday, so I think that they're going to be feeling a lot more kind of warmed up, so to speak, compared to Sentinels.
Yeah, that's always the balance between fatigue versus warmed up. I do feel like, having experienced a little bit as well, the series the day before is generally more of a benefit than a detriment, just because more so when there's road shows. When there's studio shows, it's a little bit less because this is a familiar environment for everyone, but still, just being in the exact same seats 2 days in a row, I think can give you a little bit of confidence right off the gate.
Yeah, and I mean, when you're thinking about the last 2 series that these teams played, Lyon is coming off of a big win against TL, feeling hyped up, and Sentinels is coming off of an absolute smackdown by Cloud9, where, you know, in that upper bracket, that series was not very close. So even just confidence-wise, that can get into your mind. So we'll see how they're going to perform. Saint has just been fantastic, though, for Lyon throughout the playoffs. Really has been performing. So I think Darkwings has a pretty big job for Sentinels here today. He's got to perform.
Completely agree. Someone who performed great yesterday, though, was Dokla with his crazy picks. Varus in game 1, meta champ. Wow, to do that game 2. Wins with Aurelia and Vayne. Really turned that series around. Not only the Vayne in the game 4, but then the Orange Jungle, I think, really confused Team Liquid. And then today, even though it's a standard pick, it's not standard for Dokla, but we'll see if he can continue that level of performance on unique picks to him.
And the thing that impressed me most is not even that he brought out these picks, it's that Lyon as a whole played so well around the strengths and weaknesses of the picks. True. It just felt like they had such a good understanding of how to play it out, right? You know, when they were weak, they were just playing sides. And then once, you know, they were playing that Varus game and they get to late game and then all of a sudden there's Seeker's arm guards on everyone, there's Zonia's on everyone, and TL doesn't really have an opportunity to actually team fight. Well, now Lyon is going to show up to the Dragons and look to team fight you. So just such a good understanding. Really was impressed by how they played that out. And Inspired here is down towards that bottom side, but looking for a potential angle here onto Darkwings.
Yep, skipping Crab for a gank, maybe looking to get Flash.
Yeah, just going to try to wrap around Darkwings. He wants to go towards that top side. Scuttlebee's going to flash back over the wall here, and Darkwings trying to flash out. He is slowed. Will be able to walk it out. At the end of the day, it's a trade of flashes. Jungler for mid lane. Impact, though, going in aggressive here on a Dokla. Bone plating likely to keep him alive, but is pushed quite low.
Yep, so Dokla going to have to reset here. Knows Inspired is in the top river, so isn't that fearful of a jungler diving him. Impact goes in and gets a plate, and here's Hambach.
Yeah, heal going to be forced out early there by Sentinels as Rahel just valked in onto Isles. He popped the heal, and they knew they didn't have their jungle on that side of the map, so had to play defensive, but it's just a nice little trade for them at the end of the day, and they do have that sustained advantage with Nami, plus the 2 potions are still in inventory for Huhi.
Yeah, I do really like what Inspired did with that mid gank, though, trading flash for flash, because a lot of times, for instance, as they go in for really aggressive trade.
For the Rue here, it's going to land. In comes the shift from Berserker. He's looking to knock down Rahel. Rahel is just going to be gone. It's first blood there for Berserker, and now Huhi flashes out, but he is killed off as well. That is the passive stacks. That is the lethal tempo stacks there on the Ezreal, who is so powerful in these early game fights.
What a 2v2 kill there by Berserker and Isles. Isles saw the angle, flashed in right away, and clearly Berserker was on the same page, and now a flashless Orianna.
Surprise, the knockup is there. Saint shifts on in, and Darkwings looks like he is going to fall. He is knocked down as well. It's Lyon off to a roaring start as Dokla's looking for a solo kill in the top lane.
Every single lane just explodes at once for Lyon. Yesterday they played this slow, scaling game. Here they're throwing uppercuts right off the bat, and you can see Berserker just knows he's strong. Isles flashes in. There's no mana left on Huhi, so they don't have to fear any bubbles or Nami spells. And once he's at melee range, it's just auto attacks, weaves that W in for the second auto, and accelerates his own gold.
This is one of these things people think about Ezreal as a weak early game champ. You know, you have to scale up, you have to get your tier, you have to get your spikes. Well, he had lethal tempo stack and the passive stacks, so he has so much bonus attack speed in that fight that he is just going to destroy you in these situations. And they knew exactly how strong they were. Rahel and Huhi maybe had a little bit of false confidence after getting Isles so low, thanks to that gank from Hambach, and as a result, they get destroyed, and now Lyon out to a really strong early lead.
Yeah, I say a lot of times Ezreal is weak in your solo queue games. When it's Berserker or a top tier AD carry,
it's a different champion.
No, it's a totally different champion because they're landing their Qs, they're utilizing the passive, they're utilizing that lethal tempo, and it's also why a lot of people hate seeing it with Yuumi, because then you actually have to play weak. Because the champion is actually very strong in early laning phase, but to get back to this mid lane, things have gone from bad to worse. Burning the flash early usually sets up a level 6 Azir shuffle, but they then killed him pre-6. Now the shuffle's up, and the flash is still gone from Darkwing, so he has to play incredibly safe now.
Yeah, and Zayn didn't even have to trade flashes at all during that whole extended sequence. So things looking really good for Lyon. As you could see, the bot lane roaming up to help Inspired secure that crab. It will not be contested. Sentinels looking to see, is there an angle to steal away some camps, to do something up here?
This is the classic. Everything is going well for Lyon. What do teams do? They try and kill Dokla. It's just what everyone goes for when things are going a bit pear-shaped. But Dokla doesn't let the wave crash. He's in Mega, so it looks like Darkwings has to go back and catch his wave. Inspired's going to lose his Grump, but he's going to be up a Drake.
Yeah, and I mean, they have got to know what is going on because no one is showing up down to this dragon. So Dokla is just trying to thin the wave as much as he possibly can, but now he is in mini form. So he's trying to contest impact. He's trying to stop this from crashing. He clearly knows that the dive could be coming.
He's buying time for Inspired to make his way up the top lane. So Inspired just based. He's moving up. And really nice job there by Dokla, keeping the minions away from the turret.
Yeah, they're going to go in, though. Dominus is going to be popped. There's the stun. Dokla hopping back, but can he get out to safety? No. Hombach pops the Crescent Guard and knocks him down with that Spear to the Heart.
Inspired might go for the kill.
Inspired in. Cataclysm is there. You are locked into the tower. Inspired uses that tower to shoot down the Croc, and now even going to try to threaten to pull the wave, but the next wave is very far away. This would be a long freeze.
Well, he wants to do Dokla a solid. Dokla gave the kill gold to Inspired, only got the assist himself, and also now that Dokla has his upgraded steel caps, that's the break point that these Gnar players talk about in these matchups. Going to save him a few minions, and he goes back to his camp, but Dokla should actually be okay in this lane now that he's got his armor boots.
Yep, going to be having that tab. He's all about the move speed, playing fleet footwork for the same reason as Berserker shifting in. True Shot Barrage just barely tags who he tried to get out to the side, couldn't avoid it. Is going to be sent low and sent back to base. Lion just feeling like they are on fire. And when you're playing with so much pressure across these lanes, there's not that many engage tools again for Sentinels, so it's easier to just feel like, hey, I can just play in their face and outplay the ganks.
Yeah, it's going to be a very difficult game for Sentinels from this point. Inspired off to a very good start on the Jarvan. All of his lanes are in a good state, and especially whenever you have that Ezreal Karma able to get the 2v2 kill on their own, and then also not even playing aggressively enough that they even have to worry about ganks, like they're freezing the wave and getting strong poke off. It's just making it an easy game for Inspired to manage.
Who are you going to try to get a little bit of a deep vision here? We do have some friends become foes here today, as it is Impact versus Inspired. Played together on EG, had a lot of success there. Back on the really much beloved Danny JoJo roster. We're able to win together there. All-time head-to-head, though, pretty heavily in Impact's favor.
That's the one that surprised me a little bit when I saw this, with Impact going from EG over to Team Liquid. If Inspired sweeps today, though, he'd move that very close to 8-8. It would be 8-7 if he's able to take the 3 games, because Inspired really feels like he's leveled up this Lion team an extreme amount throughout the lock-in tournament.
I mean, I think that's one of the things you really have to give Inspired credit for, is it feels like he does that with every team he joins, right? You know, whether it was back on Rogue or with EG with these rookies or now on Lion, you know, he always seems to make the teams better around him. You know, some people love his personality, some people don't like it, but you cannot deny the guy's skill and you cannot deny the guy's impact on the game and on the teams that he's joining.
Yeah, and I love the tools that we have as a viewer now, because I'd say like 8 years ago when we'd say like, oh yeah, this guy's a shot caller, this guy's making a big difference, he's telling people how to play the game. Like, we see Inspired actually does that. He's, before fights, saying exactly how the fight's going to play out, when he wants the team to engage. Mid-fight, he's shot calling. Post-fight, he's saying what to do next. It's really impressive to watch.
It really is extremely impressive. And having gotten to be on the desk with him and have chats with him over the years, I'm always impressed by the minutia he knows in these matchups. As Saint is going to go in, looks for the Emperor's Divide. Nice flash from Darkwings, keeps him safe because Inspired was waiting the wings. But you can talk to him about, is Inspired now going to look back? Can't quite get in range. So Darkwing's playing this well. Yeah, you can talk to him about the specifics of a mid lane matchup, of a bot lane matchup, of a top lane matchup. He has opinions and strong feelings about every detail in the game.
Even support play. So after the series yesterday, I was able to overhear a discussion he had with Isles. They talked for about 3 minutes about one Karma teamfight and how the Karma should be using the abilities. So it takes a lot of energy for Inspired for sure, and you know that he got a little burned out at the end of last year, but he is refreshed currently on this Lion team, trying to win lock-in tournament.
Absolutely is. Impact, though, the one with an advantage for Sentinels right now, just a couple hundred gold in his favor. The real problem is going to be the bot lane for sure, as Berserker, again, talked about it in draft, very hard to lock down the Ezreal when you have no hard engage, and he is playing with a real advantage. Already has the Triforce completed, stacking up the tier. Berserker's going to be in an incredible spot, and Inspired is just playing towards his lanes. You know, he's farming efficiently, he's showing up to cover these pushing lanes and looking for as many gank opportunities as he can find. Hombach, though?
Saint has to dash away as Inspired's taking a little bit of control of the bot jungle, really trying to set up with this Mountain Drake starting in about 13 seconds.
looking for that, as we can see the first MasterCard power spike of the game coming through. And early Nashers for Saint, which is really going to help to ramp up the damage for this next objective fight.
Yeah, any type of extended fight, he's going to be pumping out a lot here. And it's actually Sentinels who pull the Drake, but it's a little bit difficult here. They might be hoping for some type of Xin knockup. Yeah, they have to run away from that one with no real way of turning off the Drake when Lyon retakes.
Yeah, it's very, very difficult because Lyon have the bot lane push. Berserker's going to come over and look for this poke. Miles in the area. You can see the ball strapped to Humbok, but Saint is going to be pushing in mid lane, and Lyon are just trying to get control of these lanes first, then move to the fight. Now Humbok going back in.
How many more times can we do this? Go back, hit the wave, collapse on Drake, see Sentinels walk away, and then Sentinels goes, catches the wave again.
I think Sentinels are trying to buy a little bit of time here, but Dokla is prepping his Narbar as well. True Shot Barrage going to go wide. Humbok still working on this Dragon. Looks like it might just be a flip here, as this is getting incredibly low, and Lyon decide, you know what? It's not worth the risk. We're just going to back off, continue playing for these waves, as Berserker grabs a plate there.
I mean, that was a situation where Sentinels was willing to sacrifice more minions for the Drake than Lyon was. Saint went back to mid lane, Berserker went back to bot lane, and you could see Inspired, just looking at the state of the game, decided he didn't want to try and walk through to give Sentinels a team fight that they wouldn't otherwise be able to force themselves. Now he's top lane.
Yeah, Dokla could be in some trouble here. Saint and Inspired coming in to try to back him up. Humbok is behind Impact, but Impact gets the bad news that Lyon is there to cover their top laner. And he chased him for a while, so he actually lost, a few minions there, most of a wave, as he was chasing Dokla, who was just kind of proxying between towers, trying to be as annoying as he possibly could.
Absolutely, and Berserker trying to apply more pressure on the bot lane here as well. When we look at the way that Lyon won their series yesterday against Team Liquid, it did feel like the laning strength of Team Liquid was top lane with Morgan, and in draft, they specifically tried to take that away from Team Liquid, and it was very successful. And then yesterday in the interview, Inspired mentioned actually Huhi and Humbok, they're what's really strong about Sentinels and how they're always connected, but with this Ezreal Karma and how well Isles and Berserker are playing it, Huhi doesn't get the opportunity to roam. He's stuck in this lane the entire time because of the advantage that Lyon has created. So they've also, in a sense, taken that strength away from Sentinels with the way they've drafted this game one.
Yeah, absolutely. I think Sentinels felt pressured to draft a strong 2v2 because they're going up against Ezreal Karma. So they're saying, hey, maybe I can't play Rakan or something. We'll get blasted in lane too hard. Unfortunately for them, they lost lane anyway and now don't have Huhi on an engage champ, which is such a strength for him. Dokka was able to pick up the red buff that had been stolen away from the enemy jungle, and that's going to feel really nice in this range versus melee matchup. Interesting to see that Darkwings is also going for the torch build here instead of what we've seen become so popular, which is just Ludens into Shadowflame. Like the full-on burst style builds are so popular for Orianna these days, and instead it is going to be that Blackfire torch, just going a little bit of a different route.
Yeah, maybe a little bit more poke with the Blackfire torch here. I think this is probably, certain control mage players will get mad. They all kind of average out to be very similar. They're just all the AP mana damagey items, so I think the Blackfire torch is totally fine.
Yeah, it's definitely fine. I think it'll be interesting to see where he goes from here, if he is going flat AP or if he's going more, utility, if he's stacking burn or going more defensive. Because I do think against these teams, especially when you're lacking an engage, having that really powerful upfront burst of Ludens, Shadowflame, Deathcap, Sorg Boots, for that kind of like one punch, is sometimes the only chance you'll get to connect damage onto these targets. But Sentinels and Lyon just scrapping it out here around mid lane. These three-man squads both staying around, and it's just going to set Inspired up to take this scuttle once again.
And you can see that Lyon isn't trying to play high-risk League of Legends whatsoever. They recognize that Sentinels doesn't have good engage options, so Inspired's only going to go in for a fight if it's hard winning. It seems like if it's even a chance of losing the fight, he's just walking away, because that's really the only way Sentinels gets a chance of a fight, is if Lyon's the one that engages.
Exactly. I mean, Lyon, if they play properly, are going to be the ones who get to choose every single fight, pretty much the whole game, right? So that is a big advantage for them. They played so well towards win conditions yesterday, and we can see Berserker going to be able to grab a blue buff, so he's on blue buff, red buff, and is going to be feeling really good sitting in the mid lane. Inspired has been hovering these lanes so effectively, but because his pathing is so efficient, he's basically right dead even with Humbok, even though it feels like every time we look on the screen, he is in a lane, he is threatening a gank, he is covering for his laners. He just feels like he's been very present, even though he's keeping his farm so high, and he's just 1-0-1.
Yeah, really true. You can see Wolves getting finished on his way to Raptors. We'll see if he ends up going Krugs to just keep those completely on respawn, and then once he finishes that, he'll have another 30 seconds or so of free time, as will Humbok for what it's worth with the Drake coming up in 1 minute, but it is pretty clear that the overall map control has been in the favor of Lyon, especially through mid-bot right now, but Impact getting a little bit of free time on this top turret.
Yeah, we'll see where Sentinels wants to challenge next. If they are going to be going to this next dragon here, it's going to be spawning at about 45. And Lyon do have vision in the area. They already have the scuttle. They already have some wards in the river, and Sentinels are going to have to start retaking vision here pretty quickly. Humbach just now basing, feels a little bit late, as you can see on the top side, Doka just chasing after Impact, and Impact getting a very bad end of this trade.
Yeah, nice job by Dokla. Trinity Force completed. Seeing if he can get that third NAR win in his career. In this one. Actually, he honestly looks completely fine on it.
Quality over quantity of wins, you know? This would be a really good win.
It would be up against Impact. Ooh, he might have a chance for a dive here, but it's a matter of how much risk is he willing to take. There is an ult up on Impact.
Oh, that would have killed him.
And Flash.
Impact's so brave to not actually Dominus there. That boomerang kills him if it tags him, and that was very close, but we'll give Impact the credit. He knows the ranges. Like you said, these are two of his most played champions.
Yeah, doesn't have teleport, though, to even join this Drake fight, whereas Dokla is going to be able to finish off this turret. So Lion's going to play this slow. They're just going to wait. I imagine they'll wait for Dokla to finish this turret and maybe even teleport back. But he pops Mega.
Yeah, Impact's just running, though, so he could actually join the fight here. We'll see if Dokla does want to TP or if they're just going to decide to give this one up. Lion trying to posture pretty aggressively, but Darkwing's doing a good job zoning them out with the ball for now. And Impact is here first. Saint is on the side. Dragon will be given up, and Dokla just continues pushing. They know Impact roamed. He has no TP, so we're just going to keep farming gold here for the NAR. This is similar to how they played yesterday.
Lion is very willing, much like the first Drake, much like yesterday, to trade gold for these objectives. Sentinels is dropping a turret and several waves top. They were dropping an entire wave bot, and now the bot turret in exchange for these Drakes. So now that next Drake will be like a 5,000 gold lead if Lion finally decides to fight.
I mean, yeah, they just knocked down the tower top. They farmed more plates, and that was the only place they had a gold lead was top, and now he's down 1K off of that move. So that is a lot of gold. Saint gets a big gold injection. He's on a quick 2-item power spike as he elects to go for the Rylai. So that is in for 2 items. Ezreal's already done 2 items. They get the mid lane tower as well. Lion are completely running away with this game, and it just feels like it's mostly through map play.
And it's this low-risk League of Legends where they're relying on their laning. A big beneficiary of this has been Saint in Swiss Stage versus the playoffs. He is the one that's cleaned up his play the most. He was getting caught, I think, overplaying his hand time and time again, but now he's just kind of taking what's given to him. He's great in lane, he's great in team fights, and just has insane stats throughout all 7 games of these playoffs.
Yeah, he's been playing really, really well, and it does feel like Lion are just playing the macro game so well. Inspired, moving around the map effectively, always covering these laners. Again, going to be showing up here. And this was kind of similar to an issue that Sentinels ran into against C9 last week, where, you know, they had this 5-man play where they moved top. And so this is talking about Sven in that matchup, because he was such a big part. This is basically the gold amount that they had at 5 minutes into the game. And then over a couple minutes, it really was even, you could isolate it even more. It went from basically a 250 gold lead to a 2,000 gold lead, where Sentinels sent 5 members top, tried to look for this play, and C9 just played the map, farmed towers, then, you know, got the full tower for Sven bot, pulled off a dive, got him first blood, and it just felt like the game was over. And it is feeling kind of similar to this one, where it feels like Sentinels are feeling pressured. Hey, we really got to get this dragon. We got to stack these dragons. Impact, you need to get down here. You have no TP. And Lion's like, okay, sure, cool. You have 2 dragons. We have a 5,000 gold lead.
I think that's a really good call out, that it's almost exactly the same thing that happened. Although in this case, I'd say it is still, like, quote, better play by Sentinels than last week, because last week it was all around a top dive that didn't materialize. Here, like, actually, they are right. Their only win condition is stacking Drakes, because if they can ever force Lion to fight them, it would be at a Soul or a Baron. But it's just the fact that Lion also knows Sentinel's win conditions, and Inspired is making sure that they're prioritizing gold for when they eventually have to fight anyway.
And Inspired now completes his second item. Dokla surely will be on his second item before this next dragon, you have to think. So Lion all going to be on pretty big power spikes. And the question is, if people like Darkwings can really catch up, if Impact can catch up and get to that item completion. Rocket Barrage going to go a bit wide. Sentinels just trying to siege this tower. They have 4 members here. No one answering Saint for now. And Sentinels will now send Impact up towards that top side, but Saint could be pretty annoying. And Rahel is just taking Mystic Shot after Mystic Shot, forced to Valk over the wall. And they're bleeding out minions on that top side as Dokla as well, and the bot side is kind of chasing Darkwings out of the lane.
Yeah, but I mean, just look at the waves. They were, a lot of times, they're setting up in all 3 waves at once. They're doing a lot of 1-3-1, which normally is pretty risky because the other team can overload one side and dive you, but because it's such a low engaged comp, they're kind of just chilling in 3v4s. They're like, okay, you're going to send 4 mid. Maybe you get a plate. Inspired doesn't even show in that Raptor bush. He's saying, okay, if you dive, then I'll show up because that's when I'd actually have to fight. But otherwise, I'm totally fine. You get a plate. My Azir gets a whole wave top lane that you're dropping, and this gold lead is just ever increasing.
Yeah, the explosive engage for Sentinels is pretty much impact flashes and stuns you, and that's basically all they have. Or you can try to prep Q3 for Hanbok and then flash in and knock someone up in Shockwave, things like this. But if they are on your screen and you see them prepping for that, it's pretty hard to make it happen. So Berserker just playing with the utmost confidence here, working in towards that third item. Sterik's now complete for Dokla, so he's going to be even harder to take down. Of course, Rahel, is working towards his third item. Is reasonably strong in the Corki, but is that 2K almost behind. And Darkwings is going for a pretty defensive build here. He's actually going in for the Zonias. So Blackfire Torch and his Zonias, it is going to be a lot less burst than the Ludens plus Shadow Flame that we normally see. And, that could be problematic. Yes, it answers the dive because he knows, hey, he's the low mobility guy. He's the main target for Jarvan. Yeah. But it also gives you less chance if you finally find an engage.
Yeah, they need damage somehow because they're already at such a big gold deficit. I feel like that stopwatch is more of an item when you're up 1,000 gold than down, but not that many options that work when you're down 6,000 gold, to be completely honest, as they might have an angle onto Saint here, but he just dashes away.
Yep, just walks back to his tower pretty easily there.
Again, that play just opens up the mid wave for Berserker to hit again, but this could be the Drake that they end up fighting because this is Soul Point.
Yeah, they're going to TP now. Dokla's coming in. The True Shot Barrage will tag Dark Wings, and now a TP coming in as well from Impact. They're going to summon up the Battle Herald. We'll see how they can use this to start off the fight. Impact just charging up that Rage Bar as Inspired gets in the Herald, and here he comes. Is it going to be a car crash for Sentinels? They are running. He's knocking up multiple members. Starting out the fight as Hanbok goes into backline onto Berserker. Crescent Guard is popped. Impact on the side, trying to get some action done here. The Shockwave across 3 members. Isles is low, has to flash out. Hanbok looking to threaten, going back in. Saint is stunned up, and he is shut down there by Rahel. What a Shockwave from Darkwings over the wall. Gets multiple members and wins the fight almost single-handedly for Sentinels.
And it looks like Sentinels is going to be on Soul Point, and this is what we talked about. It was the best play available for Sentinels to give waves to be closer to Soul Point, because then if one good fight like that happens, they now have a realistic window of winning the game. So Inspired clearly wants to fight this Drake. They teleport in, they drop the Herald, they have Mega Gnar timing, but they can't get a clean engage on anyone other than the Xin, who's not someone who's very one-shottable.
Oh, that was close.
Yeah, really quick teleport. We saw Wei in the pip right there, but let's watch this fight one more time as Dokla's Mega. Inspired doesn't find a great pick. They're not willing to chase through for Darkwings, and then a large amount of patience. Everyone groups up around Xin to get inside the altitude down, but they're not going to want to watch that one in review because there's no way you plan on all grouping up around an alted Xin for an Orianna Shockwave, and that gets the shutdown on the Saint.
I think their thought process was, oh, Inspired has the carries pushed out. Let's kill the jungler, and then we'll get the dragon. And, well, Inspired didn't have them pushed out all by himself. He can't do that much on his own. And as a result, like you say, that's one they're going to want back here in review, as they are stacked up for that Shockwave, and Darkwings makes them pay. Zonias or not, still going to do some damage, and he is now 15, pushing towards that rank 3 Shockwave, which can be a game changer.
Yeah, but a little bit of a game change there. Like, Darkwings finally got to push a wave by himself for kind of the first time ever. Saint and Dokla both in the same wave, so slight farm inefficiencies for Lyon for the first time right here after that teamfight win by Sentinels.
I like the tech here for Rahel, going for some anti-shielding itemization as Dominus going to be popped here for Impact. Are they going to find the Shockwave? They are. Dokla gets pulled back, and Dokla gets cut in half by the Croc with the help of the Shockwave there. Nice roam from Darkwings, just trails his Renekton and is able to get a kill on a Dokla.
Really nice push deep top lane, got some gold for himself, comes bot lane, matches up, manages to take Dokla down. Sentinels feeling like they're a little bit more organized in the driver's seat here, still 5,000 gold down. But Lyon, as much as we talked about Sentinels not being able to create good fights, Lyon hasn't really been able to create good fights either, with their only attempt being at that last Drake.
Absolutely true. And had looked like everything was going according to plan, that they were going to win that fight. It did not happen, and now Hui caught by the Cataclysm. True Shot Barrage will not connect, but that is a flashless fish there for the next 5 minutes.
Yep, so he will have no flash at the next Drake. They need to be able to have at least a carry or a support that they're able to execute. So Inspired tried the redemption spike there, redemption on top of Cataclysm to get the kill. Not successful, but the flash is good to burn.
It'll be fun to see how effective the Serpent's Fang actually is, because there's Karma Shield, there's Jarvan W, there's Sterix Shield, there's you know, the Azir Shield. There's all of these tools. Obviously, it is just recently purchased, so not going to have done much yet, but will be fun to track to see if that was a worthwhile purchase, because traditionally the most common pro build now is Collector third, and then they go IE. But now you have no crit in your build, so IE is going to be pushed back, you know, much further, and we'll have to see if that Serpent's Fang does pay off.
Yeah, I think it's a tremendous anti-shield item. And Karma with Moonstone does pump out a lot of shields, not to mention the Azir shield from E or the Jarvan shield from W. So there'll be, I'm going to be checking that number. Currently it's at 0 because he just purchased it and has
not a big number.
But this next
grow.
fight in a minute 40 could be game deciding, because a lot of the damage from Lyon is going to be poke anyway, with Berserker having the biggest gold lead in the game. And if you have an Ocean Soul Orion Nami, that's going to make up for the gold deficit.
It is going to be a big deal for sure. Lyon going to want to make sure that they are locked in for this fight. They do still have a very big advantage. Third item completion starting to come through here. You can see Spirit Visage done now for Inspired. He's just going to be running at Darkwings, I feel like. That's going to be his job. Just keep Darkwings out of the fight and allow your carries to knock down their front line. Because if Inspired can push back the Ori, I feel like the fights are going to be pretty darn hard to win for Sentinels.
Yeah, they have so much range with the Azir and the Ezreal, which can typically keep lanes pushed. I mean, there's even a chance that if they have this bot and mid-wave pushed deep enough, that Sentinels doesn't even move in for this Drake, because previously Lyon had been prioritizing gold and then needing to enter the Drake. But with the current state of the map, like, they're not allowing this space to be taken at all. So it's now Sentinels that has to walk in, and that's when Lyon might go for a fight.
You can see Impact has moved early, already down towards mid lane, where Dokla, as usual, just continuing to push. Berserker just shifts forward as Hanbok is trying to wrap around on Saint. Will they go for him right here, right now? 4 members wrapping in on Saint. Saint is just going to shift back towards his tower, and the TPing Dokla. Inspired is in the area, but Lyon are still very sectioned off. Can Hanbok find a fight? Dokla going to be looking for Huhi. Huhi without flash, as you said. He's going to be the first casualty in this fight. Impact popping the dominance, flashing in. They're going to try to turn this one around. Can they burst down Inspired? Cataclysm comes out, but he's knocked down during the flag and drag. Dokla on the side, dueling against Rahel, but Rahel is winning that one. Hanbok goes back in with the Crescent Guard, but is pushed back by the Emperor's Divide. Lyon continuing the fight as Berserker shifts forward. Mystic Shot after Mystic Shot connecting. Impact has to run. The shift is back up. Impact is low. He has got to get out of there.
But Lyon has to keep fighting. They have no jungler, so if Sentinel was able to start the Dragon, they'd be able to win the Smite fight. It's just Impact is low, and Berserker is poking. Looking at Summoner spells, there's still flash on both Lyon carries.
The True Shot Barrage just barely misses Impact, but his recall was stopped. Darkwings has TP'd back, rejoined the team. Dokla charging up the Narbar now.
Has to fight. They
but
can't let them hit
Sentinels,
this.
they're just giving it. Their jungler is dead. They don't feel they can get back in. Can Berserker have a miracle steal here? It is not looking likely. That is Soul for Sentinels. Lyon controlling the game, it felt like, for 20+ minutes, but back-to-back fights. Sentinels just makes it happen at the Dragons.
That was such a chaotic sequence, starting with the attempted play. Now Lyon's going for a fight.
Has to flash out. The Mystic Shot goes wide, so they do at least push him back, and they get his flash and ulti.
I'm surprised at the way this ended. Not really surprised with the way it started. So a nice overload there by Sentinels to not create good fight lines for Lyon to start with, but for instance, when they get the
back to live, Hui's in trouble. He's going to get knocked back by the Emperor's Divide, as is Hanbok. Hanbok pops the Crescent Guard, but it does absolutely nothing. Rahel on the run, but you got nowhere to go. It's a double for Berserker as he is going crazy. The knock-up from Inspired comes through. The tether route is there. Impact is going to fall as well. Lyon may just end the game. Flag, drag, knock-up. The Zonias will only buy you some time, but it changes nothing at the end of the day. It's a quadra for Berserker, and Lyon may have just won the game.
I think it's actually over. They find a pick in the jungle. 20 seconds on Hanbok, 8 seconds on Hui, but all 5 are alive for Lyon, and that mid-wave could not get to the Nexus fast enough for Lyon.
Isles trying to keep them away here at the Nexus, just zoning them back, but Lyon are knocking down these towers, and Lyon may have stumbled in the dragon fights, but in the end, it doesn't even matter. 31 minutes in, the Nexus will fall. Lyon take game number 1.
I mean, Berserker ends 7-0-1. Chat, let us know who your player of the game. Inspired controlled it, kind of. What a weird game. It's like we built up to some crescendo that never happened, and if you just skipped the Dragon Soul, you'd think, oh yeah, by the way, that game that Lyon was winning, they totally won. Right, Lounge?
Yeah, I was setting up for a Sentinels win segment. Yeah. but so much is happening back and forth in this game. Inspired was definitely right coming into this series that Sentinels has some fight in them.
Yeah, and I mean, we talked about where it was going to come from Sentinels. They'd focused on their early game. I really liked how Lyon approached the early game in response. But yeah, Sentinels kind of got a few punches in before then.
I bet everybody wants to know. I bet everybody wants to know how Saint won the game there.
Yeah,
because we didn't get to see. It was coming out of a replay. Lucky for you, I also want to know. So let's find out together. I'm going to follow Saint here and see how they just won the game because Ocean Soul had been taken by Sentinels. So Saint goes over a ward. Look, he's going over a ward here. How does he get into position for this? Sentinels know, and the pings here are all from Lyon onto Saint. He's eyeballing them, and he just starts on who? He sees the angle as soon as they get the flash.
Wow.
And that's how they just win the game, even with the soul just getting picked up. And you felt like there was going to be momentum for Sentinels to get back into this one. But Saint just walks out early on the Azir and makes a very quick play there. Now, I do want to get into what we had already prepped, though, and go back to our Pagoda moment, because the early game is actually where we built our whole Lyon review here. And let's see if I can actually get back to the other clips. I guess I cannot. Here we go. And just kidding. We'll go back this way. I'll just go back to the early game this way. We can see the early game was so smooth for Lyon. Raz, this is how, at the beginning of the game, everyone's thinking, all right, after this early game, Lyon are going to have it in the bag. First, you know, we had Inspired go through. He blew the Orianna flash. You see that here on his Jarvan. Then they go for their resets. And we're going to get some 2v2 kill action from Berserker and Isles on the bottom side. Isles sees the angle. They're going to go for it. Berserker right after the minion gets the tether. Flashes early, by the way, to make sure that the tether is going to complete from Isles. Good job by him. That's why Rahel doesn't even bother flashing, because he's not going to be able to break it, not going to be able to get out of range. And then as soon as that happens, then you get the rest of, you ping pong over to the rest of the map where Inspired had already burned the flash of Dark Wings. He wraps back around to go finish the job, and this isn't even with a level 6 Azir. That is early game. So just off of that, you're thinking, wow, Lyon, they've got this in the bag, right, Raz?
Right. I mean, like, that's already a back-to-back Pagoda plays. If you guys see a Pagoda moment where they play, then go spam that in the chat when you see it. Then we'll throw that up here as well. But, like, that was just the early game, just looking incredible for Lyon, but it did not end there.
Yeah, then it got crazy with the dragons, Emily.
Yeah, and I want to hear, because I've heard we have the comms from that dragon fight and Battle Herald. So let's hear them.
I wanna fight with Drake no matter what.
Actually, I can pick.
Okay, now you are important that you are with us because you are a champion that needs to ego on them for us.
Orianna missing.
Because if they turn on you, we'll hard win the team fight.
Okay.
It's Mega now, we have to fight now, I think.
Let's go. Orianna here, Orianna push.
I wanna knock up these people.
Okay, Orianna no flash.
Zin's really deep. We're hitting Zin for free cast.
Yeah, I'm fine.
Get ulti here.
Okay. They were low.
Sonobate's coming.
Slow. I'm looking at Azir dead.
Watch out.
Yeah,
Pull it out. If Jarvan comes and steal this, just kill him, okay? Just hit the dragon,
Okay, sure dead. Nice.
Any flashes we saw there.
Really cool to hear both sides of that comms, right? Because you can hear the setup and detail that went in, but then they end up all grouping in the Xin Zhao.
Zin's really deep.
Yeah, Zin's really deep. We got the one call right before disaster. And I think I really like seeing these kind of small moments from Sentinels. They had another play. I ended up overloading bot side, and who he did end up dying because he was separate from the team, but then they get a kill onto Inspired, which leads to the Drake. So I like these small windows of play that we did see of them punching back.
That being said, because of how this game was, I genuinely don't know how the fans view who player of the game was. Because for us, vast majority of the game, Berserker was going crazy. So for us, it came out as player of the game being Berserker. But I want to see what the fans' point of view is, because how that game ended was Saint's mega play.
It came straight out of the replay, so it felt very quick there as well. But Berserker all game long. Okay, they agree with us. Yes. They should agree with us. All game long, this bottom lane was demolishing them down there. We had the replay. I had the replay at like 4 minutes or whatever. They get the 2v2 kills, and he kept up the damage. He kept up the pressure. He didn't die. Yeah. He went almost legendary. He had 7 kills.
And I want to see, I'm curious to see PGB. I always love seeing Ezreal damage numbers because they're always absolutely insane. But I think the big thing for me was also at points in the game, it just looked like all of Lyon's waves were pushing. Like they were just constantly reiterating, right? Like you send Ezreal Karma mid, obviously that's going to be difficult to contend with, but it felt like they were always pushing in sides and forcing Sentinels to respond to that as part of their setup. And that, to me, that wave management was also a huge difference in the mid game.
I mean, looking towards the next game, at least we got a good treat. All the expectations of Sentinels, like basically lying dead 3-0. I mean, I don't know if that's actually going to be true, but I'm not changing my vote. I'm not changing my vote.
What?
All right, we're sending it to the break. Maybe Lions continue this path forward, but Sentinels, they already are cooking something up.
We didn't expect them to lie dead. You did.
What?
Go to break. Go to break. You did. Go to break.
This lobby is kind of comfy. It feels different.
If this is different, I like different. I'm staying right here.
Are you guys serious? We're about to get into game.
Emily, let us enjoy it.
You guys need to lock in. Maybe this'll help.
Oh no, not already.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Rich in the ground before Dove can even get there. In time to try to knock out as Impact gets bursted.
Don't feed.
Knocks him down.
Get fed. Scan the QR code for deals only on Uber Eats.
Ready for comeback, we're ready to fight. Fearless of the enemy, we'll fight to survive. We are born to be conquerors. Rise to the top, gonna be the new emperors. Dragon slayers, earthquakers, bone shakers. Standing on the edge, born to be champions. We can touch the sky, we are flying high. Right eye to eye, we start a fire. We will blow your mind. We are gladiators, world dominators. Yeah. We can touch the sky, we can make the sky. We'll make the rise through the ring of fire. In the darkest times, we are gladiators, world dominators. Yeah. We are gladiators, you can come and hate us. Yeah.
I'm looking here. Yeah.
Well, we're coming, we're coming. You don't have ult yet. Yeah, we're gonna go, guys. We're gonna go. We're gonna go.
Nami has flash now, I think.
Look here.
I'm zoning the other guy.
Okay.
Go Baron. Come.
Okay, coming.
Oriana no flash. In the Renekton no flash. Come. I will combo. Oriana no flash. I can flash combo her in 4 seconds.
She has Zonis.
Okay, I will go if she gives me range. Keep clicking.
Go.
Has Zonis.
It's fine.
Get the mid-wave now?
Yeah, I go. Nice.
Can we end?
Yeah, we can.
31 minutes in, the Nexus will fall. Lion take game number 1.
We can touch the sky, we can make the sky. We are made to rise through the ring of fire. In the darkest times, we are gladiators, world dominators. Yeah, we are soldiers, we are heroes, we are fighters. We can save you through the fire, through the blaze. We are gladiators, world dominators. Yeah.
Attention all LCS fans, if you are heading to the finals in person at the Riot Games Arena on Sunday, tomorrow we are hosting a special lock-in finals tailgate. Come by right when the doors open at 11 o'clock for food, jersey swaps, merch, games, and much, much more. And we will see you tomorrow.
And a C9 game.
And a C9 game. C9 is definitely going to be there. And we got to find out who else is going to be there, Jet.
Lyon or Sentinels. Lyon in 2 more wins, Sentinels in 3 more wins. Looking like Lyon. I'm going to be honest with you, Azale. Although, last game was very strange.
Yeah.
It seemed like Lyon was in complete control, but then they fumbled basically just one team fight, one extended team fight, lost soul, and then immediately won the game. It's like, if they would have been playing, in a weird way, if they would have been looking for more aggressive plays earlier, there's a pretty good chance they would have just won the game earlier anyway, with how easily they were able to swoop in and execute the members of Sentinels. But regardless, it is still 1-0. 10 champions are banned from Fearless, and we're into game 2.
Yeah, it is a funny game because I could show you 90% of that game, and you would think that Lion's completely dominated and there was never a blip on the radar. I just wouldn't show you the 2 dragon fights that they lost.
Yeah.
And if I showed you everything else, I'd be like, wow, what a clean game. That was perfect from Lion. Yep. But Sentinels did get Soul, and then from that spot, it was basically an even game because they were down 5K, but they had Soul. So they could have easily won from there, of course. Well,
and then they made like the biggest blunder and lost a team fight in a massive landslide fashion.
Instantly lost the game right after that, and we saw Golden Glue in shock on the coach cams watching that happen. But yeah, it's hard to know, how close it's going to be after that one because Lion obviously controlled the vast majority of it. Also really curious to see, are we going to get twists and turns from Lion in the draft, or was that really just, hey, Morgan is the only problem on TL, Dokla, you draft range top and just make sure he can't take over the game and that's how we'll win? That remains to be seen.
I mean, just thinking
go
out loud.
sports, true.
Thinking out loud, go sports ball, and esports. Lyon, I think, will scale the risk of their draft based off of how strong they think the opponent is. So I feel like the risks they took with Dokla in that draft yesterday against Morgan were in part because they thought Morgan was such an exceptional laner, so they found a way to equalize that advantage. Whereas if Lyon just thinks that they're stronger across the board than Sentinels, I think we're going to see very standard drafts across the board from Sentinels, and they'd hopefully save their curveballs for the finals tomorrow against CNM.
Makes a lot of sense. I do think it's always really cool, though, because even if you bring that out in one series and you intend to never play it again ever, it's always in the back of people's minds. It's that little itch in the back of your brain when you're drafting against him, like, ooh, but what if this Ferris goes top? We can't play Renekton now.
Yeah, that Ornn, is it a jungler?
Exactly, right? Like, you really do have to think about that, and I think that is very, very cool. Pick Teemo, I think you're in for some bad times if you're hoping for the Teemo pick. But Nico got picked, and we do have Ashe, which probably means Ashe Seraphine for Sentinels, which, of course, it was banned out in the second phase, but is open here.
Man, Ashe Seraphine just seems so strong every time I see it. I love any time a team can go for it. The Nico was locked in, so that definitely opens them up to be able to play it. They were able to win with this in their series against DSG. They just straight up outscaled. The Blitz counter definitely didn't work in that instance.
I'm really curious on your take on this because I always think it's interesting when there is something that in the meta is objectively strong, but I feel is bad for a team because there's a player on their team that is so important. It's kind of like with Team Liquid, right? People will think about Team Liquid when Core's not an engage and like, they don't look good with Core and Enchanters. Well, Core won Worlds in the Ardent Sensor meta. He's a great Enchanter player, but TL kind of needs him to engage. And I kind of feel like when I'm watching Sentinels, I'm like, yeah, he's a great Enchanter player, but when he's not on engage, the team does not look the same. So every time I see them draft an Enchanter, I'm like, ooh, I don't know how Sentinels is going to do here.
I'd also say that the meta is moving heavily towards Enchanters, though, so you just kind of have to do it, especially when stuff like this is up, because if they're trying to pick, let's say he locks Alistair into an already strong Nico when Berserker Isles is already slamming them in lane, you're just losing the game that way anyway, so picking the Ashe Seraphine at least is an attempt to give them a lane to play through.
And we'll see if that can be successful. Definitely want to see them have a little bit more engaged tools here. Of course, the Ashe does give you something from the bot lane. The Enchanted Crystal Arrow, nice to try to start out fights, as we have Dokla likely to be playing the Ambessa, but of course it could be flexed to Inspired. That is something that they did really well, flexing between top and jungle yesterday. Wukong coming through, though, for Hombox. So Sentinels already way more standard engage tools, way more team fight focused. Wukong goes in, you encore off of him, that flies in the back line, you have the arrow to start things out as well.
Beautiful 1, 2, 3 there from Sentinels. We'll just have to lock in their solo laners after the 4-5 bans. Have to be a little bit careful because of that flexible Ambessa. And more bans going towards Saint in the mid lane, really trying to protect Darkwings' control mage pool. It's something that he's been, I'd say, more unique than other mid laners in the league, in the sense that, like, Hui is likely coming down in every best of 5. You're usually going to see him on Victor. Maybe he pulls out the Veigar. So he has his own pocket of mages, control mages, but a lot of times they want to protect him in bans from things like Akali.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, that is his comfort, but yeah, it is cool because, you know, I liked when he brought out the Veigar. That was in a situation that I think really did work well. And so we'll see if Darkwings can continue to find those. Ahri going to get banned out alongside that Akali. So some of the aggressive picks being taken away here from Saint, as it is the Aatrox ban. So that's going to be taken away from Impact. That is definitely one of Impact's long time, you know, comfort picks here. Of course, we haven't seen Scion or anything like that just yet, so Impact can always go towards comfort there. But Impact in general has been actually super flexible so far this split.
Yeah.
He's thought of as like just the tank guy, but when you look at champions played, he is one of the deepest champion pools so far this split of any top laner in the league.
He's played 12 champions so far in the 16 games that they played. And Dokla, after last series playing Varus, Aurelia, Vayne, that only took him to 8.
Yep.
So the Gnar took him to 9.
9.
And it just goes to show that the preconceived feelings you have about these players coming in 2026 can definitely change. And they set up all those bans to lock in the Syndra.
Okay, so Syndra's going to be coming through here for Darkwings. A little bit more of an aggressive option, but still kind of fits that control mage build. And they are saving counter pick for Impact. Whether that is just to try to actually pound a matchup or to just round out the composition, that remains to be seen. Yone is one of these aggressive champions that they kind of were throwing bans down to protect, and is actually also the only AD mid laner that is really being played, period. Everything else is an AP mid laner. So now I think we are either going to get, you know, some sort of interesting AP jungle coming through, or maybe an AP top laner. They could, of course, just go full physical and say who cares, but then Zonias and Tabbies and all these sorts of things do get a lot of value. So there is some risk to doing that.
Yeah, could leave the door open for Inspired to say play something really fun, or, I mean, Malphite does some magic damage. I wouldn't call it fun.
Yeah, I mean, my worry for Lyon is, yes, Ambessa is a good matchup into something like a Scion, but if he just goes Scion and he gets to a certain point in a team fight, you can't hurt him. You have Jhin and then, you know, some melee champions. Of course, the plan here for Lyon is, even if you draft a tank, to dive past that tank and kill off your backline. So instead, Impact considering the Gwen here. We'll see what the final lock-in is going to be. But of course, you have Ashe and Syndra, 2 champions with no dashes that are going to be going up against Malphite, as well as Ambessa, as well as Nico, as well as Yone. The amount of dive there is crazy. So the Jax as an answer here, better matchup than the Ambessa, and it's going to be more about that counter engage. You know, if you're all trying to dive in, you throw down the counter strike, you maybe get a lot of damage out and turn around a fight.
And I'm definitely going to trust Impact on whether or not it's a worthy Scion angle. I feel like the Scion into Ambessa and Yone is just going to give them no push in either of the side lanes, and then Syndra being low mobility against all that engage also wouldn't be able to touch the side lane. So that's why I feel like Impact is compelled to pick Jax here, because it can actually do well into both of those and give them something to play off of. Otherwise, I feel like it would be a situation like in game 1 where they're just down 5,000 gold before the 3rd Drake. So while technically Scion would be like hard to kill, they just wouldn't have a way of playing the map, which is why I like the Jax pick.
This is an interesting game because I feel like games like this often come down to who engages first, right? If Malphite starts off the fight and hits an ultimate on the Syndra or the Ashe, you're probably already cooked, because the follow-up there from these melee solo laners is going to be devastating. They're probably one-shot. But by the same token, if you hit an Ashe arrow on a Yone or an Ambessa or this Jhin or the Nico, or you hit that Cyclone engage on any of them, followed by a scatter, followed by a counter-strike, you are also one-shot. So it is going to be so much about the setup, so much about the initial engage here coming through, because there's a lot of CC on both sides, and there is not a lot of tankiness really across the board.
I agree. This could be a very explosive game, and I'm giving a slight edge to Sentinels here in the draft phase, because I feel like they have more engage tools. I think they have better scaling, and they have more champions that, if this thing gets going, it's going to be very hard for Lyon to answer. So I think if Impact or Hambach get a lot of gold, they're going to run over this game with what they're able to accomplish.
We'll find out if they're going to be able to get that done. Of course, betting against the Inspired Malphite is pretty tough as well, as he has been so effective on it. And there's these really cheap, high CDR builds. Oh god, this is not good for Darkwings at all.
Yeah.
He just lost half his
You're
health.
a range champion. I feel like you should. That's rough. He loses a lot of health there. Gonna have to burn a potion immediately.
Yeah, I mean, he just got walked down completely there by Saint. He just, I'm assuming, just had the fleet proc and kind of just stayed on him, just auto-attacking him. You got to be careful about keeping that range on the Syndra. But Emily is standing by with Golden Glue. Golden Glue, what happened at the end of that game?
They're asking what happened.
I don't actually know. I saw that, I was like, wait, are we on red side or blue side when I saw them walking mid? It was a little oopsie, but I mean, I don't know. It seems like it's going okay now.
One of the things you kind of brought up, jokingly but also seriously, right, in your interview with Dokla last time, is your team's ability to learn from mistakes. And I really appreciated how they hung in last game. So what was your advice to them after the game 1 loss?
Honestly, that last game was one of the weirdest games I've ever watched, because we're down like 5 or 6k gold, but then we're walking up to the dragons and just like egoing on them. So, I mean, I think the thing I told them is it looked like we were running a teamfight drill where we gave the enemy 1,000 gold plus on every character, and then we just fought dragons and we still beat them. So I feel like this game we just need to have a bit more of a solid early game, and then we have, seems like, more aura in the team fights.
Nice. And then this, speaking of more aura in the team fights, both of these comps are kind of like a setup of engaged chicken. So what are you expecting from your team in terms of playing out this composition?
Yeah, I mean, I think the goal for both comps is whoever goes first is pretty much just going to one-shot the whole enemy team. So making sure we find their flanks, and then we go first when we see our first engage angle, whether it's the Wukong starting on the Malphite and getting Yon behind, something like that. So just hopefully engaging first.
All right, you heard it here first. Engage first. Back to you, casters.
Love to hear Golden Glue right there, and I agree with engaging first. And there's so many tools to engage first from both teams, but that all does get set up by who can win the lanes. And during that interview, everyone used all their health potions. So every lane is playing extremely aggressive already in this early game as well.
Yeah, they really are. It's been a lot of trading back and forth, some early bases coming through on the bot side. You can see that Berserker and Niles both went back and got that refillable potion, plus the Cull grabbed there for Berserker. And who he can be able to grab an early tier, as you always want to do on Seraphine. The scaling is so powerful on this champion as long as you have enough mana to stay in the fights. And Inspired actually canceled his base, so they're thinking there is a potential angle here. Counter-Strike going forward from Impact is going to be able to find Dokla, but Ambach just kind of too far away, and now in comes Inspired as Sentinel's going to get the bad news here. Rahel on the run, the 4-shot comes through, and he just gets deleted there. Did not flash anything and just goes down.
A little surprised that he didn't burn flash. He actually pressed the ghost like right before his health bar went to 0, so still ended up burning a summoner. I think really just didn't expect that level of burst. Thought he'd just be able to walk it off. Multiple games now where no one's respected the pre-6 Malphite gank, and Inspired's been able to get a pre-6 Malphite kill.
I mean, credit to Inspired, great pathing. Top lane is getting very spicy. Impact gonna be able to pop the Counter-Strike there, lands a stun, but Dokla dashed back into the brush right as it landed, flashing forward. Impact flashes back. The wave is in such a bad spot, though. Impact knows he's in trouble. Dokla's gonna go for the kill, jumps forward, knocks him down. That's a solo bolo for Dokla as he is picking up where he left off yesterday.
Wow, top solo killed there by Dokla, and that's after absorbing the pressure from Hambach's appearance up top lane. When Impact has his counter pick here, jacks into Ambessa, still ends up falling. Just watching this one more time, there's always that game of chicken with Counter-Strike playing in the wave as Ambessa manages to fly into the bush so Impact can't follow up. And at this point, Impact is just in a bad spot. He wants to get the wave in, but Dokla just plays around his cooldowns. And at this point, I just don't know if Impact might be waiting on his Counter-Strike, but I feel like it was so far away.
It's really far away.
It's just foolish there.
That's you, Dokla.
Unfazed. He feels nothing until the Nexus falls.
At least the support hypes him up.
Yeah, I mean, that was Impact getting really greedy. Counter-Strike is a really long cooldown at rank 1.
Yeah, it's 6 seconds left on the cooldown.
Yeah.
He has no trinket to jump to. It's just not respecting Dokla's ability to just all in him.
I mean, that is one of the scary things about laning against Ambessa. Ambessa always has a dash up. Everything that Ambessa does is dash, right? So you have to pay respect to that. He did not, and he gets punished very heavily. He's going to jump forward now. Dokla just jumping backwards, kiting it out. Dokla's wave in a little bit of an awkward spot, so he's going to go for some vision here, seeing if there is a honey fruit to eat up and try to heal through that. This wave eventually is going to push back, but on the other side, Sentinels playing for the scuttle here. Hambach going to be first to 6 as a result, but Uhi is going to get rooted and take a little bit of poke.
Yeah, and because of that early gank bot lane from Inspired as well, 15 CS lead. I had to go back and check. I'm still perplexed by that Impact death. He wasn't even close to level 6 either, so just an absolute misplay there. Is up in CS though with the way the waves have ended up bouncing, so it's only 100 gold. Won't actually matter that much for the matchup.
Kobe and I were talking about this yesterday. It's one of those top lane things, you know. Sometimes the wave's getting frozen on you. If I die, I die. You just gotta.
But at least the wave isn't frozen.
But at least the wave isn't frozen. So I feel like Impact gonna want that one back. But hey, if you die, you die. And if Darkwing dies, well, you just die. There's not much you can do about that. The fate is sealed, goes wide, but Inspired, he's not gonna miss on the ulti. Darkwing's needed to flash it to have a chance. Didn't see the Malphite coming. And once you get tagged by the ulti, there is no getting out of that. So that is a pretty painful death for him. As
Don't even have to land the Yone ultimate. I mean, he ulted a little bit behind him too, so even if he flashes the Malphite ult, maybe he still gets chunked, then he's dead to the next one. So if that's a precursor to how this game's going to go for Darkwings, it's not going to be a fun one.
No, I mean, if that's a precursor to how this game is going to go for Sentinels, it's not going to be a fun one. They're already down almost 2K gold here at 7 minutes. It is looking rough already, as there is gold advantages in every single lane right now across the board for Lyon. They are creating the edge, and you know, I said it in draft, Golden Glue said it in the interview, it's about who engages first, and when you are far ahead, it is very easy to take space and be the one starting off the fight here. So Sentinels, we'll see if they can try to find a way to kind of inch their way back in, but I mean, we're held down 20 CS right now. Sentinels are at least looking for this dragon, and it seems like it probably will go their way. Inspired is level 7, but has no ulti.
Yeah, Inspired has definitely not been the player to force early dragons in any type of possibly losing situations. Like, whether it's his time on EG, his time on FlyQuest, whenever I've seen him in NA, his teams will actually just let dragons go, even though every other team seems really intent on going for them. But they're in a good spot, 2,000 gold up, he had no ultimate, fine, you can have a Drake.
They're going to be able to grab that dragon, and yeah, just playing around those ulti cooldowns, right? You know, they know they're so ultimate-based, so if you don't have the Malphite ultimate, if you don't have the Yone ultimate, it's okay. Just keep farming that gold, keep creating those advantages.
Yeah, but Lyon in general has actually looked exceptional in the last few weeks, but it didn't start that way. They won week 1 against Dignitas, dropped to C9, had that best of 3 loss to DSG when most of people jumped off the Lyon train, but then with their 3-0 of FlyQuest and their 3-1 of TL, have poised themselves to be 1 series away from the lock-in final. So it just took a little bit of time. There was a 2-week gap between the DSG and the FlyQuest game where they just saw incredible improvement.
They really did, and Saint in particular has been fantastic. The whole team just looks way more coordinated. And it's kind of funny because Golden Glue had a tweet where, you know, after they lost to C9, he was talking about they focused primarily on their early game, and their early game was admittedly, you know, pretty close for the first, 10 minutes or whatever of the game, every game against C9, but they need to then go back focusing on their team fights. So coming to this week, you're thinking they're focusing on the team fights. Well, maybe they should have focused on the early game because the early games have been tough here against Lyon.
Whenever I hear focus on early game, I don't know exactly what that is. Like, try really hard in lane. Like, it's the hardest thing to train as a player. Like, yeah, Chovy, just work on your early game. Like, it's just how do you specifically do that? I understand that it worked.
Don't miss CS and win the lane, chat. It's simple.
I understand. Just prioritize like team fighting a little bit less, or like Drake setups, and more about how we specifically want to team up in the early game. But speaking of strength of schedule, Sentinels has kind of had the opposite road of Lyon, as we actually see a gank coming in the top lane.
Yeah, Hambach is going to be spotted. Will they be able to chase Dokla down? He has the flash, doesn't even need to use it, and now he's going to go back in. It's the combo onto Impact, and he falls again in a hurry. It's a rock to the face as Lyon go up 4-0.
Sentinels isn't even getting to flash. If Impact had flashed that original Ambessa ult, maybe he could have lived through that, but because it connects, Inspired Dokla link up for another one. And just like we said, if Impact Hambach get ahead in this game, it could be one-sided. Well, same can be true for Dokla Inspired. Eclipse completed, Inspired well on his way to another strong Malphite game.
Yeah, looking really, really good. And as you said, you just have to flash the initial part. If you flash the public execution, I don't think Inspired ever gets in range, and I don't even think they try it, right? Because then Dokla doesn't close the gap either, so Inspired wouldn't want to just go into the 1v2. And if he did, Hambach can maybe cycle on him, he could turn it around. But Sentinel solo laners being unable to flash that, let's be honest, when you're playing on 0 ping at a pro level, that is just kind of a requirement. When you're playing against Malphite, you have to be able to flash the ulti, or you are going to be in a lot of trouble. It's just, this champion is so powerful, and it's basically one ability that is so powerful. So if you're able to flash it, you can generally win those fights.
Absolutely, and now it's a 800 gold lead for the Ambessa, 600 gold lead for the Malphite over the Wukong, who's yet to complete Trinity Force, but
the
headshot
arrow connects. Can Darkwings knock him down, unleashes the power onto Saint, gets the kill thanks to the long-range arrow there from Rahel. Really well done by Sentinels to get one back.
Boys, those don't land often, but when they do, they almost always lead to kills. Saint does not flash that arrow either. Definitely had like a nice path over the Fog of War, so he didn't have great visibility on it. Crazy, Saint was amazing in the Fog of War game where you had to flash Nidalee Spears to beat all the other LCS pros. Couldn't flash the big Nidalee Spear there in the Nash arrow.
The Dokla.
Oh dear.
Uh-oh, Inspired is here again, and Impact is dead again. This is looking like he's wishing he played Sion.
Yeah, Sion, if you're going to be down 0-3-0, Sion's a way better pick.
I mean, Jax is going to be useless this game. This is going to be really tough, I think, to problem solve for Sentinels when they are this far down. So they're going to send Darkwings top. But Darkwings is extremely vulnerable to this as well. And in goes Dokla. He's going to look for him with the public execution, chasing after Darkwings, gets a flash, but it doesn't even matter. It's a solo kill between the two towers at 12 minutes. And now in goes Hambach. He's going to get one back here. Surely gets the shutdown there. That is nice, but on the other side, it's a big fight coming out. And is Rahel getting knocked down? It's Lyon winning out on both sides of the map once again.
The individual play from these Lyon solo laners has been a difference in this game too, and the Dokla glow up is insane. These last two series, the counter picks against Morgan, and now this game against Impact, effectively 2 solo kills. The first solo kill on Impact puts Impact again in the bad position where Inspired can execute, and then gets another one onto Darkwings. He is playing incredible League of Legends right now.
He really is, and even that dive is able to be pulled off because Impact is at 15-20% HP. Like, he is already so low.
Look, half health Jax at level 9 just doesn't want to reset. He has no TP. He's like, the game is over. I'm going to cheat it. Oh no, here's Malphite. It's too late. Another one of those situations where you don't want to recall, but then you should have recalled anyway because now it goes from bad to worse. And then Darkwings just not respecting Ambessa here, level 10 to level 11. And Dokla didn't even have to ult to get that original Impact kill. And then, as you mentioned, every skill is a dash, so you can chase that Cinder down.
And I mean, what's brutal for Darkwings is the ultimate there from Dokla buffered on the Scatter the Weak.
Yeah.
That is the only disengaged tool you have for the Ambessa. So when that gets immuned by the Gap Closer, you are just absolutely dead. There's nothing you can really do there. The flash just means nothing. And Lyon now going to be able to even up the Dragon score here. 3K is the advantage. They're not completely out of this just yet. I mean, Darkwings at least is kind of even in gold, but both bot and top are such a disaster in this game that it is going to be really, really tough. And Inspired working quickly towards his second item will have a ton of CDR with the early Zeeks, and every item he's going to be buying is going to have CDR in it. So it's going to be very, very difficult to play around this Malphite ult when your flash is such a long cooldown and his ult is such a short one.
Yeah, and they spent so many bans to try and protect this Syndra, mid lane bans, but Malphite's still open and he's vulnerable. And look at this, the cheap build from Inspired. He is so strong right now. With Zeeks and Protoplasm Harness at level 10, he won't, it takes so long to kill him, so he can ult pretty much anywhere he wants. And Lion's a minion, they see him now.
Darkwings going to be able to land the scatter. The Encore comes through. He's charmed up on the other side. It is going to be Hambach on the run with the Cyclone trying to get out. They do get one kill. Now they go for the disengage. And they're trying to find Inspired. He is very tanky, though, and he's just going to ult right back in onto the head of Hambach, and he is knocked down. Darkwings, though, wants to try to find more. Won't really be able to get it. At the end of the day, it is the 1-for-1 trade. Isles for Hambach.
Yeah, I meant to say Isles is a minion, not Lion is a minion, but even if you're a minion in the jungle, when you walk over Control Ward, it's pretty obvious who you are. And he was a bit early on that play before Inspired could join up. They were going for a big play, but they still end up getting a 1-for-1 trade. And Dokla stays isolated in this top lane against Impact, where he's going to continue to be able to grow his lead.
Yeah, exactly. Just constantly harassing him. Every time he has that W up for the shield, you just kind of go in, you chunk him under the tower, use the W to absorb that turret shot. And that is why Ambessa can be so oppressive from ahead, constantly harassing you under your tower. you can see that Isles is up towards that top side. Now, does have that rocket belt and is going to be able to stop the recall there of Impact, who is just having a rough time.
Yeah, I mean, it's a 2-level advantage. Dokla is consistently pulling that top lane wave, so it will aggro and threaten a freeze against him, and then whenever they see Impact actually goes back, Dokla will quickly shove it and then continue to chip at the turret. So not only is he crushing him in gold, he's also denying him a large amount of experience. And Isles just has no reason to leave, right? It's 3 interrupts now from the Nico onto Impact's recall, but it's not like Sentinels can punish anywhere else on the map.
Yeah, they can't really answer much of anything. Darkwing's going to be sent up here as well, but we know he's not safe by himself, and the tower is too low, so you can't even approach because Dokla will just kill it, then kill you. Now he's going to try to walk up here, but Dokla is up 2 levels over the enemy top laner at this point, nearly 14, and Impact has yet to hit 12.
What a couple of days for Dokla. This guy is playing at such a high level with the crazy counter picks yesterday, and now just straight up meta Gnar and Ambessa.
Inspired is here. Impact's going to get the bad news. Nice counter-strike. Will buy a little bit of time, but can they go back in? Crystal Arrow comes from downtown. Impact will survive for now. And it is going to be the disengage, so Sentinels at least do not get picked off, but there's 4 members from their team down here to just create a stalemate where Berserker is still pushing mid.
Yeah, should be a bigger gold advantage here for Lyon. They recognize that everyone from Sentinels moved bot lane, and Berserker is able to just take down that crystalline overgrowth. And in terms of Inspired's ultimate, it's already half the way back, so he can look for another play soon.
Bot jumping forward and cloning back is just kind of sidestepping back and forth here, but not going to really be able to find a play. Rahel does not have an arrow, of course, as he used it down on that bottom side, and Inspired nearly has his own ultimate back as Isles is just harassing the Sentinels members who are trying to get in for this scuttle. They won't be able to get there. Inspired finishes that off, but Hambach skirmishing back and forth with them.
I mean, Dokla's 2 levels ahead of any solo laner on the side of Sentinels. Sentinels is just, again, playing this 1-3-1 and really just trying to waste as much time from Sentinels when they are grouped up. Since they're winning on both sides, they're okay just holding this 1-3-1 and waiting for Inspired's ultimate to be back up, which it is, and he's looking for another play on. Look, a flashless Syndra with no turret.
No shot, unstoppable force, and he gets cut in half by Dokla. It's just that easy. Saint arrived to say, high five, guys. Nice hustle up here. A little bit of encouragement. I was here too.
Honestly, he shouldn't have done that because now Jax gets a little bit of gold. If they would have just kept the 1-3-1 elsewhere, there's no way for them to come back. So now it's actually Dokla who's going to have to trade waves. We're going to have to switch the sides of the map, go bot lane and stop Impact from getting too much gold.
Isles again just harassing them as they're trying to walk in. Dokla hunting for Impact, but he's going to be in a pretty sneaky spot. Sentinels at least do push them back, and Impact TP's in. So now they're going to try to make a play happen here because of that teleport misstep from Saint. He goes top. Dokla has to TP bot. It means they are down a member, and they do lose Herald, which is something at the very least for Sentinels, but still, they're down 5K here once again, and next game, they don't even have the Dragon advantage.
Yeah, let's watch this one more time. It's very simple. Gets the flash with his ultimate early, says, hey, baddie, no flash top, and it's just free. If Darkwings is not allowed to be here, but because Dokla has been freezing the waves so consistently, Darkwings feels compelled to break the freeze.
I TP.
No, why you TP, bro?
Oh, Shiba, you say you.
I asked if they have TP.
Ah, it's fine, guys.
Take top.
Well, that's why he TP'd. Misunderstanding there. He said, I asked if they have TP, and he thought he was calling for a TP, so...
That's amazing. Language barrier at its finest.
It's a second language. We'll give them a pass on it, as they clearly are getting way better on the communication week over week. I also like that Inspired uses this kind of Malphite trick where when you're ulting over the wall, you can get these really fast Malphite ults. It actually increases the speed at which he travels. It makes it a lot harder to react from. So when you can find these angles to ult over the wall, it is very tough to react to because he's coming out of fog and he's going super fast. So that is nice to see from Inspired, always looking for these little optimizations. As Saint and Isles are up here, and Darkwings, you got no tower, buddy. The fate is sealed, not going to find him. We'll see if he can actually get caught here by Isles. As a bit of a comedy of errors from Lyon. They're just going to hang their heads in shame and back off. Dokla fighting on the bot side against Impact here. He wants to get another solo kill. Impact on the run. The Encore comes through as Inspired has to use the unstoppable force to safety. Dokla gets the solo. Lyon retreat on the top side. Bit of a funny fight, but at the end of the day, it's Big Dokes coming out on top once again in the bot lane.
What a crazy sequence there. It doesn't matter when you have a 6,000 gold lead, you miss all their ultimates, but Big Dokes still's got your back, gets a solo kill in the bottom lane as Sentinels try to get a little bit mid lane with a mild numbers advantage.
Arrow. No, not gonna connect.
Inspired doesn't have ult, but wants to hold this turret as Doku's getting fed in this game.
He is miles ahead at this point. Darkwing's going to be back out on the map. Will be able to collect that wave, so at least defends the tier 2 for now. But Dokla, 4,000 gold up individually at 21 minutes. That is just, what are you going to do?
It's just the way they're playing side lanes. Like, Yone is constantly here, Ambessa's constantly there. It's just so impressive the way that they're playing this.
Yeah, they are playing incredibly well. The macro game heavily in their favor. And of course, when you have these massive solo lane advantages, no one can 1v1 Dokla, so you always have to have someone hovering him. And if you always have to have 2 or 3 people on that side of the map, you're losing everything on the other side of the map. So you kind of get checkmated a little bit unless Lyon makes mistakes, and they just aren't really making any of those big errors.
And it's funny, the only mistake they did make is when Saint teleported and Inspired clearly said Vod UTP, and that led to the Rift Herald, right? It wasn't even a Rift Herald, but it still cost them an extra teleport. And it's like Sentinels is waiting for these little mistakes. It's just Lyon is playing such clean League of Legends, and they kind of have them in this slow checkmate state where they'll push deep when Sentinel shows on the other side. If you're on their side, they'll freeze, and as long as they don't get picked off as level 16 Dokla, he can give a lot of experience to Huhi if he dies here.
He also might kill someone. We'll see if he's even gonna die. It is a 3v1, but it is a scary one. The flash out from Huhi, but he is just getting chopped in half. In comes the arrow, in comes the Encore. He is locked down, he is knocked down. It's a big shutdown. Huhi limps away with about 5% HP. Dokla is terrifying.
Look at that, though. Because of the bounty, Darkwings has a 1,000 gold lead over Saint, and the catch-up experience goes hard there. That was a level 18 Ambessa, so extra experience for everyone who was around that kill. It's not going to make up for the game of advantages they've built, but that's a pretty big kill for Sentinels to get.
It is still a problem to solve here. We got this itemization versus this itemization, which is not looking so hot.
You say problem to solve. What is the solve here?
You hope Dokla dies 10 more times in a row on the side lane.
Yeah, 3 versus 1.5.
Yep. It is looking very, very tough there for Impact to be relevant this game, but he is at least going to knock down that tower, so gets a small injection of gold. They have clawed it back from 4.1k to 3.5, so that's something for them. And they do have a ton of CC, and the other team has a lot of squishy members, so that really is your hope, is that, all right, yeah, there's strong people on the other team, but if you hit an arrow on Jhin or Nico or Ambessa and you can full CC chain them 100 to 0, hey, maybe that gold lead doesn't matter as much.
The Seraphine scaling also goes super hard, right? Like if the Malphite, Ambessa, Yone all go in the same line and the Seraphine Alt-E lines up with Cinderstun, like it won't matter that they have the gold leads if every AoE is hitting 3 people at the same time. So from that lens, you can have a little bit of hope from Sentinels. But this is the thing, right? Like Dokla has 3 solo kills this game. He had 1 solo kill weeks 1 to 5. The 1 solo kill was the Varus into the Renekton yesterday. So very impressive game so far from Big Dokes.
And it was really interesting because, you know, if you remember back at Worlds, obviously he was doing the vlogs, but he was popping off in game 2. He was getting solo kills. He was looking so good as they're going to look for an arrow. Nice sidestep from Dokla. Sees it coming. Dashes to the side. Clean mechanics. But Dokla came out of last year on such a high. And then it looked like Dokla's not even going to have a team because Zamuda was the intended starting top laner for Lyon. Then Dokla does get a team. Doesn't really have a great individual performance in the early weeks, but now last week, this week, he is looking so good for Lyon. And it feels like he is back in the groove here and now hunting Impact, who immediately pops the Counter-Strike, has to flash the deadly flourish there as Berserker had that targeted correctly.
Yeah, and they're just holding off all 5 of Sentinels mid with 4. While Yone solos the Drake. Now they can just move down to make sure they secure it with the Smite. Really interesting story, as you mentioned, with Dokla, because every team passed him over. A lot of them thought they had a better solution, or they already had a player on the roster. For instance, like FlyQuest had Gat from last year, so they wanted to give him a chance. But Team Liquid clearly opted to sign Morgan instead of Dokla. Zamudo would have been another one where they had committed to him last year, so wanted to give him a chance, but with the visa complications, it makes sense to bring in Dokla. Even with all that being said, it must be incredibly satisfying for Dokla to be popping off the way he is here in the playoffs. 2 games away from going into the finals as a top laner for actually 2 splits in a row now, where no team wanted him at the start of the split, yet once he joins mid-split, his team goes to finals.
He's just such a fun player to watch, and It's been cool because he's one of the guys who's been around in LCS for such a long time. Came in initially, I believe, on Optic Gaming way back in the day. And, was able to kind of really reinvent himself as a player, went down to Tier 2, won Most Valuable Prospect in Tier 2,
He was
came
actually
back
in Tier
up.
3 before in Tier 2. It's
True.
crazy how far the fall was before the rise.
But came back up, won a title with energy, has had some really good performances, even, representing himself well internationally. And even, kind of from the content aspect, I remember when he came back in last year, him talking about how he felt like he went about being a pro wrong. He didn't care about content and interviews and being entertaining and doing this stuff in the past, and how he was telling me he really wanted to do both this time around, and seeing that as an important part of being a pro, an important part of having a successful ecosystem, is being these brands and being these players that people are interested in watching and think are fun and funny. And I think he's just done such a fantastic job on all accounts.
Yeah, we appreciate it. On his off day last week, that would have been a rest day for the rest of Lyon. He came in. He was on the analyst desk with us for the whole day and also did pro. So shout out to Dokla as we have a 5,000 gold lead. It has frozen a little bit here in this game for Lyon, and it actually feels, aside from the Drake stacking being in Lyon's favor, so even a little bit more one-sided, feels a lot like that last game where Sentinels is just on the outside, but one fight could put them in a good position just because of how cohesive their team fighting can actually be. They can't play side lanes. They can't keep up in these side lanes. But as the game shrinks, as the timer goes higher and higher and the objectives become more important, maybe they'll have a chance to find the fight.
Fired is level 16 now, so very powerful, unstoppable force on a very short cooldown. He's going to go immediately. Up comes the curtain call. All three members get tagged there, slowed up. Darkwings is going nowhere except back to the base. He is knocked down. That Syndra is gone, and they are heading to the Baron.
That Malphite is an absolute unit. He just ults in, and the only follow-up in range is a Jhin ult. And by the way, that's completely enough. Now 4v5. They need to zone out Hambach to secure this Baron.
Hambach's looking pretty zoned out, but they are going to teleport in Impact. Saint going over the wall. We'll see if he can find something. The arrow's going to connect on the side, but look at Dokla. Seraphine is gone in a hurry. Impact is not going to be able to do anything here at all. Dokla just fighting past Impact, looking for Hambach, trying to knock him down. Rahel, though, going to be able to knock down Dokla's Inspired, claims the Baron. Saint going to be able to push forward and get one more. Lyon crushing this game, 13-5. They've got the Baron, 6.5k gold lead, and Soul is in a minute 40.
Nice killer instinct there by Lyon. Everyone actually leaves the pit, and a smiteless Malphite is left inside to finish the Baron, but it's the right play. They annihilate not everyone, but effectively everyone on Sentinels. Watching this ultimate one more time, sees the angle, goes through the Alt-E of the Seraphine, just the E, to avoid the root. And then the Zeke's just slows enough to line up the Jhin bullets, no problem, and it's an easy kill.
Yep, the Zeke slow as well as the Malphite shard there, slowing him down even more. Gets in the middle of all three and just knows, hey, I can look for these sort of angles. That is how strong he is. He was level 16, the enemy mid laner was still 15. Even on this kind of more supportive style of jungler, he is keeping his farm incredibly high. And these are the, inspired kind of accolades since he has been in NA. These are the teams he has been on. Nearly a 70% win rate in NA, 5 titles, 3 MVPs, 3 first-team All-Pros, and he's made it to 6 internationals. So has been completely dominant since making it into the league, and it felt like Blabber is trying to reclaim that throne from him this split. It was feeling like almost a sure thing for C9, but as Lyon is getting better and better and better in the lower bracket, it is feeling less and less like a sure thing tomorrow if Lyon makes it there against C9.
Absolutely. Hambach trying to get control of this Soul, though. Inspired has ultimate again. He's looking for the angle.
Yeah, we'll see if they can actually find it. Hambach struggling to get in. The curtain call is going to get ripped open here. Impact on the side. He needs to run. He's going to be able to hop back to his ward. Stay safe for now, but Hambach down to about half HP. Darkwings knows he needs to get into the team, but Isles finds him. Flash forward. There is the Deadly Flourish as well, rooting him up. He goes into stasis, but Dokla is stacked on top of him, and he is going to get knocked down. It's a killing spree there for Berserker. Rahel was peppering Inspired, but couldn't do any damage to him whatsoever, and it feels like the fight is already over. The soul is already given.
Looked like Rahel had a little pea shooter. He was trying to break either Inspired's rock solid shield or the Kanik shield, and he did neither. So I think that lowers their chances of winning, seeing that fight as well as the soul going over. It is looking very easy for the bruisers and tanks of Lyon to go anywhere that they please. Hambach might look for an angle on Berserker here. They need to make some type of desperation play. Maybe a bit of a tempo trap here. You'd expect him to be back in base, but there's just no angle. Berserker's playing to the side very well.
And Inspired held his ult through that whole fight, so he still has it, right? And yeah, you can go for an engage here, but if you flash in, you're just getting ulted by Inspired. And he is just walking forward confidently, level 17 on the Malphite. Unstoppable Force ready to go. Hambach still waiting in that brush. Gonna see if he can find a long distance flank here. Impact back to base, has the Seeker, so maybe they're gonna go for one more desperation play. But I think Inspired has sussed out where he is. He's looking for him with the sweeper, but stun comes in. The arrow connects as well. Great CC chain, but it's only onto Isles. They do knock down Isles, but will that even matter? The Seeker's gonna get used there by Impact, trying to buy some time. Doka looking to get on the run. Sentinels know they need more from this, but Inspired is not letting Hambach in. He's just pushing him out the side. You can't get past the rock.
Yeah, Inspired does a good job marking enemy jungler, but they do land enough CC onto Isles that Sentinels can at least push back that Baron. So the Baron power play will be done for as they go back to base with their soul and still have very healthy gold in the zone.
They are very far ahead. 8K, and you can say about 6K worth of stats from the soul, so that is about a 14,000 gold lead if you want to talk about it as far as stats are concerned. Plus they have XP advantages as well. It is rough, but at the very least, Sentinels do hold the base there. They get a kill. Yes, it's only on the support. And now Isles does have a Seekers on top of that Frozen Heart, so tons of CDR and a little bit of playmaking to boost.
Berserker, another solid game as well. 3-0-3, still deathless on the series. But back to your Inspired point with how dominant he's been in NA, I think the most impressive thing to me is the way that every team he's on plays like an Inspired team. E.g., because he'd just come over and Danny and Jojo were on that team, did take some time, and it really felt like that was the NA Rookies team. But then also watching the way FlyQuest developed with their young players, Busio, Quad, Masu, and now this team, like we were talking about the series yesterday, Lion series yesterday, when they pulled out all these fun counter picks, they were flexing more, and we're like, drafting-wise, that's the last one that reminded us of that was the FlyQuest versus Gen G best of 5 at Worlds. But then even just like the slow control, the way they play here, feels so much like the FlyQuest that we saw last year. So that's the thing with Inspired, is he's so good at getting everybody on the same page, and that page is like a really high-quality page of how to play League of Legends.
I mean, he's such strong opinions about how to play the game, and he's obviously very, very effective at teaching that methodology as well. You know, you mentioned it, Jojo and Danny leveled up tremendously playing with him. Busio, Masu leveled up tremendously playing with him, and now I think we're seeing that from Saint as well. Saint really has improved by leaps and bounds, playing with Inspired. It feels like he's way more on the same page, making way fewer mistakes than he had been in the early weeks.
And it's February 28th. Like, they're going to be together for 3 splits. You know, assuming that they don't tilt. Everyone's worried about the mental boom of the Inspired toxicity. But listen, winning clears all problems. It's only a problem once you start losing.
Winning.
If you keep winning, it's never going to be an issue. So,
if you go international, you just have to beat easy teams like Gen G and T1, you know, so just keep winning, no problem.
Hey, man, BNK Fearex, they're inexperienced too. You never know what's going to happen.
Never know what's going to happen.
Gen G, they're going to win. Everyone just accepts
it. Okay. Gen G, okay. Everyone else, maybe you have a chance. But Sentinels trying to hold on to this game. Of course, in desperation hours for quite a while now. It is 34 minutes in. It feels like Lyon don't want to take any risks. They're just going to take the guaranteed plays. Now they are starting up the Baron here. Hambach will be able to immediately spot it, but the question is, can he do anything about it? Going to take a pretty big chunk of damage there from Berserker, and Saint goes over the wall now looking for him, but he's going to try to find an engage of his own. The Counter-Strike won't find anything from Impact as he arrives with a teleport. The question is, how do Sentinels get in? No one's actually walking forward. You're just kind of poking over the wall here. And slowly but surely, the Baron is getting lower and lower. Inspired can tank this thing forever.
Yeah, they're looking for a flank with Isles around the back.
Baited Seal coming out, the Cyclone as well. Isles goes over the wall, does find a nice engage here. The Curtain Call coming out, trying to take down Darkwings, but Rahel is blocking it, and Isles looks like he's gonna fall. The Baron is secured there, and now Impact is gonna fall as well. The Counter-Strike not gonna get much done. Lyon get the Baron, get the fight, and surely now on their way to get the game.
Actually pretty close for Hambach trying to get that steal. It ended up being Saint who gets it, probably with a Q. Again, though, Inspired holds his ult that entire time, never needs to burn it. Still pretty long death timers and a lot of waves that Lyon can push all at once.
Inspired just walking past the tower zoning them off. Dokla is pushing top. Saint is pushing bot. Berserker is pushing mid. They are going for all 3 waves here. Even if they don't destroy the Nexus, they are looking to deal game-ending damage, and they're looking for Darkwings here. He is rooted up. He can't even move. The slows are oppressive, and Saint knocks him down. He goes on a killing spree as well as the inhibitor and bot falls. The inhibitor in mid about to join it, and the one top is not long for this world.
Dude, 3 inhibitors is probably going to be the play. They'll probably stick around. It is going to be a 4v5, but it depends how safe they want to be. Elder is up in 30 seconds. Got to play low-risk League of Legends, Azael.
Yeah, they're looking for the guarantees.
Check all the boxes.
They don't want the 99%. They want 100. And they are going to be going back to base, spend up all that gold that they just got here, and look to seal the deal at Elder. Sentinels, it's going to be hard to even leave the base to get out and try to contest this, but you really have to take a swing. You've got to take a risk here. Maybe if you take Elder, you have some tiny snowball's chance.
They can't leave the base. There's teleport up for Dokla. Level 20 Ambessa will kill their Nexus if they leave. Or they'll just kill all the players right here.
Find him. There goes Inspired. Flash Unstoppable Force. The curtain call coming out once again. Sentinels on the run here. Will survive for now. But again, it's the base that's the problem. You called it out. Double supers in every lane. Darkwing's trying to clear this out, but Saint is going to be going for it, looking for it. The fate is sealed as Sentinels are no more. Saint flashing in onto Impact, going to be able to knock him down. Surely Rahel trying to get something done to the side. Takes a massive shot to the face from Berserker. Impact is down, the root is there. Darkwings is back, but not for long. Berserker survives, and Rahel does not. Lyon marching on the Nexus.
5 for 0, 2-0 for Lyon. Another gem by Inspired and the squad. Lyon is 1 game away from the grand finals.
Lyon taking us to 2-0. They are now 8-1 on their lower bracket run. Lounge, can they be stopped?
They cannot be stopped! That's to answer your question.
Hell no.
Yeah,
No, they can't.
Taken up.
Yeah.
Dokla said himself yesterday he loves lower bracket runs, and he loved playing this game.
He is popping off. He is having so much fun after the previous one and into this series. You know, first game, he got a counter pick. Yeah, it was a more standard counter pick, but the Narn to the Renekton. This one, another flex pick. You get the Ambessa.
Yep.
And holy, did his jungler pay him back with some jungle attention too? Oh, beautiful top lane stuff here from Big Dokes.
Yeah,
It's
I mean,
ridiculous.
oh no, I was just gonna say, another, like, he was having fun. You know who wasn't having fun?
His opponent, Impact.
His opponent, Impact. Yes, unfortunately. And I
Oh,
mean, a lot of it starts with. I'm pretty sure this is the.
Yeah, so I want to point out something here too, because on the chase, Doka's walking up. Look how he then gets his Q to hit off the ranged minion so he can get the extra jump for the Q2. Kills him there. And that was the solo one, Emily.
Yeah, that was the solo one. This is when Hambach decides he might be able to make a play here, but no! Dokla has Malphite in his pocket, and here's another Malphite Ambessa combo. And after this, Dokla was just set up in such a good position, Raz.
Yeah, in those first 2 plays, he's just trying to get his wave in. I mean, the first play specifically trying to get your wave in, you have TP. If you feel like you can't do it, then it's tough, right? But it was a really close situation. The second time around, it's like, okay, I'm calling my jungler, and maybe it's going to be made happen. No, Dokla is not going to let it happen. Inspired is alongside with him. So Dokla has been playing so well this playoff run. Same with Saint. Same with Isles. Like, everyone has been locked in and has been on the same note, and it seems like you're agreeing with Dokla with us today.
Yeah, he's pretty happy about it. Honestly, I also just like the coordination because you're talking about these timers, right, of getting in waves and everything. And all these inspired plays look really easy because it's just a Malphite, right? It's just a rock, and you're like, he's just pressing one button, but there's so many points. We showed a bunch of impact ones there, but also Darkwings, the Syndra, constantly getting Malphite ulted over and over and stuff as well.
Yeah, I got a specific example here because this is a situation where Cloud9 is going to have to deal with this if Sentinels get felled by Lyon. Lyon's incredibly good at being able to play through sides, and that's a problem that's going to be having to be solved throughout this series. Darkwings is on side lane, as you can tell, and if you take a look at the minimap, the rest of his team is playing towards bot. So, like, he's going to be alone with the Ambessa with ulti up. He recognizes that, so if we play it through, he's like playing pretty precautiously. What bush is going to be? It's going to be this? Where's he coming from? Where's he coming from?
I can't see. Raz, where is he?
So he ends up popping up right here, burns his flash. And that's going to be really important because now you're on side lane without sums, so the rest of Sentinels end up moving towards top side to be able to like get vision for him so he can walk up a little further and take up the next wave. Inspired is here alongside Owls, they push him back, and so at least Hanbok does have control ward, and usually if you're in this situation, you want to be able to get a control ward or something over here, like something to allow him to be able to take the next wave for free, especially if you don't have flash. Now, I have a critique towards Darkwings here because Hanbok ends up using Scryer's Bloom and catches Inspired walking top.
Super Blast Code!
Uses the entire time he is seen. Not only were the 2v2 showcasing where Inspired and Isles were, but now Scryer's Bloom shows Inspired literally walking top. Darkwings without flash, no reason to be as far up as he is. So these are just small mistakes that are happening throughout the game that's costing them big. So you can't have moments that are really questionable. So like for me, I look at moments like these or the early game laning phase. We talked about Jax getting blown up multiple times. That also happened mid when Yone used ulti and that caught off Syndra there. So it's like these are happening in the early games and Lyon is taking them out game after game.
Yeah, and if you allow Lyon to set up like that, one thing I want to call to attention again that you already kind of touched upon is their side wave pressure, right? Because it seems like they're either constantly pushing out sides or the waves are in a position where, like in that clip with Darkwings, he kind of has to take the risk of moving far forward up in lane if he wants to get that. I'm curious to see who player the game is because Inspired was everywhere on the map early, but Dokla ended up taking over the game, and it is Dokla who ends up winning player of the game.
My vote was for Inspired. It's one, you either like the setup or you like the action, and honestly it was split between the fans too, 49% going for Dokla. It's about these two players this entire series. I mean, Berserker had game one, but Sentinels needs to do something. We need to shake something out of them.
They got to do something different from what they've been doing as well. That's for sure. Focus on the early game, focus on the mid-game team fights, focus on the macro.
Focus on everything. And right now, we're going to focus on the fact that Rally Cry is excited to announce the launch of the League of Legends North America Community Event Support Program. Starting today, event organizers across NA can apply to receive an official support package from Riot Games featuring limited edition swag. Supply is limited and will only be available to support events taking place between March 31st and April 30th, 2026. So submit your application ASAP to rally.gg/LOL Season 1 event support. Game 3 is coming up after this short break.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Rich in the ground before Dub can even get there. In time to try to knock out as Impact gets bursted.
Don't feed.
Knocks him down.
Get fed. Scan the QR code for deals only on Uber Eats.
Holy smokes! You don't look so good, boss.
Tell me about it. It's a real inferno down here, and I'm burnt out.
Here, try a Red Bull. It's devilishly good.
Red Bull? Oh, that tastes heavenly. Wait a minute. What's this?
Oh, yeah. I forgot about that.
Wings? Wings? I can't have wings. Not in my position.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Hello? Whoa. Mama Gorgon 85 lives here? Yep, that's my mom. The absolute legend who went from gaming on her phone to ruthless online streaming slayer with no mercy for any living thing is your mom?
Hey guys. Apples with peanut butter?
How is this possible?
With AT&T Wireless and Home Internet.
Hey, text me if you need anything.
Level up your connection with AT&T Wireless and Home Internet, now available across the nation.
No, she's so nice in real life.
They see me though.
I'm looking Ash.
Okay.
Look guys here.
Fighting here.
Okay, Lupine.
Take it slow, Syndra flashed already.
Okay.
Take it slow, maybe you can get more.
Keep going, give me vision.
Just see.
I think come down.
Okay. Seraphine, no flash.
I don't have smite anyway, so we can't finish it easily.
They're not coming.
It's fine, just keep rocking. They will fight.
Oh, they tip it?
Yeah.
I don't know where.
Here. They put in the...
Ash no arrow, she aired me.
Focus on the fight.
We can set up here.
I'm okay.
Focus on the fight.
Slowly.
Focus on the fight.
Ash no
Oh,
error.
we can.
Ash no error.
Focus on the fight. Help him.
Yeah, it looks okay.
I'll go.
Yeah.
Low fight.
I have ult still.
I have
Get
splash.
it.
Okay, back. Red is up or not?
Welcome back to the LCS. Lyon are on match point here against Sentinels. 8 of their last 9 games have been wins since playoffs started. This lower bracket run has been dominant. 3-0, 3-1, and now up 2-0 with a chance to sweep Sentinels out of the lock-in playoffs.
And they'll have a lot of momentum going into Cloud9 if they manage to win one of the next 3 games, although it will also be their 3rd day in a row playing best of 5. So by that point, the fatigue may be interesting. But the biggest glow up has been, I mean, kind of the whole team, but the solo laners.
Yeah.
Dokla had some of the worst laning stats in the league. In Swiss Stage, in playoffs, he's been routinely beating the enemy top laner. Morgan, who had dominated, he smashed yesterday with counter picks. Impact, he solo killed multiple times last game in an Ambessa versus Jax matchup. And we're not really talking that much about Saint or Berserker, but they're also just winning. They're not making mistakes, and they're giving Lyon easy games.
I just think that, you know, I talked about it in Champ Select last game. I want to see who he play an engaged champion. I honestly don't care what the meta is at this point. Playing the meta is not working for them. I think you want to move towards comfort. You want to move towards some of these engaged champs here and see if they can have some success with that. With Hui on a hard engaged champ, him and Hombach pairing up have been very effective. Inspired even at an interview giving them a lot of credit. SEN came to slay. They haven't done much slaying so far, but there's still some time. We'll see if they can pick it up here going on into the next game.
Got to win 3 in a row. Reverse sweeps have happened within the last couple weeks. More Nocturne and Pantheon bans right off the bat, so no global junglers. And as we were saying earlier, Lyon, with how much control they've had in the series, doesn't seem like they're needing to throw or wanting to throw any curveballs in this draft of Sentinels, so I'm expecting them to draft pretty standard.
I would think so. If it ain't broke, don't fix it, right? And it is just going to be a continuation of these AD jungle bans as the focus. A lot of AD junglers already out of the pool with Jarvan, Xin, and Wukong having been played. Now, Vi, Pantheon, Nocturne, all going to be joining them in that ban list.
And I think one commonality in these last 2 games, since Darkwings, I'd say maybe the least flexible player on Sentinels really prioritizing control mages, is Impact has had with the Jarvan and the Malphite just really good ways at attacking the control mages.
Point.
So with Nocturne and Pantheon being down, Malphite and Jarvan being down, the standard pool doesn't necessarily have that, especially with Vi being banned as well.
Yep.
But we'll see how the draft plays out. Maybe there's a Zac angle somewhere, just throwing it out there, but unlikely.
Yeah, I mean, the problem with Zac and a lot of these champs is just that there's no AD mid laners to pair with them.
Yeah.
There's one in the
Last
top
game
20
would've
most
been
picked.
maybe
It's
the
Yoni.
chance.
That's
Yeah.
literally it. And Malphite's just the better Zach. So so it's kind of tough. But maybe AP junglers will have their day. Maybe we'll get some patch changes coming in. As Varus is up and available, is going to be grabbed here by Sentinels on the first pick. We're assuming that's going to Rahel unless Impact wants to take a page out of Dokla's book, but I would not expect it whatsoever.
Definitely not. Sentinels obviously chose first pick. Lion picked blue side, which is why we're in this situation. A lot of scaling in all of these Lion drafts all weekend. Sivir being locked in into likely Varus. Won't win the lane, but can also just shove and farm and become really strong later.
Inspired looking very relaxed there on screen as he is considering what pick they want to go for next. Trundle would be, one of the AD junglers that is kind of up and available. And I do think, again, when you're playing against carries without a dash, the pillar can be quite effective. But instead, it is going to be Ryze, one of the primary champions that has been quite popular in mid lane throughout this whole season. But both Anivia and Cassio are available, and those are champions that are considered pretty strong. I tend to think that Anivia is the better option these days, but Cassio is something that Dark Phoenix has shown, and Anivia I would think would be in his pool because he plays all the control mages.
Yep, he's played it last year even. I believe he'll lock that into the Ryze. Bit of just a handshake matchup, to be completely honest. Ryze was banned last game, not banned this game, so more trading.
That's okay. That's a pretty good burn. That's a pretty good burn. I do really like the Anivia, not only for this matchup, but just in general, because Sivir is also very short range. So, when you have short range carries, you are very vulnerable to getting walled off, and you get stuck in the Glacial Storm, and it can be really difficult as long as you have frontliners that can actually create space for Anivia so she can walk forward and find these walls. I think it could be quite good against both of the carries there.
You got your wishes, Ale.
I did, and Alistar is also great into Sivir because you cannot spell shield the combo. Because if you WQ, all it does is block the W, and then the Q comes through buffered afterwards, and you're immediately knocked up. So you can't spell shield the combo. That is quite a nice little interaction, and Huhi going to be on Engage, finally feeling like he'll be that proactive playmaker that I really do think he excels at.
Yep, but matched with Bard, pretty common. Support matchup you'll see, the Alistar into the Bard. A lot of times actually the Alistar is picked into the Bard, but it'll still work both ways with Isles wanting to impact the map. So a lot of pseudo globals and a lot of map roaming here from Isles Bard and Saint Ryze as we move into the second phase of bans. Jungler's still not locked in. The Trundle that was hovered earlier by Inspired, I think he still will be looking for it, but you don't want to pick it that early in the draft until you've seen more of the champs that Sentinels has locked in.
I think it could be pretty effective, but we'll see. Playing again, more of these melee champions, less attractive when there is Anivia. They're playing tomorrow, buddy. Hold your horses. Gonna have to wait a day, as these guys have to finish their series first. Cassante gonna get banned out. Impact yet to go towards, what everyone really associates with him, which is kind of those tanks. They are still up and available, but clearly not feeling like they are as strong in the meta, or not feeling like, they have been good in the draft.
Trundle ban could set up a Scion later. You don't want to pick Scion when Trundle is available. But they also, because they had first pick, they're not going to have the fourth pick or the last pick. So Lion can still control this last phase of the draft pretty well.
The Trundle ban does make me think Sentinels are going to play a tank top. That they are definitely considering that at the very least. It's always a lot harder to be going, blind tank if Trundle is on the table. Sion going to be banned out as well, though. So now kind of the two strongest blind tanks are gone. You can play Ornn, but a lot of people are feeling like Ornn has some more difficult matchups these days and isn't as safe. Well, they're not picking Yuumi this game because both the supports are locked.
I like how they drew the Vayne ban as well. This sets up Sion even more, which is why we then see the Sion ban. So taking a few champs away from Impact. Ornn is still up, though, if he wants it.
I'm not buying what you're selling, Berserker.
Are they going to let Dokka play Jace, his old favorite?
It could also be Jungle Jace, which had been really popular for a while, but did kind of fall out of priority. But I'm not going to buy the hovers until it is locked. But would make sense as a pick because, again, it's another flex pick. This is something that Lion is doing, I think, so well, is locking in these flex picks. It's like, great, you're going to be able to answer one of jungle or top here, but you don't know what it is. You don't know what you should pick. If Impact goes for something that is supposed to be a counter pick into Jace, and then all of a sudden that's now in the jungle, and Dokka's counter picking you, like that gets really difficult. So We'll see what the answer is going to be. I like Skarner quite a bit here. Again, relatively short range on both of the carries when you're looking at Sivir and the Ryze. So if you can get walled off with the Anivia, it's a great combo. You can stun them into the Anivia wall with the Skarner E. So charging in, stunning them against the wall, throwing down that ult. There's a lot of CC and a lot of zone control here from Sentinels. I think their draft is looking pretty promising if they can hold up in the early game. Oh, okay. This is actually super good into Jace.
It's good into Jace,
it
which
could get
means
flexed.
That's probably a flex to Jace jungle because this would be the counter pick into the Jace, and with the Gwen hover,
and Gwen
that's part of the plan.
Gwen is really not fun for Yorick to lane against. I play a lot of Yorick. Jace is one of the very best matchups. Gwen is very difficult. Generally, champions that scale well and don't have to care about your cage are tough to beat. And so I do think it is going to be Gwen top and Jace jungle. We'll see where they do end up going. And that's kind of my expectation. And so Impact looks for the counter pick. But again, these flex picks from Lyon, I feel like they have just evolved their drafting to such a high level. These last 2 days, they are looking like by far the best drafting team in the league.
It really seems that way. I feel like you need to start taking last pick as your choice against Lyon. Or even blue side because the camera angle is better, and then to see if Lyon actually wants to have last pick because it just feels like they're taking such advantage of having last pick in these drafts.
And this is the first Jace in Inspired's career, but again, this guy in solo queue plays all of the other roles. I really think he will have practiced Jace jungle as well. It was quite meta early on in this season. Have been getting played quite a bit around the world and a ton in solo queue, so definitely expecting him to be very practiced and polished on the pick as he seems to be on pretty much everything. But worried again for Impact as now he tries to go for the counter pick and he is instead stuck in a matchup that I think is very, very difficult for the Yorick. You kind of get outscaled in the 1v1. You can avoid the Yorick E with your Shroud as well, you know, with that Hallowed Mist from Gwen. So things going to be looking pretty difficult, I think, for Impact in that 1v1.
We do have a pause that I imagine will lead to an investigation, though. I see Inspired types rune bug early on in the chat. So was it a bug or was it a misclick? Because we know Sentinels had to play with a Guardian Aatrox before. I'm looking at the runes so far.
They did not have to play with the Vayne.
It's at least the keystones seem correct. So we see Conqueror on Gwen, First Strike on Jace. Conqueror Ryze is potentially the rune bug we're talking about.
I like how we see Inspired saying rune bug, and then Impact immediately goes, can't remake. He's like, I had to play with Guardian, buddy. It could also just be a secondary rune, right? You know, sometimes it is that case, but I'm assuming it is going to be Saint probably wanting to play Phase Rush instead of the Conqueror. Phase Rush, very, very standard when you are playing against the Anivia, so assuming that was the accident. Generally, if you haven't heard this spiel before, how it works is they have a full recording of everything from the player's PC, including all of their inputs from mouse, from keyboard, and they're going to go back and they're going to find out, was it player error? Did they click the wrong rune? Or was it a client bug? If it's client bug, you get a remake. You can fix that. If it's player error, well, tough luck.
Yeah, that is exactly, just got confirmation that QC is investigating if it is a bug with the Ryze runes or if this is something he clicked by accident. So he's got Conqueror, Presence of Mind, Haste, Last Stand, and then Monoflow and Transcendent. So it wouldn't be a total disaster if he ends up having to play it, but not having Phase Rush into Anivia is pretty painful.
It is really, really difficult. But in the meantime, we have Raz standing by with Reignover.
Yeah, while we're waiting for the confirmation on the rune bug in particular, I got Reignover here with me because you guys have been on an 8-9 run, winning 8 of the 9 games you guys have had. Can you speak to me about the kind of success you guys have been having recently?
Oh, I mean, I think it's just we're just having momentum. We're just getting confident. Every match we play, we're getting more comfortable about the win condition of the comp we're playing. So I think it's just being on a good flow.
A lot of it is also coming off the back of just ridiculous drafts where you guys are flexing everything. You can't really trust going up against you guys when you have last pick. Speak to me of the confidence around Dokla, because I know early split, a little bit of a struggle, but now he's been on a real run, and you can't really predict what he is going to be countering. Even this draft, like getting the Jace and then flexing that into the jungle so you can have Gwen top lane. So speak to me about Dokla and having to work with him and your philosophy around the draft.
Oh, I mean, a lot of times we're putting onto the last pick on the draft, which, you know, benefits flex pick a lot. And I think our roster, usually flex pick is like when everyone is ready to play the champion that we're flexing, then you can actually flex the champion and then pick it confidently early on the draft. And I would say we practice that way, and then our players are able to play a lot of multiple champion. So I think that's why our comps draft is easier, and then being able to flex a lot of champion. Dokla does definitely help us being able to flex a lot of champion. Yeah.
Okay, while we have a little bit of time, just one extra question, because you ended up slaying your former organization in Team Liquid. Just like, and being in this position, one series away, one game away from being in the finals, how does it feel being in your position as the head coach of Lyon?
Oh, honestly, not too much of impression. I mean, just focusing on the next game, and then we're already on the third game of the second series, so just find the win today and then just prep for next game, and then at the end we'll be winning the split, and then we'll be all happy.
All right, I appreciate that interview. While we're getting more information on that rune bug, I'll be sending this one straight back to the casters.
There you go. That's all you got to do. Just keep winning until you win the split, and then you can be happy.
Yep. Everyone is happy when you win. Unfortunately, though, in League of Legends, only one team ends up winning, because they just keep, if you win a tournament, they always just keep making you go to the next harder tournament until you eventually lose. It's really,
we will make you feel bad about yourselves.
Really mean.
Just you wait. No, it is true. I mean, the international competition obviously is so incredibly hard. But Lyon, I mean, if they are able to actually win the split, that would be incredible. This is a team that I think a lot of people thought had a lot of promise, and then they had a very weak start to the split. So then it was like, oh, well, you know, all these questions people had, are they all true? Is this team going to boom very, very quickly? Sentinels as well, I think, was a surprise to be, you know, this far along.
Yeah.
They had a very good start, but obviously in playoffs, they have yet to win a game. They are now on a 5-game losing streak so far in playoffs, but between, you know, in the last 2 series, I should say. They obviously did win their first series to go on and play against Cloud9, but in their last 2 series, they have lost 5 straight now.
Yeah, and I was about to speculate on the Saint bug because his Conqueror page seems like an actual valid Rise page, just not good into the Anivia, but I just heard that it was in fact a rune bug. Okay. So it was a bug that had it switch from Phase Rush to Conqueror. I imagine it's something with the save pages, but at this point, they're going to be remaking Champ Select, and we're going to be able to get back in and say it's going to be able to bring Phase Rush.
I always feel very justified when I see these, because I've had this happen to me a number of times, and people are always like, you just clicked the wrong rune, buddy. I'm like, no, I locked those runes. And it is a really bad feeling, even if it is a reasonable rune page. Not, you know, you're not playing Guardian Rise, you're playing Conqueror. It's something that is going to be in the back of your mind and is going to be really tilting throughout the game. So
yeah,
it's good that it is going to be, you know, a rune bug that is solved. They are going to be able to remake. We're going to go through. It's going to be the exact same draft. He's just going to be able to change his runes to the correct page, and then we will be getting into this third game here between Lyon and Sentinels. Sentinels, I think their draft is quite strong, and again, to me, Huhi has been such a big part of their success. I feel like he's been playing really, really well so far for this team. You know, when we think back to the series that they did win in playoffs, it was a lot about how he was playing on engage picks, you know, being able to really move into the enemy jungle, playing with Hambach, and kind of that duo was looking so effective for their early games and their mid games.
Yeah, and in this series, Hambach and Huhi have been completely neutralized, right? Hambach hasn't really been first to any of the plays. It's always been Inspired, getting the successful ganks off. And then Huhi has been jailed under his turret in the majority of situations. So they would need to break out of that pattern if they want to try and make this a series, because currently they've just been getting slammed in games 1 and 2 by Lyon.
They absolutely have. And it's going to be tough. I mean, it's just getting really, really interesting, because I think, you know, everyone coming into playoffs was like already thinking, all right, C9's going to win for sure. And then, you know, playoffs start, C9, when they do play, looks really, really good. All right, C9's definitely going to win for sure.
Yeah.
And now you're starting to think, but what if Lion's going to win?
I mean, I was telling you earlier that I felt like of Team Liquid, this is before playoffs started, of Team Liquid, Lyon, and C9, I'd be pretty comfortable with any 3 of those teams representing the LCS at first stand. Now, after watching yesterday, it does seem like Team Liquid is flawed, so I'm glad they're not going to be representing us. But this Lyon team looks ever improving, and I think that C9 series, if Lyon closes this out today in a clean fashion, is going to be very competitive, really, because there's a certain... It's nice to be through the winner's bracket awaiting the opponent in finals, but at the same time, they haven't been challenged and had to adapt in a real way in these series, because they swept FlyQuest easily, they swept Sentinels easily. Lyon probably had the hardest series, the most competitive series of playoffs, Lyon versus TL, and they'll take this massive amount of best of 5s they've been able to play through this lower bracket into finals as experience against C9.
Exactly. And I mean, while I do think, you know, C9 obviously has gained some information about how Lyon wants to play, they're going to utilize flex picks, they're going to do all these things, but because they are so flexible with the drafts, there's not an easy, just like Band-Aid answer that is going to fix this for C9. You just do this one thing, and then they can't flex their picks anymore. It doesn't really work that way, right? You know, flex picks have just been historically so strong in League of Legends because they are so hard to draft around. You kind of just have to account for everything. So sometimes even if you have counterpick or you think you have counterpick, you're basically just still blind picking. So you just kind of have to go for generic picks. And the team that can flex everything is allowed to pick for these matchups. Is allowed to flex things around and get more of an advantage, which is just tough to deal with.
I think it's super interesting, actually, because from a game design perspective, back in 2019 when G2 was at their peak and they were like the ultimate flex pick team with everything pretty much going everywhere, they played Pyke in like 4 different roles. The game design team, to make competitive more diverse, kind of systematically removed flex picks, at least competitive flex picks, to try and make things at least jailed to one specific role. But I feel like with the inclusion of Fearless and the same picks being seen in every single game isn't as big of a concern, because once they're seen once, they're out of the series. If you look at the patches over the past year, they've done a lot of buffs that actually make champions viable in multiple roles. Most specifically, all the jungle buffs, the Jace damage, the Malphite damage, the Aatrox damage. Ambessa has a bunch of skills that work in the jungle.
Just got a jungle buff.
Darius rebuffed in the jungle. So I do actually feel like for teams that previously were a little scared away from flex picks because they'd immediately be nerfed down, I don't feel like that's the philosophy anymore. So I think flex picks are potentially reaching that strength that they had 5 or 6 years ago, and teams need to be attacking it more.
I'm a really big fan of players getting rewarded for having deep champion pools. I just think it's both fun to watch, and it is one of the skills of the game that I think should be rewarded, right? I think a player who is great on carries and tanks should have more success than a player who is great at only one of those two. And I feel like that is something that we are kind of seeing right now with Lyon and their playoff run. And we'll see if they can close things out here against Sentinels.
Yeah, and we only have 30 seconds until the redone champ select ends up completing, so we'll be getting into game in about a minute or two. But I do find it really funny. With all the champion select issues that we've had and the connection between these two teams, it's all kind of just coincidence, but the first rune bug we had was Impact having Guardian Aatrox and not being able to remake because it was a misclick, not a bug. Then we had Sentinels accidentally lock Vayne and being allowed to remake champ select, and now they're against the team that locked Vayne on purpose and won with it, but then they have the rune bug that they're allowed to remake for. So in a sense, all of these champ select issues
Vayne is connected.
Can be isolated by Vayne and these two teams.
Vayne is causing the issues. The players are now in a game, so we should be getting this kicked off here any second, I promise, as we're going to be going on into game 3 here. Lyon looking to complete the sweep, and Sentinels looking to start the reverse sweep here to try to mount a comeback against the Lyon, who has looked so dominant.
You can see Phase Rush, the actual rune now for Rise, not Conquer, going to be very important when you're trying to walk out of those Anivia ultimates at level 6. A couple of Grasp users in the Skarner and the Yorick, and the first strike is the very common rune on the jungle Jace. Although, haven't seen that much of it since the nerfs have hit. It was kind of permabanned for a long time before the nerfs, but it's taken a bit of a backseat.
I mean, one of the things that's so annoying about this champ is basically how people kind of play it, is they power farm, and then they just drive by lanes and hit you with a shock blast, farm some first strike gold, chunk you out in your lane, and then kind of on their merry way, just continuing to farm. It can be so oppressive once they get enough lethality, and they're just walking through these lanes, kind of winning lanes just straight up through poke. It is really, really tough to deal with, and you get to a certain point where if you face check the Jace, you are just going to get one shot as a jungler. So it is very, very difficult to play around. Impact here, fighting for the push here. You always want to try to get your ghouls out and fight around those, as Dokla knocked down a couple of them and then goes in for a trade. But Impact with the push here is going to have the Morning Mist, but he had no Graves ready, so now gets one with the Q, and Dokla incredibly low. Definitely over-traded. He wanted to contest the push, and it is very tough to contest the push of Yorick early on.
Yeah, really nice grass proc that Impact got on the end right there. So Dokla going to have to make this wave crash in, and might miss a few CS as well while the ghouls harass him.
Yeah, this matchup, as honestly most matchups for Yorick, is how many Morning Mists can you hit? How many E's can you hit to be able to actually summon those ghouls and harass them down? You're looking for these trades, chip and poke and prod. And you know, the difficulty for Impact in this one is that Gwen is also a champion that can split push. Gwen is a champion that can ignore your cage with the skip and slash.
Yeah.
And Gwen is a champion that can outscale you in the side lane. So that is kind of a recipe for a tough matchup there for Yorick. But of course, if you get ahead, sometimes that just doesn't even matter.
I mean, speaking of this Impact, who is ahead, he's also got a ward in the river, but Jace is moving up towards top lane, and Hombok. Flowers wants more games.
Flowers wants the Skarner to do well. He's on his namesake. He wants more Skarner, so Hombok has to perform on the Skarner so Flowers can get to watch more Skarner games.
That's true. That's very true.
Oh, gosh, that is getting risky here.
Dokla!
Wow, that got very dicey for Dokla as he tried to greed for a little bit more gold. See how much gold he has, I'm curious, because my guess is he was really close to a buy.
550.
So he probably wanted to be able to have like an amp tome and a refillable or something like that, would be my guess.
Oh,
And so
crystal refillable.
okay,
Pretty
there
much-
you go.
pretty much
So same thing. He wanted that 550 for the base to have a reasonable base there. And Impact is going to be grabbing that cull, and he's going to hold on to his TP and just walk back to lane, so the wave is pushing towards him. So we'll see now after this reset if Dokla can stabilize a little bit.
He's going to be scaling with that call. So early lane seems okay for Dokla. Dropped a few minions early on, but was still able to get that first base. But Impact will have the teleport advantage on him now, and Hombok might be going for a bit of a lane gank. He's got a tiny bit of free time.
Yeah, I like it. He's going to look for the angle here. We'll see if they can set it up, especially if Dokla uses the skip and slash. Could be problematic for him, but that is a very big wave to fight into. So Hombok just going to be going back to his camps here and continuing to farm.
Yeah, maybe he was hoping that Dokla would commit a little deeper in so he could pull him back into the turret with the Skarner E, but didn't go crazy, and he's just going to have to clear his camps now, otherwise he's going to fall too far behind the tempo of the Jace.
Exactly. You can see they also have a deep ward over on his Raptors, so he will be spotted now and Inspired, just continuing this clear. Impact does connect with the Morning Mist and is going to be able to chunk Dokla down. Inspired, this is the kind of play pattern that I'm talking about. Just walks through, you throw a shock blast. Of course, this one did not connect.
Stole some minions from Saint.
He did, but you know, if you hit that shock blast, a couple hundred damage, you're feeling pretty good about it. That is just like minus a potion or two from Dark Wings, and you can kind of just win lanes for your team sometimes just by doing these little drive-bys.
Yeah, or steal some experience, make it so he doesn't hit level 6 first, tilt him,
blast the cannon.
send us to game 4.
Bro.
Yeah, oops. Got my item, though.
Exactly. Dokla continuing to be pushed in here as Inspired is moving up towards that top side. Has cleared so fast that he has some more free time here and is heading like he wants a deep wraparound potentially on Impact. Impact has gone back to base though, so he's playing safe until the TP comes back in. But Dokla has no ult. This could be a tough one, so I think Inspired's probably just looking for a little bit of poke.
Yep, probably another EQ with the ward still there, so Impact will see him as soon as Inspired enters the river.
Oh, he has 6 now. This could be problematic. The needlework coming out. Flash forward immediately there from Dokla. Impact getting chased down. Is he going to flash? Holding on to it for now. Flash way too late and flashed into the needlework there. Impact with the mechanical misplay. That means that Inspired grabs first blood, and again, Impact is behind.
This has just not been Impact's day. The Jax game into Ambessa, and then this one, I agree with you. He flashed way too late. He likely lives if he just flashes early. Maybe he was a little worried about if he flashes, then Inspired can close the distance with like a flash melee Q for the slow, but ended up dying and burning his flash regardless and loses the plate to Dokla.
I mean, really, all you have to do on those kind of ganks is self-cage and flash back. Just walk back, you know what I mean? Like, you just throw down the cage against the wall. They have to path around it. Like, that is going to be enough generally to get you out in those kind of situations. Or if you want to hold your flash, you've got to flash the third hit of the needle.
I'm going to run all the way around him.
Okay.
And try to gank him
He
on
might
that
just
side.
TP back because he
Oh,
saw
he has
TP.
TP?
Yeah, yeah.
Do you think we can kill him if he TPs back?
No.
But
I won't be
think
6.
We should try now.
Yeah, we should. It would be good for me, yeah. On the cannon, I think.
Okay, on the cannon, but
I'll try to chuck
you
bar,
can be
see
6
what
on the
I
cannon.
can.
Okay, let's go.
Nice.
I
Really
called
good.
it.
Yeah, I mean, he just flashed right back into the needlework on the third hit of the needlework, and that is the one that does so much damage. So Impact's early laning, all for naught kind of now, as he's down 500 gold here. And Inspired again, strikes first.
Really love seeing the planning, regardless of he's going to have TP, judging if they think they can kill him or not, talking about when they're going to be getting level 6. So much of that gank premeditated on the cannon. That's when he shows, so they have the ability to push him back. So yes, Impact could have outplayed it, but the fact that they went for it ended up paying off.
Ombak looking, can't quite get in range as Darkwings unfortunately misses the stun. He did try to find that setup as now the needlework is back and you got no flash. This is problematic here for Impact. He is going to be ran down and he is going to be cut down. Impact
Good
healing
heal.
up with the grass, barely survives. Now the tower shot could mean something, but the Hallowed Mist is going to keep Dokla safe.
I think it's about which jungler can run up a little bit faster now as well, because he could out-sustain him, and that's why he's just going to decide to recall.
Impact stays.
No, but Inspired thinks he's gone.
Impact gets so greedy on a lot of these plays. The ward is going to reveal him, though, so now they know he's there. Inspired's going to come back. He's just walking right back, and Dokes is going to try to play dumb and say, oh, I don't know you're here, buddy. And then, surprise, Jace is around, and now you are in trouble. Shock Blast connects. Good cage from Impact. Impact, though, if he just spaced earlier, the wave wouldn't be that bad. Now it's like he's kind of jailed here, so Huhi is coming up to try to support because they know they need to get him this wave. Dokla is out of mana, so as long as Huhi can block the Shock Blast and prevent Inspired from getting in, he should be okay. Dokla does get a level up, staying around here. Is going to have the skip and slash. Nice buffer on the combo. Inspired in the area helps to push that in.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that the Maiden is still alive is what's keeping Impact strong in this. If he would have died to that original gank, it would have been huge, but they're going for a fight in the bot lane.
Yeah, Hombok gonna get ultied up. He throws the Impale down on multiple members, though, but now he has to flash across the wall as Rahel was not in position to help him. Isles going in, he's trying to finish him off, but Isles, you got no damage, buddy. He's got to flash right back out, as now Isles is gonna fall. Isles went on a magical journey right back to the base.
Did not have the damage through that portal, and the teleport from Huhi came in to make matters worse. This is what you're talking about with Huhi on engage supports, at least, getting unchained from that lane, roams top, then utilizes his spellbook teleport to get down bot lane and make a positive play.
Really nicely done there from Huhi, and really from the whole squad. We can see this fight one more time as Isles was just harassing Hombok.
Yeah, I mean, looks pretty good in the river right here. They think, hey, we can get a lot of damage down. Sivir as well as Ryze can be here, but getting the double suppress buys him enough time. Rahel pushes Berserker back from the follow-up, and Isles definitely should not have chased through. Thought maybe he'd get the execute, but there's still 400 health on the Skarner. Not even close.
Yeah, I mean, a Bard at this point in the game with, I don't know what he even had, like a Kindle gem, you're autoing him for like 40 or 50 or something, right? You're not going to be killing him anytime soon. So he is pretty tanky. Dokla continuing to get pushed in. His Impact just trying his best to stay relevant.
Yeah, and I mean, the fact that he lived through that last sequence when Dokla burned his second ultimate against him, got him to about 50 health, but then he stuck around, he greeted the wave, he kind of wasted Inspired's time, he got Huhi to come up. The main was alive this whole time, so he's generally okay in this stage of the lane. Could have kind of been a GG if he ends up dying there, but now he's at least able to get some push.
Yeah, I agree. It was really, really big to live there because once your Maiden is on cooldown, you really can't do anything in the matchup. So that becomes very, very difficult, and it is a long cooldown here early on. You have to be careful about throwing out the Morning Mist too much because of these kind of things. If it overextends a bit and that gets taken down, again, you are very vulnerable. But Impact will always have massive threat on the towers, so you know, if Dokla ever takes a bad roam time or moves to a fight and Impact gets alone time on the towers, you destroy towers as Yorick because all of your ghouls are tanking up tower shots, and the shovel damage is no joke. You can be farming plates very, very quickly as Dokla now going to be popping the Hallowed Mist, and Inspired is up here once again. The Needlework is back. The Shock Blast connect. Impact's on the roam. Flashes early, but this time it doesn't even matter. Double flash in. Inspired and Dokla, this duo, man, they are a nightmare for Impact.
Really, they're playing the entire game around topside. That's now going to be that 140-second full cooldown on the next charge of the Maiden, so the disaster scenario has struck. But we've went through a whole lock-in tournament of no one spending time top lane, and suddenly Inspired can't leave top lane. So yes, they've given up a Drake, but it hasn't really costed them elsewhere. No plates have been really dropped. Mid lane, bot lane has been completely fine, and Inspired's even dropped camps to Hombok, so really investing in this Dokla Gwen, and it looks like it's paying off.
They're going to look for Saint here. Each stall's Impact will get popped, but Saint was aware of where they were, so he just hugged the other side of the map and is not going to get caught. I think he will be interrupted on the recall, so some vision going to get cleared out. But yeah, I agree. I mean, it's just been all about the top lane, and I think it's made sense in a lot of these matchups here. And Bessa, very snowbally. Same can be said for Gwen, and now the Dusk and Dawn is done. You are very far from Triforce's impact. You have no ult. You can't fight at all. And the problem is Needlework is a much shorter cooldown than the Maiden. So this is how the matchup gets worse and worse and worse, is if you ever die once, well, guess what? Needlework comes up, you're getting all in. And you're not going to have that ultimate back. So you kind of just have to try to push and back up. But Yorick has very little fallback patterns because you suck at team fighting.
Yeah, absolutely love the observers. You can see in the bottom left, 15 seconds until Needlework comes back off cooldown. They were toggling to Yorick as well. He's still got another minute left on his. So he has to just completely concede this lane. And this is kind of the stage in this season where it's often best to just leave the top laner alone. They've already killed Impact twice. If they invest more in ganking, a lot of times the juice isn't worth the squeeze in terms of how much gold you're getting on repeat kills. Let him live with that Dusk and Dawn and extend the lead. And now Impact needs to move, or rather Inspire needs to move bot lane to try and get the advantage there.
Nice little spellbook cleanse there from Miles. We'll get him out to safety. Remember, Sentinels are the ones with a lot more go buttons this game. They do have a lot of hard engage. You have, both the Varus ultimate, you have the engages from the Alistar, you have the Anivia who can wall people off, you have Hanbok who can set things up with the Impale. So there's always that to look out for. But again, Lyon having these big advantages in the side lanes. And because of how they played over the last couple of days, I am just getting so much faith in their ability to play out these situations, right? They don't need to just show up to a Dragon and teamfight to win a game. They know how to win through side lanes and through, slowly bleeding you out. And they've shown that time and time again.
I'd say this is the most committed they've been, though. This is 2 Drakes given over to an early game Skarner here. Free farming to Heartsteel. They have the attack speed Varus as well. So the bot side of the map, they actually have very little control. They got to make sure they don't walk into a trap here that could equalize the gold. Because you could say, a 1,300 gold lead for a Gwen versus 2 Drakes. A lot of teams will take the 2 Drakes, but it depends on how well they're able to leverage this Gwen as the game extends. Will this be a 5,000 gold lead by Drake 3? Because those 2 Drakes are quite early and quite potent.
They are. I'm not going to be too happy about the Chemtech Soul being the reward for your early Drakes, unfortunately for them, but still is going to be an advantage nonetheless. And how Impact will be able to compete in this game is a big question, but a big CC chain coming in onto Isles. He tries to flash back, gets stunned again. Nice binding against the wall, and the Tempered Fate is going to be able to get out to safety, I think, here. Great sidestep. Rahel comes in and knocks him down with the Ghost. Nice moves from Isles to almost get out of there, but at the end of the day, it is the flash, it is the heal, it is the ult, and it is his death going over to the Varus.
And that's because they'd spent so much time around topside. Sentinels had so much control set up bot, he was trying to retake, and that's the danger that you run. Ooh, one needlework connects there, but Berserker's actually ganking.
Berserker is on the hunt, and Impact has nowhere to go. Ganked by the Sivir, that's one you don't see every day.
Oh, that's amazing. While the play was happening bottom lane, Berserker shoved mid, went to Fog of War. You expect him to just reset, but I love that play from Berserker. No one else could be there for the gank, but it is a free kill that he's able to pick up, and they break the turret.
I mean, you're looking at the itemization now. Impact hasn't spent any gold, so presumably he's close to a Triforce. Hopefully he has his Triforce here.
He's not that close.
This is brutal, because Doka almost has his Nashers. Like, Doka's almost on 2 items now, so here it is one more time. I mean, he just ran straight up there, popped on the hunt, got behind him. Easy kill.
Yeah, I have to make sure that my client isn't on delay. He's like not even close. He still hasn't. He's at 190 gold, and he hasn't have his 3rd component of Triforce yet.
I think he spent his gold maybe on Mertreads, so.
Yeah.
Well, we'll see what they can get done here. 3K now is the gold lead, as Dokla is just destroying these towers at this point. Once he has the Nashers, it's going to be even worse. Darkwing's trying to respond on the other side, but where do you send Impact that he's not just going to continue dying? And how is he going to be useful this game really is the question, because the rest of the map is fine. Everything is pretty close, but then you look at the top lane, and that is the real problem. So you have to deal with the Gwen at some point.
First guy to 2 items, though, is actually the Jace with opportunity now completed. That's when you really can start farming the first strike gold, because currently Inspired only gained about 78 gold from that first strike, but I'd say the next EQ he lands could be about half of that value.
Yeah, it is going to be a lot of damage from that point, and you can get a lot of benefit from first strike because you shoot at the shock blast, you go to melee form, and you kind of get the melee bonus on it. So there's kind of little tricks like that that do benefit the Jace here. And on those 2 lethality items, the poke is going to be pretty nasty. Impact, just trying to hold the wave. What else can you do? You just don't want to summon your ghouls at this point because you want to keep it by your tower, but eventually you have to think it will push out as Hanbok lying in wait here, but unbeknownst to him, he is on that ward, so Lyon had full information of what he was looking for.
So Lyon has looked really good these last 2 days, especially in the macro game. The way they've been able to play 1-3-1 and play through leads. If we're trying to be picky, right? If we're trying to be picky, I'd say the one thing they haven't been super clean at is their actual team fight. They spend so much time accumulating gold, but they haven't had the cleanest execution in team fights. That's where this game could go wrong, because they have the 3,000 gold lead, but if they end up giving a Dragon Soul, the team fighting in the front line of the Sentinels team still looks strong. So that's where Sentinels needs to try and find a way to set up for this next Drake, but especially with the Gwen moving to the bottom lane, it's just more macro masterclass by Lyon. They're getting deep push. You can already see a bunch of wards on the bot side of the jungle as well. So just going to be a very tough game for Sentinels to play out, but team fighting is the way out.
It really is, and compositionally, they still are set up for success here. And you can see it is going to be the Liandry second for Darkwings, which I like. When people do go tier Roa these days, it just feels so slow on Anivia, so I do prefer, just going for the Roa and then accelerating in towards Liandry. You have a lot more damage and can be a lot stronger in the team fights as a result. And we'll see if they're going to be ready for this next fight here. 20 seconds. If they can try to move to Soul Point, that would give them a pretty nice way in, as there's a Shock Blast landing onto Huhi. And Huhi is just pushing forward, trying to clear out vision, trying to set them up for success with this dragon.
Yeah, and there's a lot of squishy players online, so if Huhi's able to get a good engage, they can go for it, but Gwen has actually base TP'd and has the flank.
And he has the Nashers, and Darkwings just had to flash away from the Tempered Fate, and he is going to get the bad news. Can they CC chain him, though? He has the TP shield, so they don't want to use the Skarner Impale on him. They just have to run away. You don't want to fight into that teleport shield, and they have impact pushing, so the call here is kind of the reverse of what they've been doing those previous games. Yeah. They're just going to try to trade for towers, but now Hui flashes in, but there's no damage there to follow it up. No one was in position. Hombok goes forward. There's the Ishal's impact into the double impale. Rahel trying to get the damage down, but the Hollow Mist is there, and now Hombok is using the Herald to try to get out of dodge. They're buying time for impact, but at the end of the day, they spent a lot of summoners there. They don't get any kills. They do lose the dragon. At the very least, they got some gold for impact.
Impact is getting an entire turret for himself. That is pretty important for the overall game state. And it's Lyon, I think, not wanting to give up Soul the way they did in game one. So rather than really extend the gold lead, they do trade tempo. Can they get him, though? He's got flash.
Back probably overstayed. The needlework is there. You're just getting chased down. You sacrifice the dragon to give him all this gold, and then he overstays so long that they base, they come back, they kill you on the top wave. That is rough from Impact. And now won't have his ultimate again for a long time. And that's kind of the benefit that they were trying to give him, now thrown away.
Yeah. These last two games from Impact have been rough. The Jax game, I believe, 7 deaths, now 0-4-0 on the Yorick.
Berserker is light work. I think he's going beyond that this game.
Oh, he's going to get 8 or 9? That's a lot, man. That's a lot of deaths.
I could be wrong, but I don't know, man. When you're this far behind, what do you do as Impact? If you push side lane, you're going to die in the 1v1. If you go to team fight, you're going to die there.
Well, 0-8-0 was the LCS record. Griffin set that earlier against Lyon. Don't want to start that curse. I think that's hard to do. Because the specific Griffin one, like they literally just kept running into them because they thought it was the only way back in the game. This game is still close. Like, this game is still very winnable.
Yeah, I mean, the funny thing is your deaths become worth less and less, right? So I do think if you don't want to die, you're not going to die 8 times, right? If you want to play it safe, you can sit back and not die. But I feel like at this point, you're worth no gold. You may as well just push down lanes and try to threaten towers, because any fight where you are not there and someone from their team is not there is a better fight for your team, right? The 4v4 will always be better. So you can kind of almost just work as a super minion and you're just running down the side lane, forcing someone to answer that wave, and then hoping that you can buy time and run away, kind of kite it out. Because that's kind of the job I think you're a little bit relegated to here as Impact.
Yeah, you don't really want a team fight, because if you get a kill accidentally, you're worth gold again. So maybe it's in your best interest to just split push.
They're looking for a dive potentially here, but Saint has sniffed it out. He is already backing off, but that will mean Impact, I thought, was going to get a little bit of damage down on the tower, but at the end of the day, it looks like he will not. Saint was starting to move forward, but they want to instead give that gold to Darkwings.
Who switch lanes. Now it's a delayed gank, though. You'd think it's over. It still is. Who he decides to not go in.
You think it would be over, and you would be correct.
Yes, you are. I mean, that awareness from Saint's really impressive. He did not have that awareness at the start of the split.
No, he was dying in a lot of silly situations, as Dokla has been pushing up on that top wave. They're going to TP in. They're going to try to look for Dokla here. A lot of members from Sentinels are already coming up, but Impact may have gone a little bit too early. Let's find out. The needlework coming out. He's trying to finish him off, but he can't do it. Rahel over the wall, nails the chains of corruption, saves his top laner's life, and gets a kill.
And the assist is given to Impact, so no fear of the 0x0 game. But another big investment, so Saint's going to be able to hit this side wave, catch up on gold himself, and that's what Lyon's game plan is going to continue to be. Still a very nice pick there onto Dokla. When your most fed member like that falls, it really slingshots the game back. Look at this, we're only 3,000 gold difference with the Dragon advantage in the side of Sentinels.
In fact, fancies himself a fight, going to try to run him down. Doesn't have the cage to be able to interrupt. You can sometimes bump with the cage on the Realm Warp to actually cancel if you summon it right on them, but that is tough to do, and he already used the cage. At the very least, though, he pushed him back and got that Realm Warp down. So Impact going to be continuing to push on this bot side. Maybe get access to that tower and could finish it off. Sentinels doing a good job, honestly. Problem solving around this top lane that has been very tough for Impact. And they're getting him at least to a point where, you know, he can threaten maybe non-Gwen players.
I mean, it's a better problem solved than they had the last game when it was 3 items to 1.5. This game, they're managing to bring everyone to support him. And then even that 1v1 he had against Ryze, because of the backup that was going to be arriving, he did a significant amount of damage. So, like, when Yorick gets melee against anyone, he's still going to do a lot of damage.
He is. And one of the big differences from the last 2 games is that, you know, if Sentinels overloaded one side to try to help out Impact, Inspired was starting a fight because it was Jarvan and Malphite. Now you're playing Jace. Not that you can't, you know, look for poke and look for fights and whatever, but it's very different. They don't really have that snap engage besides the Bard. True. And because they have not been fighting nonstop, Tempered Fate can be easily flashed and disengaged from. So that is kind of the difference, I think, and it's making Lyon have more of a difficult time punishing.
And I think this is a very playable Drake fight here from Sentinels. They already have control of the river. They have a few control wards put down. Lyon trying to move into the Anivia Skarner Yorick is very difficult. There's not like a super deep lane push or flank that Lyon currently have set up. So this is Sentinels definitely going to contest this sole point.
Dokla, double large rod, and that shock blast hurts. I mean, look at the gold difference on that top side. 1K there for Inspired. Rahel will be able to lifesteal up somewhat off of this dragon. He's trying to do that now, but they want to push back in before he can heal back up. Huhi and Darkwings trying to control space on the side, but another shock blast does land there on Darkwings. But they got the dragon, and now you don't need to force. You can just back it out with some of this damage already being thrown down on Darkwings and Rahel. The carries are split now from that front line. I think Sentinels do kind of need to just back up and answer this wave. They are going to lose the Maiden, unfortunately, though, for Impact.
Yeah, but this is super winnable for Sentinels. With the way that they could just control that space, get themselves to soul point. Very impressive stuff. So trying to force this game for still have to deal with a very fed Gwen when Gwen is able to enter team fights. But the Skarner, the Yorick, the Anivia Wall, the Varus CC, the Alistair, there's a lot of things to help peel.
There really are. It's going to be very, very difficult to get past that Anivia. But if you ever get a moment where you can get past the Anivia, there is so much damage. And Isles now is out of the right spot, man. He's going to be able to flash over the wall. Looks like he can just walk out for now. Does throw down the Temper Fate, but the Chains of Corruption does connect as well onto Isles. And Isles will be going down, and it's Darkwings that claims it. Tries to use some fancy footwork to get out. At the end of the day, does lose the flash and does die for it.
And he's the target that they've been picking on. He's trying to control vision, oftentimes on the weak side of the map, and Sentinels has been able to pick him off 3 times now. Rahel with a nice collapse. Another, like, Isles is trying to put in these big mechanical outplays, but he's just in spots where he can't escape.
Yeah, it's pretty tough. Dokla going to be closing in on the death cap, though, is level 16, and that is terrifying. If he gets in the middle of the fight, you know, with the level 3 ultimate here and that death cap, he is going to shred your carries. And Rahel obviously paying respect to the fact that it is double AP soul lanes, already has the Wit's End, so itemizing towards some MR. Darkwings as well has that Seekers after Leandry's was completed. You can see a lot of MR really across the board. There's a Ma in the top lane for Impact, so they are trying to deal with that. Exhaust is ready, though, for Huhi, thanks to his spellbook, which is going to be really big for one fight.
And the Sivir scaling is going to be a problem when Berserker is able to get to IE as well, but it does feel like a game where Chem Soul is pretty likely for Sentinels. Dokla with Death Cap, but all the carries having flashes across the board for Sentinels means I think they kind of have a fight where they're able to kind of disengage the Gwen.
Huhi did teleport up towards that top side, and Isles gonna have to take the magical journey back to safety as a result. They're gonna be realm morphing in onto Impact. Impact in some trouble, takes the shock blast. Saint gonna try to run him down, but Impact just cages him up and is backing off. Keep running, and he should be okay, but the Ghost is closing the gap. Sentinels are gonna try to start Baron on the other side. Now the Rune Prison comes back up, but the Moss Shield will keep him safe. Dokla has used the Hallowed Mist, now gonna get walled off there, has to use a Skip and Slash, but he's hit down to half HP. The Tempered Fate will buy some time, but Inspired is still pretty far away. He is running for it, though. Impact's going to teleport in to join. He has the ultimate back up. It is getting low. It looks like they're going to commit to it. Inspired is pretty low. They're going to try to finish. They do secure the Baron, but can they win the fight? The Unbreakable Will has been popped by Huhi as Isles is trying to go for it. Hit by the Chains of Corruption. The Hallowed Mist comes back up, and Sage is on a flank. Surprise from the bush there. Darkwings gets put low. Berserker is trying to hit, but he is knocked down. He's slowed up. Impact and Hombach are running him down. The Sivir is flashing for safety. safety here, trying to survive. Inspired wants to stay around because they are so low on health, but all of Sentinel survives, and they get away with the Baron. It's an absolute heist.
And it's the team fighting organization that Sentinels have. Even if they're getting run around the map in the early game, they are coming together in the team fights. And this one starts with Lyon, I feel like not really having great plays to make around Varus and Nivea. They start by trying to go for the Orc. That extends them. That makes them late to this fight. And then look at this. Like, they just all kind of stick together. They're waiting for Doku to commit. If Doku commits, that's when Skarner's going to slam him into the wall. Isles actually barely gets away. Did he die in this fight? He did die in this fight as well. Revenge of the Ghouls.
Impact sends his regards.
Oh my God. Impact 142 now. And Sentinels is back.
The Golden Glue cams are always great, man. I'm telling you, just ignore the meta, pick who you engage, champ. Darkwing's gonna get Tempered Fate, but the damage onto Isles is massive. Isles will fall to Darkwings. Dokla's into the backline though, where Health could be in some trouble. The CC thrown down onto Dokla. Dokla's gonna run. Hombach CCing them up on the other side. Satan is incredibly low, and Satan has fallen, but Dokla is going crazy. It's Dokla versus Impact. It's Hombach really low, and it's gonna be Darkwings egged up, and Dokla falling. Impact gets his revenge. Lyon lose the fight, and Sentinels are running away with it.
I mean, they still have 4 people alive and a Baron buff. They're going to potentially try and get some turrets. They couldn't quite finish off Berserker, but this is very, very likely to be the Chem Soul if they fall back to this Drake. Darkwings with teleport up will likely base TP and secure this soul.
Darkwings is playing these fights out so well. You know, he really is controlling space. There's basically no engage, and you're playing against an Anivia, and he is just doing it so well. He did lose his passive, but he didn't use the Zonias. He has that up end available here, and it is going to be Soul, and it's going to be an uncontested one. Inspired just now respawns. The gold is very, very close, but you have the Baron, you have the Soul, and you have what seems like a massive compositional advantage.
Yeah, they have frontline, backline, whereas Lyon just kind of have a bunch of split pushers and poke, and then a Bard that keeps dying to Yorick-Ghouls. This is a very rough Isles game, 0-5-0 now.
We were looking at the wrong 0-8-0 angle.
We actually were. This is the sneaky 0-8-0 angle from Isles. I think it's one fight away from being a Sentinels win going to game 4 if they can have another big fight around Baron, but just kind of setting up. It is hard to end games against Sivir Rise. They have very good wave clear, but I'm thinking if they find one more good look, it could be the game. I mean, look at the damage they're able to put down onto Saint there.
Yeah, we're able to get a lot of damage down. It's just, I mean, Lyon has so much DPS, they just can't close the gap. It's one of these games, though, that could look like game 1, where it feels like Sentinels are winning, Sentinels winning, and then you make that mistake, they close the gap. And if Berserker is hitting, if Dokla is hitting, if Saint is hitting all at the same time, your team will get exploded. So that is what they have to watch out for. But Hombach covering them over the walls. They do take down another tier 2. Definitely can't end the game, I think, without either an Ace or a Baron because of that wave clear that you're talking about.
Yeah, and as you mentioned, the Drake Soul win rate in this series is not good for Sentinels. They got it in first game and promptly lost. Hopefully that doesn't happen again for their elimination. Impact is kind of back in the game, honestly. Trinity Force, Maw, Hullbreaker, he's going to at least require a response. And then with his teleport being up, can always make it back into the fight. And since there's such low CC, like, it's really hard for Lyon to even send people into side lanes. That can lock him down because he just waddles away.
What were those casters talking about down in Impact? What were they thinking?
Killing Impact 4 times in a row is often a bad decision.
You've activated his trap card. Yeah. Impact is online now, has the Hullbreaker, so going to be dealing even more damage in those side lanes as Lyon were moving down towards that bot side, trying to see, hey, will Impact overextend? Can you actually take him out? Comically, Impact is actually ahead in experience now over Dokla. Dokla's still obviously up in gold, and again, the damage is there, but Dokla skipping slash forward. Hombach is behind him. Are they going to try to look for a play? Looks like not just yet. They are being very patient, and I feel like Sentinels should continue playing patient. Just play towards objectives. It just feels like right now, Lyon have had no answer around those objectives, trying to get through these tight corridors against this comp that just controls space so well.
Yeah, play it slow, get Baron, see if you can get a few turrets, don't overcommit, and then play for Elder. Maybe this is even a 3 Baron game, because it is very hard to finish against a Sivir like that, but the Varus will scale quite well, the Anivia scales quite well. Berserker's the scary one, for sure, for them right now. With the Infinity Edge being completed, thinking about the 7-item Sivir makes you go, well, you know, Chemsoul is not going to do much to that if they have to wait for Baron, Elder. The desyncing of Baron and Elder is not great for Sentinels right now, because the Baron itself will only give them a small amount of gold. It's not really going to help them with any item power spikes. And then Sivir's still kind of clearing the waves unless they full send it into an engage.
You can see Rahel getting pretty tanky now, as he does have his Jack show completed. Already had the Wit's End from earlier, so has a lot of MR now. Not going to be as easy to take down, but of course Ryze has completed the Actualizer, which is a terrifying item. The amount of burst that you can put down if you get that angle is very, very big. Inspired has completed his 4th item as well here. And so his Shock Blasts are going to hurt, and it's going to be Sentinels just ripping the Baron right on spawn.
I don't even think Lyon's going to contest this. I think they're, well, okay, they're teleporting in.
So they're going to try to look for it here. Can they get past Darkwing? Saint already taking some damage to start the fight off. He just throws down the wall early. They're trying to rush this, but the Tempered Fate will buy a little bit of time. Ghost Pop there by Saint. Inspired can't find an angle. He is very far away from this. They're going to look to finish, but if Darkwing's in trouble, he has to go into the stasis. I don't know if he has his passive back. Dokla's trying to finish off Rahel. Dokla's getting into the back line. Darkwing's is incredibly low, and he's put into the egg. Berserker is DPSing, and look at Inspired. He's behind Rahel. He knocks him back. Isles is going forward, but he is falling. Dokla is cutting through the team. Impact flashes out. He's still alive. Hombok, Huhi, and Impact make it happen. It's a quadra for the Skarner. Captain Flowers is popping off at home, and Sentinels may have finally secured a game.
Out of nowhere, the Skarner quadra kill. Unbelievable there by Sentinels, and you can see how hard the fights are for Lyon. Even when they chunk out the Anivia and egg him early and Berserker flashes through to kill Rahel, it's still not enough. Big death timers there for Inspired and Saint still, and it looks like Sentinels is sending us to game 4.
Yeah, the Yorick is going to crush through these towers. Isles is back, but it's 10 seconds until anyone else is respawning. They're just going to ignore him, focusing down these towers. Sentinels will not get swept. They battle back here with such an impressive game in game number 3. A resilient Impact ends up coming out on top, and Sentinels breathe some life into the series.
Just what it looked like Dokla was putting Impact into the grave. He came right back up and started smacking him around. But really, this was a game won with team fighting for Sentinels. Darkwing's Control Mage, the 508 Skarner Lounge. Unreal.
Oh, it's real.
Yeah, it actually happened. Yeah.
We're back. I definitely thought they were going to get run over. Not the case at all. Sentinels team fighting is what got them to the position they were in playoffs, and they're showing it again.
We were all ready to congratulate you, Raz, and say you're perfect. You've gotten every prediction correct, including this 3-0. Wait a second, Emily. How can it be a 3-0 if Sentinels won a game?
If Sentinels took a game, well. You and I were right, Kobe. Oh, well, we might not be right. Maybe Sentinels comes back. Yeah, who knows? I did want to quickly go over a really small play that I wasn't sure if it was going to get punished or not, but it's basically a decision Sentinels make to soft contest this Drake here while also funneling some very much needed gold into Impact, because look at our itemization between this Gwen and this poor Yorick here. So basically what's going to happen is Dokla is going to push out this wave up on top side, and Impact is going to be sent to just catch it, right? And now they can Sentinels make the decision, we're going to keep Impact up here, even with this Drake fight down here. So Dokla TPs into this fight as we play it out. And Sentinels kind of, initially when Hombok goes in here, I was like, ooh, that's gonna be a little concerning. But basically, even though Lyon gets the Drake, we're gonna go back up on the top side here, and Impact is just chewing through this turret. And basically, despite the fact that he dies here off of a play where they're like, okay, we'll just go, kill Impact again, the most important thing is that he ends up locking in that Hex Drinker. He's going to be a little bit more safe in some of these side lane plays, and I think his side lane pressure ended up being really huge.
Can you do one more thing while you're up there, Emily? I just want you to click to the end of the game so I can remember how many deaths did Isles have? At
5, I'm pretty, maybe 6.
At the end of this game, because he was getting picked off a lot, right?
He was getting picked off alive.
I feel like this Bard, every time it was going...
6.
Yeah, it was 6.
Every time it was going anywhere, it felt like it was a really rough spot.
Because I wanted to basically talk about how Sentinels really brought this game back at Baron. I just suddenly got taller. I wonder why.
Magic.
Yes.
Growth spurt, Raz. Wow.
It's crazy. It happens all in one go. And it's just basically the... Let me just actually get this one. Boom. It was the play-in decision that Lyon made when they were 3K up to try and get a quick play on towards Impact. They've done this pretty consistently throughout the series, and it has been successful. In this case, you cage Saint, make it difficult for him. Impact runs all the way back, and in the meantime, as you can see, we're on Baron immediately from Sentinels. And so the greatest thing about all of this is that Impact does not care. He has teleport. He's in a really good spot to be able to join his team, and it's going to be Impact, Inspired and the squad running all the way to basically support this. Even with the Bard ulti coming through, I think MVP for me is Impact. Wastes a lot of time, pulls 2 people bot, gets in time here for a TP, and then cages Inspired out here to stop him from being able to enter the pit, pick off Baron. And then I feel like the decisiveness from this team during this fight to be able to pull the trigger. Yes, Saint's coming in, who he is already walking towards him, so he flashes away. And then Dokla walks straight through, and so immediately flash from Hambach and then pins him to the wall. It was just great coordination from this team to showcase excellent team fighting. And then from that point, they were able to escape. They go down bot lane. Guess what happens off of that one? They kill Bard again and win a large team fight. So they pull back what was a 3K gold advantage from Lyon into a ridiculous swing. In fact, take a look at the PGB. This area is just insane to see this switch happen. And that was basically the Baron play into the bot lane team fight that Lyon ended up just losing and throwing 4 members away. So really cool to see from this moment. And just to see how much damage.
I was gonna say, I just want to point out the difference in damage. Look who ended up coming back and doing a ton of damage. And I do think getting Impact back into that game, despite the fact that he was pretty much getting farmed topside in service of getting Dokla into a really great position, was so crucial, especially with him being able to make side lane plays, like you pointed out, at that Baron.
2 quick announcements. The first one is, that was the first quadra kill from a Skarner in LCS history, if I'm hearing that from my ears.
Flowers is so happy right now.
So he's popping off on that one. And number 2, player of the game, Darkwings. Darkwings wins player of the game. Actually, I wonder what the fans thought from home, because it felt like it was a whole team play type of thing. I voted for Hambach, so I thought Hambach had a really good game to pull it back. It is Impact and his Yorick that won the fans' heart.
The cages that you were highlighting in your replay, Raz, were really big.
Yeah.
Also, you tend to vote for mental resilience. If you're getting camped as a top laner by the enemy jungle. But I also wanted to bring it back to a central point of looking at the compositions, because I don't think it's likely that we'll get a repeat of this game in the next game that we see. This game, Lyon were very light on structure in their team fight, not a lot of frontline and not a lot of CC. Meanwhile, Sentinels have multiple forms of terrain creation and huge front lines with CC. So we'll see about that game number 4. Do Sentinels have another in them, or are Lyon going to put them out? Let's take a look and you'll see what's coming up next.
On this Baron, guys, okay? We're gonna win here.
Okay.
We have to help bot push out, and then we're gonna go to Nash, okay? Look at our top vision, guys. Just everyone help bot side. Yeah, I'm gonna walk up. Just get the Nash, get the Nash.
Nice splash. Nice splash. Nice splash. Go ahead. Gauge bro. Nice.
제이스 봐줘.
제이스. 11. 나 뺄게.
내가 다 잡았어.
오케이.
Welcome back to the LCS, where we got a series, baby.
We're still here.
Backing back into the series. They are still here, definitely. They won the last game after what seemed like a horrible start. Impact was so far behind. You're thinking, all right, it's over. It's a sweep.
And we were talking about how, isn't this strange? We never see junglers play around top lane. Look at how Lion's playing around top lane. You know why they don't do that? Because you lose the game. They stacked early Drakes, 2 Drakes for free, while Dokla got a 2,000 gold lead. It ended up not amounting to anything because they couldn't retake the bot side of the map. They didn't have a better scaling team composition, and they fell flat. But they have lost, and as much as we were mentioning that they've been making great use of flex picks, Lyon chose first pick, and then Sentinels has chosen blue side for this Game 4 draft.
And I will say, as much as, swapping the Jace into jungle and getting the Gwen in top and camping top, that worked. Compositionally, though, as a whole, obviously, it was very difficult to play out. I think Darkwings played a really good Anivia game. Him on Anivia, Huhi on the Alistar, Humbok on the Skarner. They controlled space so well. So it was very difficult to actually walk in. I always like the edits.
Yeah,
the edits
I appreciate
on the signs.
it. I mean, he's just updating his prediction based off new data. So I can never fault that. You can always change your mind.
Exactly. All right, Vi going to be banned out once again here. Nocturne getting banned. Expecting a Pantheon ban as well. Impact Mental Diff, true. Honor for Tilt Proof for Impact that game, for sure. I would have been 0-50. Aphelios is going to get banned out, and now the question is, does the Pantheon stay up? And if so, will it be first pick? Because I think that is the one that is kind of conspicuously absent right now.
I mean, it had previously been a Lion ban, so they're the ones that dropped it, now that they control first pick. So I think they're daring for a Pantheon ban, and if they let it through, you would expect him to first pick it.
Especially with Talia up, I feel like it's really dangerous to give that over, unless you want to disjoint it.
Yunara's open too, though. So that could also be another play, with Lulu and Yunara both being available as a combo that they could take.
So it is going to, in fact, be banned away. What's up? That's an enthusiastic wave. Keep going.
Amazing.
Faster. Wave faster. I love it. Well, we're going to see what the answer is going to be, as it is going to be Yunara grabbed up. As you thought it might be, Jet.
Yeah, very nicely done there by Lyon. Will likely to have the strong bottom lane and a hyper carry. Now it's just about making sure they have structure in their team fights. Like this is what the desk talked about. They're expecting a little bit more team fight structure to come out from Lyon, because they still have been able to play the map very well in all 3 of their games. That one fell apart a little bit because they couldn't find good ways into team fights.
Yep, and it is going to be Darkwings on another control mage here, and one that controls space quite well. The mid lane pool is getting thinned up quite a bit, you have to say. When you're looking at champs for Saint, obviously there is champions like Talia that are still up and available. Ari that he has played. Aurora and Cassio have yet been to be played so far this series. Impact now bringing out the Scion, maybe feeling with Gwen gone and Bessa gone, some of these champions that you would traditionally kind of have a difficult time against are out, so feels comfortable blind picking it.
Pretty risky, though, with Trundle being available, unless Hambach really wants to play against Trundle with something like Kiana, which is a little bit risky. But just with Victor Scion, Trundle's already a good look.
I agree. It is interesting, though, because I feel like Lyon looked completely different with Inspired off of Jarvan and Malphite. He wasn't on that engage, so maybe they're saying, hey, if we take him off the Playmaker, that could be a problem for them. It is going to be the Mundo. We've been seeing Mundo almost exclusively in jungle, but again, it is actually pretty good against Sion in the top lane. You can immune that Q smash with your passive, or obviously tank the ultimate with your passive as well, and it sets up pretty well in that regard. So I do think it's a possible flex pick, but of course, looking at pro, it's almost always going to be going jungle.
Yeah.
I always am now thinking about solo queue picks and how they work, because Lyon has showcased that they're willing to do that.
Really interesting. I have a weird feeling that it actually is going top lane for Dokla against the Scion, only because of what Inspired has traditionally said about Mundo. Like, he doesn't think it's a very good champ. I mean, they lost to G2 when they were playing against Mundo, and he was even saying, like, oh, I don't think Mundo did very much in this game. I'm feeling that's a top lane Mundo.
Yeah, and I mean, it does give over the Trundle to Hambach, so he's going to be able to grab that. And Mundo has a 55% win rate against Sion and solo queue. It's one of the matchups that I really like playing Mundo in. If people do blind Sion, because I feel like you can kind of just scale alongside the Sion and outscale the Sion. And so I think it can be pretty effective in that regard. But of course, Trundle does make that a lot harder. And it also makes Trundle very tanky, because he is stealing a lot of these stats away. So Mundo could have some problems there. But of course, Yunara, Lulu, a lot of power. so far lacking some engage on both sides. Of course, pillar into the gravity field. These types of things are kind of like pseudo engage, but not full on engage, especially not against Yunara, who can transcend oneself, and then you have the dash.
Yeah, you'll need a lot of damage on the Yunara though to be able to take down all of that health that they've already stacked up. And I'd say with the Zehen ban, it's another flex ban technically. It can jungle or top lane, but I think it's a good idea. And also the Vayne ban, so they're knowing that there's a lot of flexibility still being available. Vayne would actually be very good against Sion Trundle, so a good ban there.
Makes a lot of sense, and are dealing with some of these hard engaged champs that they are going to be nervous about. Blitzcrank obviously is a common counter to the Lulu. When they know who he would be willing to play it, especially having a little bit of setup with that Trundle Pillar could make it more effective. And so they are going to be throwing some bans that way.
Yeah, what's left in the bot lane here for Rahel and Huhi to try and match up? Because the Ashe Seraphine's already been spent. A lot of the enchanters are already down. Nami.
Kaisa is available. You can
Melio
play like MF. You could play Lucian. So I do think there's still those kind of picks are up and available. And then you can get more into like Jinx and Zeri and things like that if you want to match scaling with scaling.
Aphelios Thresh.
Aphelios is banned out this one though.
Oh yeah, they banned the Aphelios early, and they banned the Lucian here, so they're trying to limit his options as much as possible. Geez, the Lucian Melio would have been nice right there. I think he might end up going. Yeah, I mean, the Kaisa makes the most sense.
Kaisa could be
Kaisa
MF.
and engage support.
Yeah, I think it does make a lot of sense. It gives them that hard engage that they need. I am expecting it to be, let's see, what's still up and available? Maybe like a Nautilus. I think Rel or Nautilus would make a lot of sense here, coming through to be able to kind of have that setup and to be able to potentially threaten the Lulu. Aatrox would still not reveal where things are going if they do lock this, because again, it is a flex. We're still kind of under the assumption that it would be that top lane pick. Silas coming through is actually pretty cool because Silas can steal the Trundle ult and then ult the Sion, and you can kind of have this like really tanky Silas as well.
Yeah, I mean, I still don't know where this is going. You could do jungle Silas, mid lane Silas. It's probably mid lane Silas here for Saint up against the Victor. But it'll be revealed. It's not like they're going to be fooling many people when they lock in this last pick.
And then they lock in another triple flex. They lock in Aatrox, and you're like, wait a second.
All right, what are we doing, Azale? Okay, I think it's just Aatrox top, Mundo jungle, Silas mid.
That would be my assumption as well, but we will find out if they want to get a little bit tricky on us. It's interesting that we're seeing the champions get like flexed around when they haven't locked in their 5th pick on the other side. So I don't know if that is just a visual bug or what was happening there, but they were getting moved around on the right side.
They're just still trading already.
They've
traded on my screen.
How can they trade before they've locked in? I guess it seems like a bit of a chance-like bug, but we have revealed kind of where their roles are going to go. And Rel or Nautilus is what I thought, and it is going to be the Rel. Makes a lot of sense. Does give them that hard engage. You have the Shattering Strike for the Lulu shields, which is nice as well. And we'll see if they're going to be able to utilize some of their engage, so they're more kind of traditional frontline to be able to knock it down, because Sentinels is playing like pure front to back, right? You kind of have the Kaisa and the Victor to be able to knock down these frontliners on the other side. I think it's a bit more of a mix.
I mean, I still like Sentinels team fighting later on in this game. Even if Mundo gets super tanky, Trundle can ult him. If Rahel gets fed on Kaisa, that's just a max health shredding merchant. He's going to be able to cut through any super tank pretty easily. But the carry angle from Berserker with the Yunara Lulu is what I think Lyon is banking on.
I think that the thing that I'm concerned about for Lyon is, I think if their soul laners do well, you can run over team fights. I think if their soul laners do not do well, I think how Hanbok will play the fights is he'll just be pillaring Berserker in the back of the fight, and they'll be trying to focus front line. Yeah. And then I think that can become pretty difficult when you have these 3 melee champs getting AoE'd down by the Victor, hit by the Trundle, hit by the Kaisa. I think that could be tough, but Lyon have some strong lanes here. Should have push on that top side, with the Aatrox, and have Berserker on what I believe to be, his most successful style of champion. When I think about Berserker's best games, it's the Zeris, it's the Aphelioses, it's the Yunaras, it's these types of champions where he has an enchanter in his back pocket and he can go crazy in team fights.
I think the enchanters are a really key portion of that as well, but it's just amazing whenever he's able to pull it off. You do have to respect the Rahel Kaisa, though. Every time he's had that, he's had an incredible game as well. So again, still an elimination game for Sentinels. Lyon just needs to win one of the next 2 to get into that final against C9, and an early stack on the bot lane, actually.
Yeah, I think they were trying to see, will anyone walk forward? Because then you can have Saint start E, and he could look for a big trade. So you have a little bit of time if you run straight to a lane to try to go for something cheesy, but then you got to get back to mid, because in this new season, the minions spawn so fast. So Saint will be heading right back over there. And no big surprises as far as the runes are concerned. Huhi is going to go for Spellbook, though, so he's not going to be playing Glacial. He's not going to be playing Aftershock. He will be playing Spellbook, so prioritizing the utility. We did see him moving around the map quite a bit on the Alistar with teleports, and being able to have exhaust for some of those big fights was quite valuable.
Yeah, I think they need to hang on a little bit early on in this laning phase. The Lunara, once she gets that Q up, can really be powerful, so Huhi just trying to make sure that Rahel can stay in experience range and get all of the minions.
And these mid lane matchups, when you are playing a melee into the range, it's just about survival. It's about keeping your health high, not overcommitting for minions that are going to cost you too much HP. So sidesteps to the laser, and we'll be able to go forward and pick up a minion or two there. Darkwings is just basically trying to really punish heavily early to get Saint to a point where he can't threaten all ends.
Yeah, Mundo's not exactly a very threatening jungler early on either, but it is teleport on Darkwings, not the Ghost, so a little bit harder to dodge the Mundo ganks. Also important to note, first Mundo game of Inspired's career. So even if it's been kind of in the fringes of the metal, it hasn't been a pick that he's been a big fan of in the past, but as you get deeper in Fearless, it can become more valuable, and he's playing it for the first time here.
Yeah, he's been willing to bring out a lot of different picks. True, Captain Flowers. So what do they do now? We need to find out from Captain Flowers who's going to win. Spoil the script. Yeah. The Skarner worked out.
Send him the tweets.
Quit holding out on us, brother. Well, we'll see how much they can get here in the early game. Looks like that plate almost about to go down, but we'll be able to defend it at least on this wave. But of course, when you are playing this double range bot lane, you are expected to have push. You are expected to be able to get the harass down, and Rahel is going to have to take a very early base. As Saint, maybe overextending, is going to go in with the Absconded Duck. Uses that level up timing really well. Hits level 4 there and goes in immediately on it, gets a good chunk, gets that wave pushed out. So Saint is going to be pretty happy about things in this 1v1.
You have to be so confident to pull out that play, know exactly when you're going to be hitting your level up timings, but he does it great, manages to last hit all the minions before Darkwings is able to burst him, and just effectively trades the first few waves. Now he's got his health crystal with his quick base, and he's forced the TP out of Darkwings as well. So the early lane phase actually very well survived by Saint there with that last little play.
Yep, it's dead even. I mean, Darkwings was up a couple CS, but it doesn't matter because they got the same buy, right?
Yep.
400 gold buy plus a refillable. So they are dead even as far as that is concerned. In fact, just trying to hold that wave as much as you can. And in these matchups, you want that near your tower. Saint goes in for a very nice trade with the Conqueror stacked.
When's the last time we saw an Aatrox actually snowball onto a Scion? It feels like almost every time Scion can get an early Bramble and just kind of wait out the lane.
That's kind of how I feel about most Scion matchups, I'm not going to lie. It's kind of the same way I feel about Renekton versus Scion, where often it's you get a nice little CS advantage, you know, you're up 10, 20 CS, whatever. But it's pretty hard to make things happen. Dokla going to be dashing back, but he's going to be pillared in. Does flash out to safety, so will survive, but that is flash down. Nice little lane gank there from Hambach, who, let's be honest, has been getting outpaced by Inspired in these early games. Inspired has been getting a lot more done, so nice to see Hambach getting involved.
Absolutely. Pillar, pretty strong early gank. Early Sheen as well, probably going towards the Trinity Force for a little bit of damage in these team fights. But this is, you know, this series felt so one-sided after Game 2 was it. And then even portions of Game 3, when they had the Gwen flex pick, we're thinking they're just going to walk their way to finals. I really like the team comp we have on Sentinel side here. Assuming they don't fall too far behind and go, because that can definitely be a fear when you're running such a slow topside like Scion, Trundle, Victor. But I don't necessarily feel like the Mundo was going to be that good at actually advancing the game. So it would be on like the individuals really in this bot lane to try and advance it, because I'm not seeing the Sylas really forcing kills onto the Victor, or even Dokla's Aatrox, especially with no flash, able to get a significant edge onto Impact Scion.
Yeah, I think that really is their point of pressure right now, is that bot lane 2v2. They almost have their second plate down, so next wave they could very likely get that second plate. Berserker going to be scaling really, really well. This is what you're giving up when you're going to be giving over some of these Enchanter champions, and you're going to try to play engage into it. So you're kind of sacrificing that 2v2 more heavily. And of course, Kaisa not the strongest early laner either, so that is definitely a weakness there.
I mean, Inspired burned early Smite because he has the next one coming up in 15 seconds, but Hambach would actually be here to think about a steal. Inspired Smite still not up yet.
Rahel is pretty far, so it could be a hard fight to take, and Hambach taking a ton of damage as now Saint is coming in. Did he overextend? He goes for the Smite. He does not win the Smite fight, and now he's going to get knocked down. That's first blood. Huhi looking like he might fall as well. Saint flash forward, got hit by the end of the crash down, so Saint flashed into that CC, unfortunately for him. Can't get the second kill, but I just feel like Hambach went too far.
Yeah.
You don't have your Kaisa there, and he just tried to force his way in.
Hambach kind of lost his mind there. The first Drake is not the hill you need to die on. And he didn't even know that Inspired was without Smite, and he still missed it when he flew in That's probably why he missed the smite, because he's trying to time it so perfectly. But even if he gets it, it's likely that he loses that fight. I will say Trundle gets a huge heal if he successfully smites the Drake, because his passive gives him % max health from dying creatures, but just wasn't enough, and they end up falling.
There was definitely a weird overforce. Obviously felt like he had a good angle to do it, but yeah, I think maybe just didn't realize where Rahel was in relation to him. Darkwing's going to be pushing in here through mid. Saint now flashless because he tried to go for that kill. A bit unfortunate how that worked out for him. The timing again. Huhi was already in the crash down. He flashed forward to try to chase Huhi. Got hit by the knock-up on the end of that. Here we
Do you want to fight?
Yeah, I want to fight. I want to fight.
Okay. Come Silas, Silas.
They're gonna fight, okay?
They're gonna fight. Don't Trundle. Come Silas.
I need a 6. I 6. I'm 6. I'm going. Victor is here. Here, 6.
Focus him.
I Thunder.
Yeah.
I'm looking Thunder, guys. Look Thunder. Nice. I'm looking Thunder. Give me.
Yeah, I mean, I can't give you.
Okay.
Nice.
Yeah, really clear comms there. Honestly, from both sides. Hambach was clear that he wanted to fight, but they just weren't in position to fight and needed to call that one off.
And his Qs might go out to 59, so that's frustrating. You know, one more auto coming in at the same time from someone else might have meant he gets that. It wouldn't have got him 6. He still needs a lot of experience, but would have got him that passive heal, maybe give him at least a chance to fight back in that fight. Unfortunately for him, though, it is Inspired who walks away with that. You know, obviously gets the experience there as they may be looking for Berserker, but Berserker's just kiting it back and buys enough time for Isles to arrive.
Yep, has all his summoners also heal on Isles, who he doesn't want to go for an all-in. Was hoping to probably just reach for a quick stun and get a little bit of poke. And still need to play this lane very carefully, especially as Isles approaches level 6. That would be a ton of health to burn through.
It is a lot. Dokla going to look for the knock-up. They trade knock-ups. Nice little grass proc back there from Impact.
Yeah, I'm looking at this Soul Lanes, though. The state hasn't changed since the Drake fight. So even though it was a nice little gold infusion for Inspired getting that kill and getting that first Drake, the state of these lanes are still relatively difficult for this Lion team to play. Aatrox into Scion and the Silas into the Victor, who's able to just keep the wave pushed.
It's pretty difficult for sure, but Inspired going to get accelerated. He almost has his Heartsteel already because he got First Blood, he got the Dragon, and not only that, because the enemy jungler was dead, he got the follow-up Scuttle, right? So got a nice injection of gold here. And especially if it is a scrappy game, early Heartsteel can make a big difference. Sometimes it doesn't do anything, and you see them on 10 stacks 20 minutes later. Yeah. But it can be pretty powerful if you have a scrappy game, and Inspired moving out towards that top side as he spots Hambach.
Yeah, and this is a game where Inspired would like to force a lot of skirmishes. That's why he starts the Drake. He wants to be able to fight with this Aatrox Silas so they can kind of get out of these lanes where the Scion and the Victor are able to hold steady. But with the Victor having shove, he's able to move over and assist Hambach, and Inspired goes back to farming his Krugs.
Rahel down here in the 1v2 now, but Huhi is on the way and has been spotted. Another chunk of damage down on that turret as Berserker and Isles continue to build their lead, but Rahel has done a good job withstanding the storm. He's dead even as far as the CS is concerned. Yes, they've lost a couple of plates. Yes, they're about to lose a third, but given the matchup, I think he's doing a pretty good job.
Absolutely. Grubs, I know you're mentioning, very useless. They don't really seem to do anything. You pick them up when you have nothing else to do.
Yeah, they are a lot weaker for sure than in previous seasons. I mean, it's something, but it's definitely nowhere near what it used to be, where people were willing to throw the whole game for grubs. Where if people got 2 sets of grubs, it just felt like, well,
oh my God,
now we can't do anything.
Now they get 1 set of grubs. You're like, well, that's neat.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Because the Crystalline Overgrowth does so much of the turret damage in the game anyway. It's all about like the timing of your turret pushes rather than the grubs doing anything super meaningful.
Absolutely. In fact, going to get chained up and pulled back as Saint is moving down. We'll spot this ward. Wanted to potentially threaten a move down towards that bot side, but not really going to be able to find it as Rahel, again, just constantly using these base timings. That is one of the big changes that have been kind of quietly making a huge difference in this season is the home guards change, because you get back to base so much more quickly. It's harder to punish these recalls. In this case, Rahel will stay around. As you can see, the Mastercard Power Spike Inspired completing his Heartsteel, as we had mentioned, thanks to that early injection of gold.
Gonna go look for someone to stack Heartsteel on as soon as he completes it. Runs into the enemy jungle. Please find a Trundle.
The amount of dopamine that you get from a Heartsteel stack, you cannot place a value on that, you know?
Doesn't matter. It's not
to be.
It's not about the gold or the damage. It's about the dopamine.
Exactly. And they are going to be able to grab this dragon here. So 2 dragons early on to Lion. And that is going to feel really good as they're going to be stacking up pretty early. But 2 of the powerful souls are going to be kind of off the table because Hextech is gone and Ocean is going to be gone. So we'll see what it is going to be. I will say Chemtech is a lot better this game, though, for Lion. And it is going to be Chemtech. So generally, you're pretty unhappy about that. But when you have Lulu, when you have Mundo, when you have the healing from Aatrox and from Sylas and everything, it is more powerful than normal.
Yeah, not bad, absolutely. So, bit of an early swap by Sentinels as well before the lane quest had completed.
Double Arcane Storm coming out there as they trade the ultis as Saint goes in with the hijack, steals that away, but Darkwing's able to answer these trades pretty effectively. Huhi, though, flash forward with the Shattering Strike. In comes the damage from Hambach. The Ignite grabs the kill. Huhi, it's these kind of angles that make you want him on the engaged champs.
And that's what happens with the early lane swap. So even if last season you're very used to these bot lanes roaming through the jungle, you're just not used to having a support jungle have a chance of being there this early in the game. Just a bit of a mental lapse there by Saint. I think he was so focused on that trade he had with Darkwings where they both spent their ultimate, had forgotten that Sentinels had swapped early. So mid lane, as you can see, the only role quest is completed. So they're slowing down their role quests by pulling off that play. They didn't actually get anything top lane directly off of it, but now I feel like that kill mid was a direct consequence of swapping early.
Nicely done. You can see Isles moved in, got a little bit of vision down, a couple wards in the enemy jungle, as Huhi was able to use that Spellbook Ignite to great effect on that bot side. And it's just kind of a slow move forward here towards this next dragon where Sentinels are going to have to see, have they scaled up enough? Doka going to pop the World Ender just to try to run away. Looks like he has the move speed and the health to do just that. Inspired is here behind him, so no chance of a chase down kill here onto Dokla.
But still making it so Doka won't be able to play aggressive elsewhere. Burning the World Ender for the Scion ultimate is a happy trade for Scion. He's just going to reset anyway, get a Sunfire Cape, and then move back into the top lane. So just re-swapping back into that lane, keeping this thing mobile. Hambach?
Stolen away on that ultimate, but obviously no chance of actually chasing down and killing off Saint. So just wanted to defend the tower and is able to do that. Impact arrives back from base here with the Sunfire completed. Berserker going to transcend oneself. He's going forward onto Darkwings, getting some good damage down, but the Arcane Storm traded back and Darkwings kind of comes out on top despite the 1v2. Handles that really well and is going to push Berserker back to base.
Darkwings is really good on his picks. The Anivia was super solid. I'd say the Syndra would have been fine, except for the Malphite being on his screen the entire game.
Pesky Malphite.
But now, at this state in Fearless, when the enemy team doesn't have really great ways of closing the gap onto his Victor.
Mundo engaged, not as impactful.
Right, everyone just kind of has to run face first into him.
Yeah.
You get the move speed from your Victor Q. You can throw down the gravity field, send lasers without interrupting your running animation at all. Darkwings is looking to have another good game.
Huhi pushing forward here. Of course, no damage there with him to threaten Saint, so Saint will just back it up. Is going for the Roa build here, so a little bit slower. You see a lot of Rocket Belt these days, but Roa, of course, has its own merit here. More of that kind of slow scaling style, and Lyon is playing that sort of a game. It feels like they are looking to just scale. You're playing Yunara alongside that Lulu. You have the Mudu who wants to scale. It's a lot of champions who are happy for this to just go slow and steady. And if Lyon don't like the angle for the team fight, they don't need to take it because they can just continue getting experience, continue playing for that late game where I think they can be pretty effective, even though Sentinels has some good scaling themselves.
Yeah, for sure. I'm going to be really interested to see what these late game team fights look like because this doesn't look like a game that's going to break itself open early. More attention being sent towards Doka. He does have Flash, and he's got a lot of backup behind him.
Yeah, they're all coming in here. I think Sentinels have got to get out of there. Hambach has got to run. Flash is early, but is going to get knocked up, and the Wild Growth there as well. Subjugate comes out. In goes Inspired, flashing over the wall. He gets pulled back. Hambach is going to fall. Sentinels bit off more than they can chew, and they pay for it as Lyon does come in, but now in goes Darkwings. He just blast coned way too far. Immediately has to flash out to safety. The Arcane Storm was thrown down. I wonder if he realized that was an amped up blast cone, not a baby blast cone there, because he just got blasted in the middle of his team.
Yeah, that
lost
looked,
the flash.
That looked insane. Darkwings flying into the middle of the team after a lost fight. Big play there actually by Lyon. They're going to get a ton off of this, especially with Drake being up in 40 seconds. Burning the Trundle Flash, who's just sitting on Trinity Force, is going to give him that inside track onto Soul Point. Not to mention, Darkwings has to teleport top after this, since they'd spent both soul laners bottom lane, don't want to give up that top lane turret. It's going to be likely a big play for Lyon. Yeah, watching this one more time, I understand why they want to go for Dokla, playing aggressively in the lane, but they didn't see them until now when it's kind of too late and Hambach needs to flash probably the thicker part of the wall and get under turret if he wants any chance of living. Once he doesn't do that, the Scion ultimate doesn't even interrupt because of the Mundo passive.
I think he flashes right there, he just lives.
I think so, if he flashes the thick part.
Exactly, you just flash
and
that.
This was a little comical.
Yeah. was a little bit
Even
too
if
far.
it's a small blast cone, it's still going to put him like right here.
Yeah, that's a bit unfortunate. Unlucky the stun got in his eyes on that one, so is going to lose his flash, and Berserker completes his second item. Now going to be really strong here with the Fiend Thunderbolts. Now you have that plus the Kraken, you pop the ulti, and your upfront burst is incredibly high if you can get access to these carries.
That's an amazing power spike for this third Drake. Sentinels might not want to give up Soul Point, but they might have to, because this is the type of fight that can blow the game wide open for Lyon.
Back to TPing down. Saint has just gone back to base, has a teleport of his own. Berserker pushing mid, so Sentinels do have inside track here, but now in comes Lyon. The question is, can they get in? They are missing the flash on the Mundo. He's going to get pillared out. They do secure the Dragon here. Impact needs to run. He's just getting peppered away at by Berserker. They won't be able to find anything except some damage on the mid lane turret, so they deny some minions here, and they are going to get a plate or two mid lane, maybe even the whole tower. We'll see.
They might get the whole tower. Really interesting there. I feel like Lyon didn't need to go push that mid wave. I know they've often traded turrets and gold, but
here comes the dive. Impact going to be setting it up. The World Ender pop there by Dokla, but there is just too much CC. No shot for Big Dokes. He is knocked down, and it's going to be a trade of towers there at the very least for Sentinels.
Yeah, that's a great sequence for Sentinels. It's a trade of turrets, it's a kill over to them, it's the Drake over to them, and that's all when Yunar is on one of the best spikes that she's going to find in this game before Rahel is able to complete his second item. They're even getting a bunch of damage down onto this tier 2.
Yeah, I mean, Rahel is sitting on 1,700 plus gold, so he has a lot of gold, and he's going to be able to get this tier 2 tower. He's going to be pretty damn near his full second item at this point. Of course, went for the tier 2 boots earlier, so that is why, even though the gold was close, the items looked so different, as Saint going to be pushing on that top side. So Lyon just trying to play the map, but again, they don't have a lot of hard engage tools, and Sentinels was very successful with that. Saint has the stolen ultimate with the hijack. Can he get away with it? That is the question, because who he is coming up here. Impact's trying to stay ahead of him. Saint just going to pop the ulti and get out to safety.
Still having to burn his ultimate there. Impact just a brick in these side lanes. There's a chance we're going to see the game 5 here with the reverse sweep angle when it was looking like Lyon was going to run away with this one. Sentinels.
Ooh.
Giga Blast Cone helps Huhi. They're barely making it over. But Sentinels not going down without a fight. They're really justifying that early, that high seed they had going into the playoffs. The fact that they beat DSG to make themselves a top 3 team. And now, looking quite competitive here against Lyon.
They really are. I mean, they won the last game. If you think all the way back to that first game, they did get Soul. It felt like the game stabilized, then they instantly lost. That is one, now that the games are getting a little bit closer, they're really going to be wanting back, as Darkwings will be able to knock this down. Going to TP down towards bot side to try to defend this tower, but he is very alone down here, so we'll see if Lyon do want to come down. Dokla's just trying to force this tower down. Darkwings is clearing out the wave, but won't be able to do it in time. The tower does get traded. Huhi here to cover, so nothing more than the trade of ults and the trade of towers.
Darkwings is scaring me a little bit this game. He had the one nice play on the Victor. I'm like, he's really good on his picks. And then he blast cones into the middle of the team, teleporting to dying turrets in the middle of Aatrox. But he's still deathless. He's still technically 20 CS up on his opponent, but definitely playing with fire a little bit.
Yeah, he is feeling confident for sure, but again, no real engage tools. Sentinels has the ability to start the fights. And Rahel kind of quietly farming away here. Does have that Rage Blade completed now. Huhi on the Zeeks. We're seeing the first support items coming through as well on the other side. Dokla, if he gets spotted, is going to be potentially in trouble here. Inspired's in the area. Dokla has no ult, has the flash, but I don't even think it's worth using. The exhaust comes down. They're going to commit the Magnet Storm. He is out of there.
But I mean, look at the waves for the rest of the team. It's not like Lyon is getting anything out of that. So that was just a nice overload by Sentinels. They had a huge amount of tempo to spend, and Dokla was really pushed too far up without cover. Again, this Aatrox in a Scion is looking less and less effective. He's not even necessarily against the Scion at this point, but wasn't able to get an advantage on his own, and now is just kind of fodder in these side lanes.
He's going to be struggling for sure. Easy to pick off in the solo lanes if you are up too far, don't have a tower behind you, and there's no towers at all in that bottom lane, right? They lost the tier 1 and the tier 2, so can be tough as Impact going to be clearing out some vision here. We're looking at a minute about until that next dragon will spawn. Sentinels would love to set up for and try to find that fight once again here. And we'll see if Lyon can be there first. I really think it is so imperative that they are there first and not allow Sentinels to control vision and try to find these angles for Huhi, who's going to be looking for the engage.
Yeah, I completely agree. A couple items to point out, though. We got some healing reduction on Berserker. I also like the Boots of Swiftness on Impact Scion. because the only real engages are slows. So as a front line, being able to disengage and not get locked down is important.
Hombach does proc the Mundo passive there with his pillar. Inspired taking quite a bit of damage. It's 35 until the dragon does spawn. We'll see if he wants to go back to base or not. Both top laners are moving down. Just a trade of damage here as Darkwing's coming out pretty heavily on top. Berserker knocked down to about a little bit over half HP. I feel like Lyon are going to give off that.
Yeah, I mean, Darkwing's hit rate on these Victor lasers is really high, and it's because he's against such a short-range team. Like, he can really walk up pretty close to get almost an instant hit on his E when he wants to. So they're winning every, like, eye contact fight in lane, and that just allows them to get full control of River here. It'll be really difficult for Lyon to retake this space, but Berserker based with the home guards made it all the way back, and they're moving in with Herald.
He's very far ahead of the rest of the team, though, and it's just going to get pillared, blocked out there by Hombach. Impact is on the side, but will be able to avoid the chains. Saint trying to create some space, steals away the subjugate. Will he go in? Inspired pushing forward. It's going to be secured, though, by Hombach. And Saint is focused down. Even with the subjugate, it doesn't matter at all who he goes in for the engage. Rahel flying into the back line, trying to take them down. Inspired falls. Isles is next. Rahel is on the hunt. Berserker is running, but he's got nowhere to go. It's a double for Rahel. It's Sentinels taking control of game number 4.
And that's the Drake and likely the Baron. No smite, no mid, no AD carry, and a fed Kaisa Victor for Sentinels.
Sentinels going over for the Baron here. It was all talk about Lyon, about how good they had been about in the lower bracket, about if they were going to sweep this series, but Sentinels clawed it back from the brink of defeat early on in game 3. Now in game 4, looking like they are in full control. Isles is coming over here. Not going to be able to get it with the Glitter Lance. That is Baron. That is 2 dragons in a row. That is an over 3,000 gold lead in full control for Sentinels.
And they have so much range as well as good trigger pull in this team fight. You could see Lyon a little bit of desperation trying to brute force their way in, but everyone's so short range and Berserker can't find a good angle. Saint ends up going melee range, is just one shot. Inspired can't go in. Who he finds a beautiful engage. Rahel flies in over the top to help get the last hit onto Inspired. And then sure you have Yunara Lulu, but he ain't taking down all those people.
And look at this. Mundo just got one shot. Couldn't even get his ult off.
Yunara the flash. Mundo. Yunara 볼 사람.
Who he's hyped.
He's
That's some shot calling right there. There's not the calm comms we saw from Lyon earlier in the game. Sentinels is really in it right now from 0-2 and a deficit in game 3 to 1-2, looking to force game 5 with Baron pushing mid.
This is a team it felt like everyone, myself included, was kind of writing off in this finals weekend. The expectation for every person I talked to was that whoever wins between TL or Lyon would come up and be able to smack down Sentinels. And Sentinels clearly putting up the best fight yet. Inspired here. They face check. Hombach going forward. They do have him pillared off. Not going to be able to chase in for a kill, but the Mundo got first down last game, and that is the danger. They have a lot of CC, and that subjugate makes him so much more squishy.
Yeah, just rewatch that fight. Again, that was a very nice CC lock, but a lot of stuff flies through. Silence, the Victor W, the Rel CC. Inspired likely could have pressed ult early, but he didn't want to be inefficient with it and ended up just dying. And look at this gold lead just kind of exploding here to being 4,000. And it feels like the scaling is on the side of Sentinels with their current power spike points, because Yunara was on 2 items like 2 Drakes ago, still feels like she's on 2 items.
It is, yeah. I mean, Yunara is going to have a lot of damage, but doesn't matter if you can't get access. You can't set the fights, and there's the dive coming in onto Berserker. Berserker's in trouble. Shattering Strike does connect the Polymorph, though, buying some time, but it doesn't matter who he may fall. But Rahel has killed off your carry. Dokla trying to come in. Rahel looking to try to run out the side. Inspired arriving. Saint going to be TPing back into the team. The chain will pull back Rahel. He has got to get out of there. Saint is coming in, flashing forward. Abscond, abduct, 900 gold, shutdown. He wants more, but he will not be able to get it for now. Inspired, though, chasing in behind them. Can they wrap around and get even more here? Sentinels have got to try to fight their way out. Impact moving through Inspired, but he is constantly getting slowed. He is going to be going down. He's got to just accept it. Darkwings will make it out, but it is a couple kills there for Lyon as an aggressive dive from Sentinels does get a bit punished.
Yep, Hombach made a business decision there, throws down the pillar, says, farewell, Impact. I do not want to die as well. And I'd say the whole beginning of this play, it's a nice look to try and kill the Yunara, but I thought it was a really good polymorph from Isles, which delayed the kill long enough that everyone could catch up to Rahel. So just a nice job there by Lyon to capitalize that. And the gold going over to Saint does give them a bit of an angle to have a second carry that can help them out of this deficit.
It does. Flashes, though, were spent. You know, big flash going to be used by Saint. And you can see now the Seeker's there on Rahel, so he's going to be that much more difficult to take down. Will have his flash available here in about 45 when that dragon spawns. It would be their third in a row if they're going to be able to get it. And Darkwings is closing in on his third item. You know, third item's been complete for Rahel for a while. They are scaling up a lot, but Berserker does still have 3 items, even though it is a cheaper build. He's down in gold. Yeah. His damage cannot be ignored.
Definitely not, but I gotta say, Dusk and Dawn on Kai'Sa here, really important. Just the ability to proc that passive over and over again onto Inspired, who's gonna be hitting level 16 on Mundo. You're gonna need a lot of damage to kill him if he's able to get a good ult off in team fights.
And they're gonna have a lot of damage with Subjugate, with that damage coming through from him, from the Victor. They don't have any consistent heal cut, really, so yeah, there's a Bramble, but Mundo's not going to be autoing the Scion, so you are kind of reliant on the Ignite spellbook that they do have right now for Huhi, so that is big for one fight.
Yeah.
And they're just going to give this one up. Lyon not going to be looking to fight it, going to look to try to maybe get towards Infinity Edge for Berserker, hope that they can do that in the next 5-6 minutes, and maybe look to fight another day.
Berserker has carried many games like this, from even gold. If he's the one that's fed, he can make it happen, but Rahel's Kai'Sa just has more gold, right? There's going to be a lot of fights here, potentially, where if any CC reaches Berserker, Rahel's going to try and fly in for an execute onto Berserker specifically, and then they'd worry about the super tanks later. Going to be really interesting to see how these last few minutes of this game play out.
There's just so much threat on Berserker. It's really hard for him to get a fight where he's not threatened by, you know, some sort of CC or pillared out or having a big tank in his face where Rahel is going to get to be able to hit carries. And Impact is looking like a brick wall over there on the side.
Yeah.
Tanking that damage from Berserker like it is nothing.
Even just the Victor poke has been hitting Berserker. Like those E's smacked him, then the Kai'Sa W, that was through the Lulu shield. He has a lot of lifesteal now that he's going to be able to get it off the wave. But if you're in the river and that happens, it's going to make you not want to walk in deeper into the river for the fight.
And look at top. This is what they were waiting for here as the supers were coming through. They are going to take a reset, though, so not going to be able to really do anything with that pressure from those super minions. But they have controlled vision on that bot side jungle. Now they're going to start setting up around the Baron here. That's spawning in 30, and that will be the target that Sentinels are looking for here. Taking away the jungle, you know, farming up as much as they possibly can, and looking to put the finishing touches on this one.
Yeah, as much as we said that the Chemdrake is good for Lyon, I don't know if the Quadra Chemdrake is that good for Sentinels, so they're getting a little unlucky with this roll, but let's see if they can make something happen. Who he actually just blast goes to safety, and they're still setting up vision, probably waiting for this Baron to spawn.
Definitely not the one they would have wanted, but every soul does something, you know, and you have a lot of tanky members, so the durability is always going to be somewhat useful, but Sentinels fully controlling vision on the top side and are going to be able to take away that red buff there for Hanbok and Rahel. And now the Baron has spawned, so now it's time to try to close off those lights, clear out the vision, and threaten these engages from Huhi. And they're just going to start the Baron immediately.
It's on vision. They're going to clear that out soon, you'd think. Hanbok, yeah, just clicks the ward, forcing Lyon to come in.
And Doku's going to be spotted on the side. Impact trying to zone out Berserker, who is getting some damage out, but Hanbok is just forcing down this Baron. Inspired's going to get pillared out. Will he try to flash in and steal this? He's sitting at the wall, can't actually get in to do it, and still the Scion has not been hurt at all. Darkwing's pushing forward. Inspired trying to get something done, but he is being crushed right now by Rahel. Hanbok, though, being focused down by Berserker. Flash in from Huhi, but it's a flash out from Berserker. The Shattering Strike does land, but I don't know if it matters. The Killer Instinct from Rahel is just used to run, but Darkwing's now going to be arriving on the side with the Arcane Storm. Impact incredibly low, but still damn tanky. Saint goes forward with the Abscond Duct. He wants more, but can he get it? The Baron has been taken, but will they lose the kill? Saint goes in into the stasis now under the tower. They're going to look to try to finish him off, but he retreats back. He survives for now. The Lulu shields and the peels will keep him up. They lose a couple members, but they secure the Baron. That was a close fight.
What a close fight. Berserker is so good. He played this fight incredibly well. It ends up being a bit of wash. The gold from the Baron is equalized by the 2-for-1 in the actual team fight. So the way this works is Impact tanks Berserker for a while, but Berserker's very patient with when he actually uses his ultimate to try and fly in. So watch how many people try and kill Berserker down here. Flashes perfectly from the Huhi ult, turns it around, kills him, goes straight on to Hanbok, forces that flash away, turns on to Rahel, pushes him out of the fight, and then they get the extended kill onto Impact as Rahel push that bottom wave. But that's Berserker now with Infinity Edge trying to take Lyon over the line in this series.
Berserker looking damn good in that fight. As you said, has the IE. That is a big spike here. See that Sorcery Elixir in the pocket for Rahel, but Rahel in a lot of trouble. He's going to get CC'd up and knocked down. He is dead, and that could be a disaster. Sentinels need to run here. Impact has arrived, but Hombach has got to get out of there. Berserker and Inspired trying to chase him down. The Mega Blast Cone will keep him safe. A minute on this Dragon Spawn. Darkwings is going to TP out, but I don't think Huhi is going to be so lucky. And if Huhi dies, they can just delay the death. They can just stop him from recalling. Just delay the death, make it so he's not going to be there, and I think that's exactly what they're going to do. Don't burst him down. Wait as long as you possibly can, and make it so he won't be alive for the Dragon. That could secure them the next Dragon. That is a massive pick onto Rahel. Huhi can do nothing. That's what they're doing, playing for the timers.
Yep, lots of gold injection, but more importantly, will likely deny that soul. Lyon knows exactly what to do to delay that death onto Huhi as long as possible. You could see Sentinels was also calling it out after the mistake, pushing the mid and top wave as much as possible. They had Baron buff as well, so it's not like Lyon could win the game off of that by some mid push, but it's definitely extending this game, and it's the comeback now for Lyon in game 4.
I mean, there is no engage on the other team, but you still have to pay a little bit of respect.
That's crazy.
I mean, Rahel just didn't pay any respect whatsoever. And you let the Mundo get melee range on you and then knocked up by the Wild Growth. The CC was enough to be able to burst him down. He couldn't get the Killer Instinct off, didn't use the flash.
Yeah, as much as Yunara Lulu is good, don't sleep on Lulu Mundo. That very big Mundo goes really fast towards you, and he's going to chunk you down.
And Mundo is level 17 now, so has the max rank, of course, of that max dosage, which is way more powerful than the previous ranks. And Sentinel's going to be pushing up both top and mid, looking to put pressure onto this tower, but do still have to be a little bit careful as Huhi isn't with them quite yet.
Yeah, so Baron buff just wearing off. Very ineffective Baron for them, slight lead. And unless another crazy fight like that last one happens, they're playing very aggressive actually, considering what just happened.
The Exhaust is used on him as well as the Arcane Storm. They want to push him back and try to finish off this tower. We'll see if they can do it. A lot of tools used though onto Berserker. Down about half HP. He did transcend oneself, so use the ultimate, and he's going to have to run back to base to heal. Sentinels now pushing into the base, still feeling confident here. How far will they go? They get the mid lane inhib. Now, look at the split calls it felt like there, as some were walking back towards mid, the others going up towards topside to try to finish off the second inhibitor.
I mean, what a weird game. They just brute force their way in, 5v5 and clear 2 inhibitors. That's going to
look at Saint. He can use the blast cone. He can use the blast cone with the stolen ultimate, but it's going to have to be used for a retreat here. Dokla popping the World Ender, going to get CC'd up. Hombach needs to run as he's getting hit over the wall. Hombach is going to be back down to half HP, still has the subjugate. Sentinels retreating here. They're slowly getting whittled down. They got to use the blast cone. Someone hit it by accident, I think. They're going to try to turn on to Inspire, but they're in a lot of trouble. Saint's in the middle of the whole team. Rahel trying to survive. Into the stasis goes Saint. Saint, though, going to be knocked down. Darkwing does kill him off. Impact flashes out. Huhi flashes forward, but he's going to be knocked down by Berserker. Berserker is untouched, and Lyon is going to want more here. Sentinels will not give it to him. All right,
the super
who's
cones,
the suspect here?
The super blast cones are out of control this game. Nearly throwing away the series, unless, I mean,
Who's the imposter?
It's kind of a cool
Jack,
pick.
Arrest somebody.
I mean, if it's a carry down there, was it intentional?
I think
it
it was
might have been
Rahel.
intentional.
Wait, Impact. Impact is guilty.
He's an engaged.
Arrest that man.
He's an engaged champ at heart, man. He just saw the angle. They technically got the kill off of it.
Technically.
If Huhi doesn't re-engage, it ends up being a 1 for 0.
And they did get the flash with that re-engage as well. Berserker so quick on the flashes there. Definitely think that was a clear accident, unfortunately for them, but it is a trade of flashes.
We're checking the comms after. I mean, at 90%, but if it was a plan, that's one crazy plan.
If it was a plan, it was a bad one, but it might have been a plan. We'll see, though, if they're going to be able to close this one out. It is a 1K gold lead. We are very, very even. Sentinels, this last couple minutes, feels like are taking their foot off the gas a little bit. Couple mistakes here and there. Rahel gets caught mid. Kind of accidental blast cone there. They're losing a couple of these fights here, and Lyon are getting stronger and stronger. You can see Berserker closing in on his 5th fully completed item, not counting the boots. He is very, very strong. Saint has had that death cap now for a while. And these carries are threatening if they can get access to Rahel, who has no summoners critically.
Yeah, I mean, Isles is actually working up towards Dawncore. That's a pretty big power spike for Lulu as well, if he's ever able to get to that. But Sentinels trying to keep the tempo of this game up because they're down. They've downed 2 of Lyon's inhibitors. there's someone that has to clear that top wave, which is Saint, and Sentinels is getting that Baron very low.
Inspired's trying to walk in, but he's just getting rocked right now by Darkwings. Has to pop the max dosage in the midst of those 3 members. There's still eyes on the Baron, trying to finish it off. Saint's gonna go into the middle of the whole team. He's in onto Hambach. The fight is on the other side. Berserker's in trouble. Berserker has no flash, and Berserker is gone. Impact pushing forward. Rahel's gonna be killed off as well. It's up to Darkwings. Darkwings is the only damage they have remaining. The max dosage has expired. Who he's gonna fall. Impact's in trouble on the side. He's gotta try to run. Hambach throws down the pillar to try to peel for him, but it won't be enough. But their base is dying at the same time. They get another kill there. It is not even the Baron because they peeled off it, so it's just the one fight there from Lyon.
I think they peeled off of it too early, and this could probably lead to a Lyon Baron regardless. They are down 1 Nexus turret. That Baron was very low when Impact and who he saw the angle onto Berserker. Clearly their plan was to bait and one-shot Berserker, but the sustain of the Aatrox Silas Mundo, if Rahel goes down, Sentinels just does not have enough damage to take them, and now these death timers are so long, it's probably going to be a Baron for Lyon, and they might even be able to move down towards the Soul with this Baron buff. This game is crazy, Azale.
It really is, and I feel like had Rahel stayed on the Baron for 1 or 2 more seconds.
Like, literally 1 more second.
I think Baron 1 more second. I think it would have been theirs, guaranteed, and then they could have tried to take the fight or disengage from it. But, you know, they hard engage. Rahel tries to join, and here it is one more time. It was a bit of chaos.
Yeah, I mean, we can't even see the Baron health, but it was extremely low. I'm going to check it after. It's because they had the CC on a Berserker, they thought they'd get him, but it takes so long to kill him. And then Rahel is actually stuck down here with no flash, and he just gets one-shot by the Aatrox and the Mundo. But this Soul is up for grabs.
This could be the game right here. It could potentially be the series if Lyon is able to win out. Look at Saint on the side, trying to find a flank angle. Doka's going to be stunned up there as Huhi threatening for the engage. Hambach pillar over on a Saint, pushing him back now. Darkwing's trying to get the damage down here onto Inspired, who is down to about half HP but has the ultimate available. Flash still not up for either of these AD carries. Dokla in the back of the pit tanking some damage as Hui's going to Hex Splash over. Will he engage onto Saint? Has the Blast Cone, could look for an angle, but used it to rejoin the team as Darkwings and Impact are getting poked down. They're losing this poke battle for now. Saint tried to flash over the wall. Looked like he flashed into the wall there, and now the fight breaks out. Dokla's in the back line. Dokla's knocked down. Saint could be in some trouble. The Chem Soul was taken, though, by Lyon. It's up to Rahel. It's Lyon piling through. It's Berserker in the midst of everyone going to get stunned, but Berserker stands. Berserker fires. Berserker wins, and Lyon have taken the series. They've knocked down Sentinels. They've claimed the Soul. And in a hard-fought 4-game series where you thought maybe, just maybe, Sentinels could have pulled it back, Lyon make it happen.
That's just a bit of team fight practice for Lyon as they prepare to face C9 in the finals.
Lyon marching on the Nexus. It's going to be a 3-1. It's going to be 9-2 run in the lower bracket to make it all the way to C9 to try to go to first stand. Lyon are on a roll, and it's up to Cloud9 to stop them.
Dokla with the bit of relief after that one. Game 4 got a little messy. Game 3, they fell as well, but the hyper carry Berserker was at it again. Spam chat now to tell who your player of the game is. Inspired wins his first career Mundo game. That scaling was ridiculous, and I'm very excited for finals tomorrow.
I mean, that fight was crazy. That series was crazy. It got very competitive towards the end.
That whole sequence at the end, it was like 5 minutes of non-stop action. We could never go to a replay for how slow the series began. It ended in such a frantic way.
I really want to see that final fight again because it looked to me like, you know, Saint had this stolen Magnetstorm and he popped in. I think he flashed into the wall trying to get into the middle of the team. So I thought, okay, the fight could be looking really, really bad here for them, but they were able to get in on Rahel. They were able to get in on Darkwings and take him down. And Lyon did a great job playing out what seemed to be a difficult situation with very little to no engage, and are able to make it happen at the end of the day. Sentinels definitely made it work for it, though. It was the closest series. Even though it's the same score as TL, I think this was way closer.
Yeah, I think Sentinels definitely did a good job justifying their place here in the LCS Lock-in tournament. So don't be afraid. They'll be playing in Brazil, in America's Cup. I keep wanting to call it Battle of the Americas, but it is America's Cup for sure. That's definitely
America's
the branding.
Cup will be a Battle of the Americas.
It will be a Battle of the Americas. Sentinels is going to be going there, as well as the loser of tomorrow's series with the winner going to first stand. So it's been quite a ride in the lower bracket here for Lyon. And it looks like Kobe is about to be ready to interview both Inspired and Dokla on stage. wonder how much confidence they're going to have going into the C9 series, because a 3-0 would give you a lot more bravado, but you never know. They're always going to speak their mind. They're ready on stage now.
Holy, okay. The end of that game, did your shot calling get any more hype, or was it the same calm that we're expecting?
Honestly, I don't remember. The game was kind of feeling lost, but yeah, I mean, the Real didn't have Flash in the last team fight, so we knew it could be winnable, and I think the comms were pretty chaotic in that fight, because Berserker was 1 HP, their Kai'Sa was 1 HP, and we felt like whoever dies first will lose, so I don't remember exactly what happened.
Honestly, I thought this was going to go to a game 5 until the moment when you walk down Rahel in the mid lane. What was the comms like that, where you're like, well, this guy's too far up?
Just come mid or we lost, so.
Yeah. Well, you did. You went mid and you didn't lose. Dokla, obviously we've talked a lot about the champion flexibility that you've shown recently here in playoffs. What was the big kind of change as far as the philosophy for Champ Select for the team? Is that a lot of like player-driven, Champ Select, or is it coming from coaching staff?
This one was coaching staff. I mean, I think they just banned Vayne on the 4-5 a lot in the draft, so they were prepared for it. Yeah, just whatever the coaches go, and I'll give my input as well. But yeah, I am flexible.
Yeah. Rigby was saying all of your players are flexible, and it helps a lot. As far as the top and jungle, you've also been, ganking a decent amount when Dokla does have these picks that are fairly volatile. Is that just due to the comp, or have you guys also worked on your synergy?
I think just due to the comp. When I have nothing to do, I will just look for a gang, and it happens that people are inting a lot recently, so yeah.
Yeah,
that's right.
All right, well, you guys have had a exciting day with an exciting end. You've got an exciting tomorrow as well, looking towards Cloud9 and looking towards the finals. Is there anything that you think is a weakness of this team that you guys are going to attack? Everyone's been talking about how you analyze Team Liquid so effectively. You said that Sentinels was going to be more difficult than Team Liquid. That came to be true as well.
Yeah, I mean, I think C9 is just a better team than Sentinels. I think Sentinels' strength was their teamwork, and I think Cloud9 also has really good teamwork, but on top of that, they're better laners, so it's not going to be as easy for us to get early game leads. And yeah, I think they play well meta champs, and we'll have to play very well if we want to beat them.
Anything specific versus Thanatos? Everyone always talks about his lane phase.
I need to not die in side lane a million times when I do get a lead, so that's going to be the big thing for me. But yeah, I think, obviously he's a good laner. I'll have to do my best, and yeah, don't downside is a big thing.
All right, well, good luck for tomorrow. I'll let you get back to your team and get that prep ready. We're going to send it back to the analysts.
Woo! Banger game.
I was praying that it went to 5.
Yeah,
I was
same.
praying that it would go to 5.
I also think, taking into consideration today's series versus yesterday's series, it felt like the prevailing opinion, I'll call myself out, but kind of all of us, right? We're like, oh, whoever comes out of TL Lion, they're going to roll over Sentinels. Raz picked
3-0.
Lion to win 3-0.
Yeah, that was
And
wrong.
I think Sentinels really, really proved, because a lot of people have been saying oh, they're just lucky, they got into this position because of, their strength of schedule isn't as good, etc. I think they really showed up today, despite the loss, right? And this could have easily gone to 5 games.
And we are now on the precipice, the horizon towards finals. It's tomorrow. The fact that this team, Line, made the lower bracket run that they did, at the first 3 weeks, we're like, okay, throw out all of the expectations that we had for this team being really good.
Mhm.
The fans, the community, we're talking about this team's going to boom at any moment. They don't have strong mentality. And then here they are, probably showcasing a really strong mental resilience, basically being able to get through everything, go through the lower bracket run. They're now, Q-Bert's down, much like Sentinels. So that is huge for them. We've talked about Inspired success.
Yep.
We talked about Dokla's success. There's one player that we have to talk about today, Emily.
And that is Berserker.
Player of the series. Player of the series goes straight to him. Not only player of the game for this specific game, but also player of the series as a whole.
Also, I'll say a point in Berserker's mental resilience, right? He was on a very bad LCK team last year.
Yeah.
But despite performing well individually, especially in the beginning part of the year, it's been great to see him come back. We talked going into the Lion TL game about how almost underrated this Berserker Isles lane is. Now, I know Isles didn't have the best game 3. However, I think him and Berserker have been really good in this 2v2. And I thought Berserker's team fighting today, especially in this final game, I know they pointed out in cast a few times, was really, really excellent.
Yeah, I was peeping the Twitch chat, the LCS Discord, a lot of that, because the road to get here was paved with extremely strong bottom lanes. You got Yon and Core JJ that was in front of him. You had Rahel and Huhi that was also in front of them. And in both cases, they were able to stomp them out. And even though you could see, based off of what the fans in Twitch chat were voting, 25% going to Dokla, 17% to Inspired, like, it was pretty well even. I thought it would be a little bit more towards Saint because he had some heroic plays in that last game. But you have to give Berserker and Isles, especially like as a combination, the respect that they deserve in lane. And then Berserker throughout the rest of the game as a team fighter, he is just such a valuable asset to have.
Yeah, and one thing I think that is both Lyon and C9 have in common is that their jungler can play through any of their lanes, right? So that makes it a super interesting matchup.
With one team being thrown out, we got to see the look of the bracket and who is left in, and it's Cloud9 and Lyon in our grand finals for lock-in tomorrow.
Tomorrow, be here.
I cannot wait for this one.
You know what's here before that starts, though?
What?
We have a tailgate party.
That's
so
true.
People should also show up for that as well. Early predictions.
For tomorrow?
Yeah.
I mean, I have it for C9, but like obviously, like after yesterday and the day before that, I was feeling a little bit iffy. I was gonna flip-flop, and then I saw today, and I was like, maybe there's a. No, I still think C9 at the moment. But what about you?
I am also right now leaning C9. We'll see after my VOD review if I change my mind. Who knows? But you can find out tomorrow, because that's it for us today. We'll be back tomorrow at 4 p.m. Eastern, 1 p.m. Pacific for C9 versus Lyon. If you're online, be there at 1 or 4 or at whatever time zone across the world.
And if you're in person, be
Come
here
to the tailgate.
early. Be at the tailgate. We'll be there. We'll be taking pictures, signing autographs, taking names. Same with Lyon. Be here.
Will Lyon continue their lower bracket dominance, or can Sentinels stop them in their tracks? LCS starts right now.
I'm looking here.
Yeah. We're coming. We're coming. We're gonna push it. Yeah, we're gonna go, guys. We're gonna go. We're gonna go.
Nami has flash now, I think.
Look here.
I'm zoning the other guy.
Okay.
Go Baron. Come. Coming. Oriana no flash. In the range no flash. Come. Oriana no flash. I can flash combo her in 4 seconds.
She is on it.
Okay, I will go if she gives me range. Keep clicking.
Go.
Has on it.
It's fine.
Get the mid-wave now?
Yeah, I go. Nice.
Can we end?
Yeah, we can end.
31 minutes in, the Nexus will fall. Lyon take game number 1.
Flip the Drake. Yunara, hit the Drake.
They don't know me.
Rail's flash is up.
I'm looking Thunder.
Rail has flash now, Berserker.
Thunder.
We got the soul.
We can look.
Kaisa.
I stopwatch.
I'm zone the Kaisa. She can't hit anyone.
His ulti. Kaisa his ulti.
Sun passive.
Mid. One base.
And Lyon have taken the series. They've knocked down Sentinels. They've claimed the soul. And in a hard-fought 4-game series where you thought maybe, just maybe, Sentinels could have pulled it back, Lyon make it happen.
Yeah, I think so too. I want to win.
Okay, flip the Drake. Yunara, hit the Drake.
They don't know me.
Rail's flash is up.
I'm looking Thunder.
Rail has flash now, Berserker.
Thunder.
We got the soul.
We can look.
Kaisa.
I stopwatch. I'm zone the Kaisa. She can't hit anyone.
His ulti. Kaisa his ulti.
Sun passive.
Mid. One base.
Sure. Nice, guys. Actually, we don't need base. 40 seconds.
No, base.
Hey, you need to be told.
Come on. I mean, the minions in my life.
Yeah.
So
I saw the flag.
It would be a bit shame if I lost to minions right now.